huu tutaongozwa na brass band kwa ajili ya nyimbo, tukianza na ule wimbo wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Afrika ya Mashariki pamoja na ule wa Umoja wa Afrika. Baada ya hapo tutaenda moja kwa moja kwenye ratiba yote. Kama ambavyo wakuu wa nchi kutoka nchi mbalimbali za Afrika, you're most welcome to Tanzania. Na huu ni mkutano wa wakuu wa nchi wa Afrika wa kuhusu nishati mwaka 2025.
Habari, mambo, haujambo, kama kawaida. Hii ni Afrika, karibu Tanzania. Ukapa, mambo, mambo, mambo. Yeah, hakuna matata. In the heart of Africa where the rhythm flows, we come together, let the language grow. From the mountains to the coast, let's Swahili from me. You are home. Habari, Zuri, Jambo, Jambo, Mambo, Mambo, Afrika Salaam, karibu Tanzania. Wow, asante barikiwe kuwa na amani. Let's explore together, come on, come on, hey. Tanzania, rafiki yangu, let's play Swahili. It's a beautiful song. Upendo na hakuna matata. That's the way. Let's play Swahili. Let the West unite. Embracing cultural sounds in the night. From Java to Asante, let the music play. It's African style. Find our way. Karibu Tanzania. Let's love this to Asante, the West so sweet. Yeah, now the sun is beauty. Let's let it repeat in every conversation. Friendship born, Swahili unites us. Check it down. Now, from moja to kumi, numbers in the air. Sauti nzuri, beauty voices we share. Moja, tatu, tano, saba, tisa, twende sasa. Asubuhi, jioni, day and night. We'll sing, let's play Swahili. Let the melodies ring. Let the melodies ring. Nakupenda Tanzania. Rafiki yangu, let's play Swahili. It's a beautiful song. Upendo na hakuna matata. That's the way. Let's play Swahili, let the words unite. Embracing cultural sounds in the night. From Java to Asante, let the music play. It's African style, find our way. Karibu Tanzania. Karibu Tanzania. Karibu Tanzania.
So distinguished delegates, I've been requested to ask those of us who do not have seats particularly.
Nimeombwa kuwaeleza wote ambao hamna nafasi za kuketi kwenye ukumbi huu hapa chini. Kuna nafasi kule juu. Tafadhali tuende juu. Utapata viti na utaweza kuona kinachoendelea kwenye ukumbi huu. Ninaomba tena wale wote ambao wanaendelea kusimama kwenye ukumbi huu, au kama hamna viti, mpande pale juu ambapo kuna viti viko wazi, mnaweza kuketi huko. Na wakati huu wahudumu na watu wa itifaki watakuwa wakizunguka kuwasaidieni ili waweze kuwaelekeza ile sehemu ya juu ya kuketi. Kwa hiyo kama unajua huna kiti na umesimama, tunavyo viti vipo wazi kule juu, mnaweza kuketi huko. Asanteni sana.
Lord Sky on the beat.
Yeah. Don't sleep, wake up. Collect your money, Creep, wake up. Collect your money, wake up. Kera, go get the moolah. Wake up. Koniko kala. Don't walk, you don't try. You supposed to be jai. Kill up, come, person, matter, person, we don't mind. Boy, when I land softly on the sofa floor. So far, so good, Koni walk, you don't try. Supposed to divide.
magic. Was magic. Was magic. Was magic. Was magic. Was magic. Was magic. magic. Was magic. Was magic.
distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, may I also take this opportunity to announce, for those of us using the hearing devices, channel 1 is for English.
Mabibi na mabwana, tunapenda
Channel 2
kuwatangazia
is
kwamba
French.
chaneli namba 1 ni
Channel
Kiingereza,
3 is
namba 2
Arabic.
ni Kifaransa, namba
Channel
3 ni
4 is
Kiarabu,
Portuguese,
namba
and
4 ni
channel
Kireno
5
na
is
namba 5
Kiswahili.
ni Kiswahili.
I will repeat that once
Naomba
more.
nirudie tena.
Channel 1
Chaneli
is
nambari
English.
1 ni Kiingereza,
Channel
chaneli
2
namba
is
2 ni
French.
Kifaransa,
Channel
chaneli
3
namba
is
3
Arabic.
ni Kiarabu,
Number 4 is
na namba 4 ni
Portuguese.
Kireno
And channel
na
5 is
namba
Kiswahili.
5 ni Kiswahili.
Please tune in accordingly.
Tafadhali uweza
so that we are
kutuni
leaving no one
ili
behind.
uweze kusikia sauti ya lugha unayohitaji na tusimwache mtu
Also, if
yeyote
you
nyuma.
want to connect
Pia kama
online,
utahitaji kuungana nasi
I will mention the
mtandaoni,
username and
nitataja nywila pamoja na jina la
username
kutumia.
is
Kwa jina
in
la
capital
kutumia
letters,
litaandikwa kwa herufi kubwa
AES
AES 2025.
guest,
Utaweka dashi
and the
na
password
guest,
is
na nywila
capital
ni
letters,
kwa herufi kubwa
AES
AES
2025
2025 at
guest.
guest.
Those are the username and passwords that
Hilo
we're
ndio
using
jina la
in
mtumiaji
here.
pamoja na nywila yake.
Momentarily, we
Muda
shall
si mrefu
commence
kutoka
our
hapa
program. As
tutaweza
you can all
kuanza
see
programu yetu, na
from the
kama
monitors on
mnavyoweza
the side,
kuona
guest
kutoka
of
katika
honors,
skrini ambayo
guest of
iko
honors receiving
pembeni, mgeni
respected
wa
heads of
heshima,
state.
Rais wa Jamhuri ya
And as
Muungano wa
soon as that
Tanzania
exercise is
anapokea
done,
wageni
they will
wakuu
go
wa
for a group
nchi za
photo,
Afrika kutoka nchi
then they will
nyingine.
be joining us
Akishamaliza zoezi
in this
hili
room,
atawapokea
ushered by the brass
wageni
band
hawa na
for the
kwenda nao
anthems,
kupata picha ya
and then we
pamoja.
shall have
Wakishamaliza sasa ndipo watajiandaa
the
kuingia
different
katika ukumbi
speeches
huu, na
by
watakapoingia
different
katika ukumbi huu wote tutasimama
In the
kuwakaribisha
meantime,
kwa
may I
heshima
request,
kubwa.
if you do not know
Tutapata
where you're
wimbo wa
supposed to sit,
taifa na nyimbo
let us know
nyingine,
and we'll be
ndipo
very
baada ya
happy
hapo
to
tutaweza
assist.
kukaa na kusikiliza
But
hotuba
for
tofauti
now,
tofauti.
distinguished delegates,
Kwa
ladies
sasa,
and gentlemen,
mabibi na mabwana,
karibu Tanzania. Is the
tunawakaribisha
video on the
Tanzania.
screen
Kutakuwa
to
kuna
welcome you
video
all to
upande
Tanzania.
wa mbele yetu kwenye skrini ili tuweze kuona tukikaribishwa Tanzania.
Tanzania, unforgettable.
magic. Was magic. 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 Magic.
When you won't want me, but I'm in Abu Dhabi. Take you to Miami, baby, come be my daddy. When you won't want me, but I'm in Abu Dhabi. Come through, I'm available. Come through, I'm available. Come through, I'm available.
distinguished delegates, any moment now, the heads of state will be coming in. May once
Bibi
more
na
request
mabwana, wajumbe ajuadi, muda wowote
standing to
kutoka
please take our
hapa,
seats now.
wakuu wa nchi
May
za
request
Afrika
all of us
watakuwa
standing to
wakiingia.
please take our seats now.
Kwa hiyo tuombe kila
We are
mtu
about to commence the program.
achukue nafasi yake. Muda si punde tunaanza programu yetu ya
If
siku
you
ya
do not
leo.
know where to sit,
Kama ujui wapi
can
unatakiwa
we help
kukaa,
you or assist you to get
tafadhali
your seat?
tunaweza kukusaidia upate
If you
eneo
do
la
not have a
kuketi.
seat in here,
Kama hauna
I
nafasi
still see
kwa
quite a few
upande
empty
wa hapa
seats
chini, bado
up.
kuna nafasi
If you
katika
can go
sakafu
there,
ya pili, unaweza
nice.
ukakaa pale
No
kwenye
one will
upande
be
wa meza
allowed
9.
to stand
Hakuna yeyote
when we are
atakayeruhusiwa
starting the
kusimama
program. In the
tutakapoanza
meantime, may I
programu hii.
request once
Wakati
again
huu
to
niendelee
please,
kuwaomba
let's take our
kwamba
seats as we
tuchukue
are about to
nafasi
start the
zetu kwa kuwa
program.
muda
Thank you
si
very much.
punde tunaanza programu yetu. Asanteni sana.
forward and play my back. Jaja them inside so me no go lag. Now Holy Ghost fire when them
cause I'm doing it right. No slowing down, get a long way to go. Meant for the top, them can't bring me low. I be 100 and them be 0. I take the lead, all of them to follow. If only them know the place where I come from, them no go ever wanna see me fall. If only them know the things that I've been through, them no go ever pray me go fall. If only them know the place where I come from, them no go ever wanna see me fall. If only them know the things that I've been through, them no go ever pray me go fall.
Almost magic.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we could all please rise as our heads of state and our guests arrive into the auditorium. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
As the heads of state are coming into the room, can we all please give them a big round of applause? And I also request the brass band to please come into the room ready for the anthems. May I request that we allow the brass band to come into the room for the national anthems. I now request the brass band to please come in. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have the heads of
Mabibi na mabwana, bado viongozi wakuu wa nchi wanaendelea kuingia. Tuendelee kuwapigia makofi mazito ya heshima sana. Hawa ni wakuu wa nchi za Afrika wakiingia katika mkutano huu kuhusu nishati. Tuna furaha sana kuwa
in Salaam, Tanzania. Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause, our guest of honor this morning. Totally honored and delighted to have you with us this morning. I would also like to recognize the presence of Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank Group. Let us give him a B. I would like to recognize the presence of His Excellency Denis Sassou Nguesso, President of the Republic of Congo, Brazzaville. I would like to recognize the presence of His Excellency Azali Assoumani, President of the Union of Comoros. I would like to recognize the presence of His Excellency Andry Rajoelina, President of the Republic of Madagascar. I would like to recognize the presence of His Excellency Hassan Sheikh Mahmoud, President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Somalia. I would also like to recognize the presence of His Excellency Julius Maada, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone. I would also like to recognize the presence of His Excellency Mohammed Ould Cheikh El Ghazouani, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. Your Excellency, allow me to recognize the presence of His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye, President of the Republic of Burundi. I would also like to recognize the presence of His Excellency Umaro Sissoco Embalo, President of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau. I would also like to recognize the presence of His Excellency Lazarus McCarthy Chakwera, President of the Republic of Malawi. Excellency, allow me to also recognize the presence of His Excellency Dr. Mohamed El Menfi, Chairman of the Presidential Council of the State of Libya. I would also like to recognize the presence of His Excellency Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia. Your Excellency, allow me to recognize the presence of His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya. Allow me also to recognize the presence of His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellency, allow me to also recognize the presence of His Excellency General Brice Clotaire Oligui Nguema, President of the Gabonese Republic. Your Excellency, allow me to recognize the presence of His Excellency Joseph Nyuma Boakai Sr., President of the Republic of Liberia. I would also like to recognize the presence of His Excellency Taye Atske Selassie, President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Your Excellency, allow me to recognize the presence of His Excellency Duma Gideon Boko, President of Republic of Botswana. I would also like to recognize the presence of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana. Your Excellency, allow me to also recognize the presence of Her Excellency Miriam Chabi Talata, the Vice President of the Republic of Benin. I would also like to recognize the presence of His Excellency Mohamed Jallo, Vice President of the Republic of Gambia. I would also like to recognize the presence of His Excellency Professor Yami Osinbajo, former Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellency, allow me to also recognize the presence of Honorable Raila Odinga, former Prime Minister of the Republic of Kenya. Your Excellency, allow me to also recognize the presence of the retired Honorable Robina Nabanja, Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda. Your Excellency, allow me to also recognize the presence of Honorable Ali Mahman Lemi Zain, Prime Minister of the Republic of Niger. Your Excellency, we have in our midst Honorable Robert Bourg Mambe, Prime Minister of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire. Allow me, Your Excellency, to recognize the presence of Honorable Dr. Americo de Oliveira, Prime Minister of the Democratic Republic of Sao Tome and Principe. Your Excellency, allow me to also recognize the presence of Honorable Tulisile Lala, Deputy Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini. I would also like to recognize the presence of Honorable John Mutowa, Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Works and Transport of the Republic of Namibia. Honorable Your Excellency, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, allow me also to recognize the presence of Honorable Gaudencio Mohaba Mesu, Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea. I would also like to recognize the presence of our very own Honorable Dr. Mashaka Biteko, Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Energy of the United Republic of Tanzania. Your Excellency, allow me to recognize the presence of Mrs. Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. Allow me also to recognize the presence of Honorable Mokhtar Babayev, President of the COP COP29 and the Minister of Ecology and Natural Resources of the Republic of Azerbaijan. Your Excellency, allow me to recognize the presence of Mr. Elias Mahosi, Executive Secretary of the Southern Africa Development Community, SADC. I would also like to recognize the presence of Dr. Amani Abu Zaid, representing His Excellency Mr. Musa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission. Dear partners and co-organizers of the Africa Energy Summit, honorable heads of national institutions of the United Republic of Tanzania, Your Excellency Professor Oluyemi Osinbajo, former Vice President of the Republic of Nigeria, honorable ministers present, Your Excellencies heads of diplomatic mission, heads of international institution and development partners present, dear executive directors of the African Development Bank and those from the World Bank, senior management and staff of the African Development Bank and those of the World Bank, distinguished guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you all to Tanzania. This is Africa Heads of State Energy Summit. Your Excellency, allow me to recognize in a very special way the National Organizing Committee from the Ministry of Energy of the United Republic of Tanzania, as was led by Commissioner Innocent Luoga, that of the World Bank team, led by Nathan Belete, and that of the African Development Bank Country Office, led by Ms. Patricia Leverly. Your Excellency, without further ado, allow me now to take it forward from ideas to action to accelerate energy access, to invite to the podium Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank Group, for his key remark, to be followed by that of Mr. Ajay Banga, President of the World Bank Group. As it comes, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, let's give him a big round of applause. Karibu, karibu sana.
Your Excellency, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, my dear sister, and our own generous host. Thank you very much, Madam President. Your Excellency, Mohamed Ould Ghazouani, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania and Chairman of the African Union. Your Excellencies, Heads of States and Government, the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, the Deputy Secretary General of United Nations, my dear sister Amina Mohammed, the President of the World Bank Group, my brother Ajay, President of Rockefeller Foundation, Raj, heads of multilateral development finance institutions, honorable ministers, private sector leaders, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Africa Energy Summit. I wish to thank Your Excellency President Samia Suluhu Hassan for graciously and generously hosting us for this summit. You are such a remarkable leader. And it's always a joy to be in Tanzania. I wish to express our deepest appreciation to the Chairman of the African Union, President Ghazouani, the President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, for co-hosting this summit. I am extremely grateful to you, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, for honoring our invitation, for being here in such large and unprecedented numbers. It shows the high priority and the political commitment you place on expanding the access of your populations to electricity. Access to electricity is critical for Africa's economic growth. The lack of adequate electricity reduces the GDP of Africa by 2 to 4%. Your Excellencies, since the African Development Bank Group launched the New Deal on Energy for Africa in 2016, at the start of my first term as President of the African Development Bank, working with all our partners, significant progress has been made in expanding access to electricity. The share of the population with access to electricity in Africa significantly increased from 39% in 2015 to 52% in 2024. The African Development Bank Group has supported over 25 million people to have access to electricity. However, despite the progress being made, Africa still has 571 million people without electricity, accounting for 83% of the global population without electricity. Over 1 billion people do not have access to clean cooking solutions, which negatively impacts on women's health, children's health, and lives. We must take decisive actions to further drive down these numbers, and that is why Ajay Banga, President of the World Bank Group, and I joined together to launch the Mission 300 with a goal of expanding access of 300 million people in Africa to electricity by 2030. Mission 300 has grown into a global movement, and we were joined by the African Union, Commission, several global partners, including the Rockefeller Foundation, the Sustainable Energy for All of the United Nations, the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, and we are not alone. We have just been joined as well by the Islamic Development Bank, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, the French Development Agency, Agence Française de Développement, and several bilateral development agencies. We will not succeed, Your Excellencies, if we do not work closely and more openly with more space for the private sector. And that is why we are delighted that several leading CEOs from around the world have joined us today. Critical reforms will be needed to expand the share of renewables, improve functioning and performance of utilities, transparency in licensing, power purchase agreements, and predictable tariffs regimes that reflect the cost of production. The private sector will also need to play a critical role to expand mini-grids and off-grid systems to reach millions of people without access to grid-based power in rural areas. Our collective effort is to support you, our heads of state and government, to develop and to implement clear actions embedded in country-led national energy compacts, your compacts, to deliver on your visions for electricity in your respective countries. The African Development Bank and the World Bank have developed a very clear path to achieving the 300 million access goal. Together, the African Development Bank and the World Bank will commit $40 billion towards the Mission 300. With $18.2 billion from the African Development Bank and $22 billion from the World Bank Group. And Ajay will talk about that when he comes on board. It is an unprecedented alliance. Thank you very much, Ajay. We couldn't have done this without you. Thank you so much. And thank you very much to Rasha, President of Rockefeller Foundation, for providing critical technical assistance, support of $20 million that made the preparation of the country energy compacts possible. Thank you very much to you and your colleagues. Compacts possible. Thank you very much to you and your colleagues. Your Excellencies, support for Mission 300 keeps pouring in. Yesterday, at the first day of the summit, several development partners made huge announcements in support of Mission 300. The President of the Islamic Development Bank Group announced $2.65 billion in support. The President of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank announced $1.5 billion in support. The President of the OPEC Fund announced $1 billion in support. And the French government will be making a major announcement today. We are confident that other development partners here and elsewhere will join us and announce their respective commitments either today and after. Your Excellencies, as I close, I would like to thank you and to say we need your personal leadership to get this done. Together, let us decisively use Mission 300 to deliver 300 million people in Africa with access to electricity in all your countries by 2030. The African Development Bank's $20 billion Desert to Power program will complement Mission 300 and develop 10,000 megawatts of solar power across 11 Saharan countries and provide access to electricity for an additional 250 million people. Therefore, the Mission 300 and the Desert to Power working collectively will provide 550 million Africans with electricity. That, Your Excellencies, will deliver universal access to electricity for Africa. What a difference that will make for your respective countries. And what a difference that will make for Africa. You will be remembered, Your Excellencies, as the presidents who gave your countries 100% access to electricity. You will be remembered as the presidents who said, "Let there be light," and there was light. Thank you very much, and asante sana.
Can we extend another round of applause to Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank, for that wonderful remark. From ideas to action to accelerate energy access, Your Excellency, allow me now to invite to the podium Mr. Ajay Banga, President of the World Bank Group, for his remarks, to be followed by Dr. Rajiv Shah, President of the Rockefeller Foundation. As he gets to the stage, let's give him another round of applause.
Madam President, I want to start by thanking you, like all of us have done since yesterday, for the generosity but also the focus and energy of your government and your people to making this possible. Thank you once again. And to my partners, Akin and Raj, I could not believe that we would get to this point when we started this journey last year. It started out at the spring meetings of the World Bank IMF meeting, and it started out with us saying that the World Bank would reach 250 million people by 2030, and the African Development Bank would add 50 million. And then Raj Shah called me up a few days later and said, I have a proposal for you, I'd like to help you. And that spirit of contribution that Akin and Raj have shown from day one is why we are all here together. So thank you to both of you. I have a very simple agenda for all of us here, heads of state, who are showing your participation and your support for us. We need every ounce of your support. But the reality is, your people need it even more than all of us do. Over the next decade, 360 million young people in Africa will be ready to enter the workforce. That same decade, the African system is expected to only offer jobs to 150 million of these, leaving 3 out of every 5 young people without the opportunity of a job which gives you not just earning, but dignity. And I think if Africa is to achieve its objectives of taking advantage of its demographic dividend over this coming period, then all of us need to change this idea, because forecasts are not destiny. Forecasts are not destiny. We can change this. We can help those 3 out of 5 people. And while journeys are fueled by hope, the reality is they are only realized by deeds. It is deeds that we are here together to discuss. Our mission to address the fundamental challenge of providing electricity to half of this continent's people, 300 million, who do not have access, this is just the critical first step. M300 is the cornerstone of a jobs agenda. It is not just about electricity. It is not just about clean cooking. It is not just about healthcare. It is about people and their optimism and their hope for dignity. This is the cornerstone of a jobs agenda. It is the foundation for future development, and we would like to be your partners as we go forward. To succeed, we all have to embrace a very simple truth. No one can do it alone. Governments cannot do it alone. Businesses cannot do it alone. Philanthropies cannot do it alone. Development banks cannot do it alone. But together, we can. And only through collaboration can we achieve this idea of making it possible. Governments are the architects of reform. They craft the policies, the regulations that drive progress. But they're also the engineers of investment. They leverage their resources to finance essential infrastructure. Over the past year, we've worked alongside leaders of your countries to develop country-specific plans. These are rooted in data, they're endorsed at the highest levels by you, and they are aligned with very clear goals of reform. These plans focus on affordable power generation, on expanding connections, and on regional integration and regional electrical markets. They aim to boost the efficiency of utilities, they aim to attract private investment, and the idea is deliver reliable, sustainable electricity. These are going to require political will, persistence, and a long-term vision. So amid fiscal challenges, governments will also need the support to meet these infrastructure goals. And that is where the IMF, the World Bank, the African Development Bank, all our partners that Akin referred to, that's the role we can play to help you free up resources. But for the private sector, a lot of our friends and colleagues who are in this room, this effort represents both a challenge and an opportunity. We need your innovation. We need your efficiency, we need your people, we need your creativity, we need your capacity to scale. To facilitate your investment, we've identified those regulatory policy barriers. We are working to eliminate them. We will put our money at that point where if these policy barriers are removed, our money is put to work. This is a pay-for-results effort that we are putting in. Our plans will create the environment where your investments can generate returns while driving meaningful impact. So that's going to take calculated risks, and every development bank here sees that we are ready to be your partner throughout this. For the World Bank Group, I can promise you our equity and guarantees, our resources to help de-risk investments and support your efforts. By aligning private capital with public priorities, we think we can achieve results that none of us could do alone. Philanthropies, people like Raj and his team, and development banks like the others here, provide the financial backbone. We bring the conception, the testing, the investment through concessional financing. The global community's generosity last year secured a record $100 billion replenishment for IDA, funding that is essential to this effort. Over the coming 5 to 6 years, and this is the only place where I'd like to correct my friend Arkeen, the World Bank is actually putting $30 to $40 billion into this effort. Which is roughly, which if you think about it, if you're putting $100 billion into IDA, a large chunk of IDA is going into this effort to help Africa enable its people, its young people, to achieve their dreams and their aspirations, which is exactly what the money should be for. So this is the right priority being put to the right work. While Mission 300 is a centerpiece, it is part of a broader energy strategy. We are also working on energy projects, including investments in natural gas that I believe will help to support a just energy transition. That's vital for powering industries like agriculture, healthcare, and manufacturing. These are the sectors, if those of you will remember who was in the Nairobi summit when I spoke, these are the sectors that will create jobs and growth that this generation demands. So that's our strategy for the World Bank Group's next phase, ensuring that job creation is not a byproduct of our work, but it is an explicit aim of our operation. We are dedicated and focused to get young people the chance and the opportunity they deserve in their lives. This will take collective effort. Thank you. Governments must drive reforms. The private sector, all my friends and partners here, you need to invest with confidence and trust. And we in the development banks, we must deliver the financing. We must uphold accountability. This will demand hard work and vision. But remember, all this is within reach if we do this together. I'm very grateful to all here. I thank you for the opportunity to be a part of your journey. I think all my colleagues of the World Bank Group are enthused by the idea of being a part of Mission 300. Thank you once again, Madam President, and thank you for all of you. Good luck.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ajay Banga, President of the World Bank Group, for those wonderful remarks. From ideas to action to accelerate energy access, Your Excellency, please allow me now to invite Dr. Rajiv Shah, President of the Rockefeller Foundation. His remarks will be followed by the President of the COP29. As he is on the stage, let's give him a round of applause.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much, Austin, for getting us started. I also want to thank our host, Her Excellency, President Samia. It's an honor to be with you and to be in your wonderful country. And I'd like to share my respect, humility, and honor towards all of the heads of state and excellencies from across the continent that are demonstrating by your presence and your leadership that today is a demonstration of powerful African leadership and a strong African vision of economic growth and success. I would like to offer a very special thank you to those we seek to help, Akin, Ajay, and your extraordinary teams. We are only here today because each of you made courageous decisions to make extraordinary financial commitments at a time of genuine fiscal need across the continent. And I would like to highlight that I represent today not just the Rockefeller Foundation, but also the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, a group of philanthropies, partners, and private companies that have come together to try to do what Ajay has asked us to, which is to work together in partnership so we can achieve much more impact as opposed to going at it alone. Africa has been reaching for electricity for 140 years. Streetlights first arrived in Dar es Salaam in 1908. In an effort to create jobs and advance development since then, you, the leaders of this great continent, have tamed some of the continent's mightiest rivers, developed plans and built grids, climbed utility poles and spliced wires. And yet, despite those efforts, too many African families and businesses lack access to productive power for growth and for jobs. 600 million Africans live without basic electricity access. Another 500 million simply don't have the productive, affordable, always-on electricity, which is an absolute requirement for job creation in a global digital economy. Africa needs to create millions of jobs, as Ajay just noted. And this effort is ultimately about creating those jobs and allowing for that dignity for those youth that are entering the labor force, as Ajay noted. Every year to do so, we will need to replace expensive diesel generators as the source of power for so many African small businesses with cheap, always-on electricity. And that is what Mission 300 is all about. It would be easy to be skeptical about whether or not this, the largest public-private partnership on the continent today, designed to lift up hundreds of millions of people, could actually achieve the ambitious targets that Ajay and Akin and all of you respected heads of state have set for us. I believe there are three reasons why this initiative will succeed when perhaps others over that 140-year history have failed. First, Mission 300 is led by you, African leaders. Your compacts, your commitments, your targets, and most importantly, your absolute determination to implement the policy reforms that you are signing on to publicly today offer hope and clarity for the private sector, for philanthropy, and for your development partners. Thank you, and we will follow your lead. Second, Mission 300 is catalyzing extraordinary concessional resources at a time of absolute fiscal need on this continent. That is a testament to the leadership of the two banks, and Ajay, to you in particular, for bringing us together and kicking this off. I think it will take your private sector background and your determination to hold us all to account to achieve our targets in order to be successful. But to put this level of resources into a single effort with a single quantitative, measurable set of outcomes gives us hope and inspires transformation. And third, this effort is in fact a public-private philanthropic partnership. It is different from other initiatives I've been a part of. Just in the last 6 months, watching how the teams at the World Bank, the African Development Bank, and each of your nations are collaborating openly, sharing data, using GIS planning to site new locations for mini-grids and other new technology solutions, and being open to new technology solutions that today are at a price point where this vision of success is affordable and possible, and in fact the least cost way to provide universal electrification, gives me hope that this will in fact be different and be successful. Mission 300 is an opportunity to work together and to work together differently. We pledge support as helpers and quiet helpers at every level of this project to ensure that decades from now, people look back on yesterday and today and say what happened in Dar es Salaam, much like turning the streetlights on in 1908, transformed a continent and transformed generations for the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rajiv Shah, President of the Rockefeller Foundation, for your wonderful remarks. Your Excellency, before we proceed, allow me to recognize the presence of His Highness Sheikh Shakbout Al Nahyan, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs of the United Arab Emirates, and the representative of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed Al Nahyan, President of the United Arab Emirates. Can we give him a big round of applause? From ideas to action to accelerate the energy access, Your Excellency, please allow me now to invite His Excellency Mukhtar Babayev, COP29 President, for his remarks to be followed by those of Dr. Kamugisha Kazaura, Director from the African Union Commission. Let's give him a round of applause as he's already at the podium.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear friends, good morning. It is an honor to join you in beautiful Tanzania to address this important issue. I would like to thank all African governments for the support that you gave to COP29 presidency in Baku to help bring parties together and confront climate crisis together. Ladies and gentlemen, when we looked to the presidency, it became evident that the global financial system was failing to meet Africans' needs. Investment in clean energy has not matched the demands of your rising population. You deserved more, and COP29 is a chance to change. But the multilateral system was under pressure. People doubted that countries could agree and the process could deliver. We made a new finance deal our top negotiating priority. We were confident that the goal had to be fair and ambitious. When a target of $250 billion was initially suggested, we were clear that we needed to go further. We refused to close the conference. And in the final moments of extra time, we landed a deal on the Baku finance goal. This is a goal to mobilize at least $300 billion per year to the developing world by 2035. This triples the previous goal. It also provided a framework to scale up climate finance to $1.3 trillion per year. It is the largest financial target to come from UN climate process. It will help advance the Mission 300 initiative to provide electricity access to 300 million people in Africa by 2030. It will mean more energy infrastructure for Africa. It will mean more power for homes, businesses, schools, and hospitals. It will mean more opportunity for people across this continent. Your Excellencies, our job is not finished. National energy compacts from this summit will help guide international financial flows to your priorities. They will help global donors address your needs, such as clean cooking, which we already made progress on over the last year. Furthermore, many parties of the financial system still need to be fixed. As the COP29 presidency, we will continue to champion the needs of Africa on the world stage. We will hold governments to account for the promises they made in Baku, Azerbaijan. We will work with multilateral development banks and the private sector to scale up climate finance. And we will remind people how COP can deliver and why we must invest today to save tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, the active engagement of African governments was critical to our collective success. Azerbaijan is proud of what we achieved together, and we look forward to building on this partnership together. I thank you. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Mukhtar Babayev, the COP29 President, for those wonderful remarks. Your Excellency, as we are now looking on to ideas to action to accelerate the energy access, allow me to request to the podium the representative of the African Union Commission to come and deliver the remarks. to be followed by those by Ms. Amina Mohammed, the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations and Chair of the UN Sustainable Development Group. But for now, the representative of the African Union Commission. Your Excellency, allow me to invite Mrs. Amina Mohammed, the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations and the Chair of the UN Sustainable Development Group, for her remarks, to be followed by those of His Excellency President Mohamed Ghazouani, President of the Mauritanian.
Your Excellency, President Samia Suluhu Hassan, Excellencies, Majesties, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a real pleasure to join you here all today, and I extend my heartfelt appreciation to Her Excellency, President Hassan, and to her government, the United Republic of Tanzania, for hosting Mission 300 Energy Summit. But I'd like also to underscore her incredible leadership and her vision that we are all here today and gathered as an African continent. I would also like to thank the African Union for keeping fire under our feet to do the right thing for the continent. Congratulations to my two brothers, the African Development Bank Group, ACIN, and to the World Bank Group, Ajay. These are incredible partnerships that bring genuine experience, decades, from the public sector to the private sector, and I think it's why we're looking to the success of this union. But also to the Rockefeller Foundation for a strong and meaningful partnership, one that brings key stakeholders together in this room. Your bold investments are a testament to Africa's potential for a sustainable and resilient future. Today, Africa has one of the lowest levels of energy access, as we have heard, but it is also one of the most vulnerable to intensifying climate shocks. Yet our continent is rich in renewable energy resources and critical minerals, which are all essential for the energy transition and benefit from limited sunk costs in fossil fuel-intensive energy infrastructures. Africa is also home to a vibrant, young, and enterprising population. This provides immense potential for Africa to show the rest of the world what a new economic development paradigm, grounded in sustainability, resilience, justice, and inclusivity can look like. Enhanced energy access, affordability, and reliability is not only crucial for achieving our Sustainable Development Goal 7, but it also serves as a catalyst for broader development goals. Access to clean and sustainable energy underpins progress in health, in education, in gender equality, while driving economic growth and climate action, many of the 17 goals. By advancing long-term energy security and sovereignty, we can foster peace, we can create green jobs, and build resilient livelihoods, paving the way for improved stability and prosperity across our continent. With renewables now being the cheapest source of new electricity almost everywhere on Earth, Mission 300's bold commitment to connect 300 million people to electricity by 2030 represents a transformative opportunity for Africa. Combined with systemic initiatives like the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, Africa is uniquely positioned to lead the global energy transition. By powering essential sectors such as healthcare, education, commerce, bolstering industries like solar manufacturing, grid infrastructure, and clean energy solutions, renewable energy can unlock unprecedented economic potential. With reliable energy access, the continent's 147 million small and medium enterprises, key drivers of economic growth, will have the tools to scale, to innovate, and create jobs, turning energy into a true catalyst for inclusive and sustainable progress. Tanzania stands as a shining example of how rural electrification and off-grid renewable energy solutions can transform lives particularly in remote and underserved areas. The country has made remarkable strides, with electricity access increasing from just 14% in 2011 to 46% in 2022. And what does that mean? It has led to over 1 million new connections, driving a rural electrification rate of 72%. In November 2024, more than 60,000 social institutions were connected to the REA, benefiting 12,905 educational institutions, 6,768 health facilities, over 8,000 places of worship, and 29,000 commercial areas. This progress means that more boys and girls in remote areas can now study in well-lit classrooms. Health workers can deliver life-saving services to off-grid populations, and rural businesses can thrive with reliable power. Tanzania demonstrates how energy access is not just about electricity. It is about opportunity, equity, and the foundation of a brighter future and a life of dignity for everyone. We must ensure that Mission 300 seizes the opportunity that lies ahead. With 5 years to the endpoint of the SDGs, and having completed the first decade of implementing the African Union's 2063 agenda, it is clear that transformation efforts remain insufficient. I would like to deeply commend the African leadership that is here today as you seek solutions to address Africa's energy access, its climate vulnerability, and development challenges holistically. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have to accelerate our collective efforts to fast-track the solution for SDG 7, but also the Paris Agreement, and propel Africa to become a clean energy powerhouse. This requires urgent action in 3 key areas beyond this summit. First, creating the right enabling environment to attract scaled private and public investments through stronger, stable, and more coherent policy and regulatory frameworks. And we are very pleased to see, and thank you, Ajay, for the private sector that is here today, and that we hope will accompany us through this very difficult, but at the end, profitable journey. This year, every party to the UN Climate Convention has committed to submitting a new economy-wide national climate action plan that is aligned with the 1.5-degree world that we need well before COP30 in November. If done right, these climate plans should align with national energy strategies and development priorities, and they would double as investment plans to seize the potential of renewables, helping us to eradicate poverty and achieve the Sustainable Development Goals in the Paris Agreement. Furthermore, the Secretary-General's panel on critical energy transition minerals offers important principles and actionable recommendations to ensure that we do not repeat historical patterns of exploitation on this continent. Second, mobilizing affordable, accessible, and adequate finance. The chronic underinvestment in renewable energy in Africa and long-standing structural barriers, such as the exorbitant capital costs, mean that a continent with the potential to be a renewable powerhouse accounts for less than 1% of global installed solar capacity. It is why we're calling for an SDG stimulus to scale up affordable long-term financing for developing countries, and for the Baku to Belém roadmap of $1.3 trillion to bridge the climate gap by leveraging all sources and by addressing unjust and structural barriers. Last year's Pact of the Future sent an unequivocal message: reform of the international financial architecture is urgent and essential. And this pact would not have got across the line if not for the leadership of the African leaders in the United Nations. It spoke to strengthening the voice and the representation of developing countries. It spoke to mobilizing far greater levels of financing for the SDGs and direct that financing to countries that are most in need. It spoke to enabling countries to borrow sustainably and with confidence to invest in their long-term development. But it also spoke to provide effective and equal support to countries during systemic shocks. Finally, multilateralism, our international cooperation, still remains our best hope for delivering solutions at the necessary scale and speed. And I know to many of us, as we look around to the geopolitical challenges that we have today, multilateralism doesn't seem like the best offer on the table. but it is. It is a place that we come to. It is a global town hall for our global village. It is where we see visibility and we can shine a light on the opportunities, but also that we can also give hope to the millions that look to us to serve them. The UN remains dedicated to supporting your efforts every step of the way. Through our UN expertise and presence in the country, we are committed to supporting Mission 300, the African Development Bank, the World Bank, and we're committed to helping identify and to attract investments that will strengthen the policy environment, the regulatory environment, that will secure resources that are needed to make Mission 300 a success. Finally, I would like also to commend our special representative. It's not often that we have women in leadership positions. Today we are hosted by a great leader that is a woman, but we also have we speak to the intergenerational challenges that we have, and we also have a special representative of the UN on Sustainable Energy for All, Damilola Ogumbi, who is playing a critical role within the Mission 300. It is a critical countdown to 2030. Let's ensure that Mission 300 delivers concrete outcomes towards the SDGs, the Paris Agreement, and Agenda 2063. Let's seize that moment to accelerate and to deliver transformative progress. Together, I am sure that Africa can lead the way for the energy transition, creating lasting prosperity, resilience for generations to come, but actions and aspirations fulfilled today for our women and for our youth. Thank you.
Let's extend a round of applause to Mrs. Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations and the Chair of the UN Sustainable Development Group. Thank you so much for your kind remarks. From ideas to action to accelerate energy access, Your Excellency, allow me now to bring to the podium His Excellency President Mohamed Ould Ghazouani of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania and the Chair of the African Union. As he comes, let us give him a big round of applause. Karibu sana.
صاحبة الفخامة السيدة سامية صلوح حسن رئيس جمهورية تنزانيا الاتحادية، أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي رؤساء الدول والحكومات، السادة الوزراء، السيد رئيس مجموعة البنك الدولي، السيد رئيس مجموعة البنك الإفريقي للتنمية، السادة ممثلي الشركاء الفنيين والماليين، السادة ممثلي القطاع الخاص، أيها السادة والسيدات. يسرني أن أتوجه إلى أختي صاحبة الفخامة السيدة سامية صلوح حسن رئيس جمهورية تنزانيا المتحدة، ومن خلالها إلى الحكومة والشعب التنزاني الشقيق بالشكر الجزيل على ما لقيناه ووفدنا المرافق من حفاوة الاستقبال وما أحطنا به من بالغ العناية، شاكرا لها احتضان هذه القمة الإفريقية حول الطاقة المهمة 300 المنظمة من طرف الاتحاد الإفريقي وجمهورية تنزانيا المتحدة والبنك الدولي والبنك الإفريقي للتنمية. كما يطيب لي في الآن ذاته أن أجدد الشكر لشركائنا في التنمية مجموعة البنك الدولي ومجموعة البنك الإفريقي للتنمية، مقدرا لهما ما حرصا عليه من توحيد جهودهما في إطار شراكة طموحة لتمكين 300 مليون مواطن في إفريقيا جنوب الصحراء من النفاذ إلى كهرباء نقية مستدامة وبأسعار معقولة. أصحاب السعادة السيدات والسادة، تمثل الطاقة عموما والكهربائية منها على الوجه الأخص إحدى الركائز المحورية للتنمية وتحسين الظروف المعيشية للسكان، فتوفر كهرباء نظيفة بكمية كافية وبأسعار معقولة له التأثير الإيجابي على مختلف جوانب أهداف التنمية المستدامة. ولن تحقق قارتنا ما تنشده من تنمية صناعية ونمو اقتصادي وانتصار على الفقر والجوع ورفع التحديات البيئية الجسيمة ما دمنا لم نتغلب على عجزنا الطاقوي الهائل، إذ لدينا اليوم ما يناهز 600 مليون مواطن إفريقي لا نفاذ لهم إلى الكهرباء ويعيشون على ضوء الشموع ومصابيح البترول، وإن الاتحاد الإفريقي لا يعي جيداً ما يمثله النفاذ إلى الكهرباء وتحقيق الأمن الطاقوي إجمالاً من دعامة ضرورية لكافة جهود التنمية، وما له من دور محوري تحويلي في القضاء على الفقر وتعزيز التصنيع والتنمية الاقتصادية وخلق فرص العمل وتحسين الخدمات الاجتماعية تعزيزاً لسبل العيش الكريم في القارة. ولذا أرسل الاتحاد الإفريقي في إطار أجندة 2063 رؤية مشتركة لتقليص العجز الطاقوي الذي تعاني منه القارة وتعزيز التكامل الطاقوي الإقليمي، وأطلق في هذا السياق مبادرات رائدة عديدة كالسوق الإفريقي الموحد للكهرباء والخطة التوجيهية للنظام الكهربائي القاري وبرنامج تطوير البنية التحتية في إفريقيا، كما واصل السعي إلى تعبئة التمويلات وتنويع الشراكات في سبيل أن تتوفر بالكمية المطلوبة لكل الأفارقة طاقة نظيفة آمنة مقبولة التكلفة. وعلى ضوء هذا الهدف الإفريقي المشترك يبرز البعد الحيوي والأهمية البالغة للمهمة 300 التي أطلقها البنك الدولي والبنك الإفريقي للتنمية من أجل ضمان النفاذ إلى الكهرباء لصالح 300 مليون مواطن إفريقي في جنوب الصحراء. ويشكل هذا المشروع فرصة استثنائية من حيث الحجم والمقاربة ستساهم بقوة في تسريع وتيرة الكهرباء في منطقة إفريقيا جنوب الصحراء بما يناسب الطلب المتزايد ويحفز النمو الاقتصادي ويخلق المزيد من فرص العمل. إن هذا المشروع يتطلب استثمارات هائلة عمومية وخصوصية وخيرية، فضلاً عن ضرورة التنسيق الوثيق بين مختلف أطرافه. وقبل هذا وذاك يتطلب المشروع التزاماً قوياً ثابتاً من بلداننا الإفريقية بتنفيذ الإصلاحات اللازمة لتهيئة مناخ استثماري جذاب ومستقر، وباتخاذ الإجراءات الضرورية لضمان السلامة المالية لشركات الكهرباء. ويجب في المقام الأول أن يتجسد هذا الالتزام الثابت في إعداد وتنفيذ تعهدات طاقوية وطنية تحدد أهدافاً قابلة للقياس في مجال تطوير وتعزيز التكامل ببذل كل الجهود لرفع التحديات الطاقوية الإفريقية. لا أرجو لأعمالكم النجاح والتوفيق وأشكركم والسلام عليكم.
Can we please extend another round of applause to His Excellency the Islamic Republic of Mauritania and, of course, the Chair of the African Union for these wonderful remarks. Your Excellency, allow me now to request all of us to watch a brief video of Tanzania, the land of Kilimanjaro, Zanzibar and the Serengeti, and the host country of the African Head of State Energy Summit 2025.
country, the United Republic of Tanzania, renowned for its peace, democracy, and stability, is home to about 62 million people. Out of these, 78% have access to electricity. Our energy transformation journey began in the late 1960s with only one hydropower plant producing 21 megawatts. To us, energy security and accessibility is a key driver to our development agenda, and our ambition is to ensure strategic investment to clean, reliable, accessible, and affordable energy for all. It should also reflect my agenda, which is to ensure the 300 million will also be using clean cooking. Providing energy to 300 million people in Africa by 2030 is an ambitious mission, one that requires widespread support and collective action. I invite each of you to rise to this challenge, because together we can achieve it.
Kabla ya huu umeme wa lea, ilikuwa inanibidi nitoke hapa niende Nyankumbu Center kwa ajili ya kutafuta stationery, kuingia kuweza kuchapa mitihani na kufanya printing. Tunashukuru walivyotuletea umeme. Kwa sasa tuna wiki test za kutosha na kuna mabadiliko hata kitaaluma, wanafunzi wanazidi kuimprove.
Kabla kupata ile huduma ya umeme hapa, tulikuwa tunalima kidogo sana. Ilikuwa ni shida sana kupata na ile huduma ya kupata mafuta. Baada ya kupata ile mashine, ndio maana wakulima wamezidi. Kuna wakulima wengi sasa hivi wanaendelea tu kulima.
By signing on to Mission 300, through our Energy Compact, we commit to ensuring that every citizen has access to electricity by 2030. Today, as a president and a partner in this shared vision, I invite you to reflect on this message, to build a future of progress, prosperity, and sustainable development for all.
In the country, we have moved ahead to provide sustainable and affordable electricity to the general population by increasing the generation capacity. Again, the connectivity and the transmission also has been improved. The access of the electricity to the people. Now, we have 12,318 vehicles. They are all connected to the national grid.
Tulianza kuendesha
mradi ulitufikia, gharama zilipungua kwa asilimia kubwa sana.
Energy is one of our crucial sectors that we are trying to invite our friends from across the globe to come to Tanzania to invest in the energy sector, particularly the renewable energy. Tanzania has huge resources of renewable energy, and we hope that through this particular summit, we'll be able to attract friends, colleagues from across the globe to come to Tanzania to invest not just in any other sector, but particularly in the energy sector, especially in the renewable energy sectors.
Lea imenifanya kuwa na stationary kwa sababu hapo awali nilikuwa sina uwezo wa kutumia hivyo vifaa, ila kulingana na umeme wa Lea sasa hivi na stationary.
We have advanced to the electrified train. It means now we can participate in decarbonization, in cleaning the air. We have 445 kilometers from Dar es Salaam to Dodoma. We are consuming something like 3 million kilowatts of electricity every month.
Umeme umetusaidia kuboresha vitu vingi kituoni. Kwa wakati mimi nimefika hapa, kuna vipimo ambavyo vilikuwa vinatumia umeme tulikuwa tuwezi kuvioda kwa sababu si hamna umeme, lakini mara tu baada ya kupata umeme tumeweza kuingia kwenye mfumo tukaomba dawa na ni vipimo MSD. Bahati nzuri tulivyoda tukaletewa. Kwa pia umeme umechangia hata mapato ya kituo yameongezeka.
Reliable energy is essential for advanced health services, from vaccine storage to virtual health databases. With dependable energy, Tanzania can better manage pandemics, epidemics, and provide universal health care.
The launch of Mission 300 reflects our commitment to ensuring reliable, affordable, sustainable, and clean energy for all. This is key for Africa. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, partners, and friends, it is my pleasure to warmly welcome you all to Tanzania for this landmark Africa Energy Summit 2025. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, allow me to develop a salutation in the room. When I say Africa Energy Summit, with three fingers like this, we all say M300. Can we do that? Africa Energy Summit, M300. Africa Energy Summit, M300. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, allow me now to request Honorable Dr. Mashaka Biteko, the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Energy of the United Republic of Tanzania, to come and give us his remarks and then welcome you for your opening address and the presentation of the awards. Excellencies, honorable distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Dr. Mashaka Biteko, our Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Energy of the United Republic of Tanzania. Karibu sana.
Your Excellency, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Excellencies, heads of states and governments, heads of international organizations and financial institutions, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, it is often said that the future belongs to Africa. This sentiment can be attributed to the continent's youth population and its vast resource endowment. However, I believe this optimistic outlook is also a reflection of Africa's visionary leadership. Your Excellencies, our next speaker exemplifies this leadership. From day one, she has tirelessly worked to ensure that we meet our energy needs while also fulfilling the aspiration of our people. Her Excellency, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, has played a key role on development of the energy sector in Tanzania. During her tenure, she has enabled Tanzania to become power generation sufficient and with a significant surplus. It is in her time that every village in Tanzania has been reached with a grid power supply. By her effort, Tanzania has been able to interconnect its power grid with 4 neighboring countries, and 2 more are coming. Your Excellencies, she is the one who championed the Tanzanian Clean Cooking Initiative that includes the establishment of the Tanzanian Clean Cooking Strategy. Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, on the international stage, she has been instrumental in pushing the clean cooking agenda, including launching of African Women Clean Cooking Support Program during the COP28 in Dubai, co-chairing the Clean Cooking Conference in Paris, and the leadership in a number of other world stage energy-related initiatives. Excellencies, it is my honor now to invite our host, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan. Here in Tanzania, we call her Mama, to take the podium and address this historical gathering. Mheshimiwa Rais, karibu sana.
Please be seated. Thank you. Your Excellency, the African Union Chair and President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, Highnesses, Majesties, and Excellencies, heads of state and government, Dr. Akina Deshina, President of the African Development Bank, Dr. Ajay Banga, President of the World Bank, Dr. Rajiv Shah, Rockefeller Foundation, Mr. Mukhtar Babayev, President of the COP29, Madam Amina Mohamed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations and Chair of the UN Sustainable Development Group, heads of multilateral institutions here present, honorable ministers here present, members of the diplomatic corps, members of the press, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. M3. On behalf of the people and the government of the United Republic of Tanzania, I have the distinct honor and pleasure to welcome you to Dar es Salaam and to thank you for honoring our invitation. We are honored to host this African Heads of State Energy Summit, and we welcome the important deliberations on ensuring access to reliable and affordable and sustainable energy for all in Africa. With that being said, this summit goes beyond energy access. It is about empowering families, lifting millions out of poverty, and providing hope and opportunities for youth. It is about our commitment to economic transformation, fostering industries, creating jobs, and sparking innovation across Africa. And it is about realizing the promise of uplifting every African community to reach the last mile and ensure that no one is left behind. At present, nearly 600 million Africans who lack energy represent 83% of the global energy deficit. To give a contrast, the electrification rate in Southeast Asia reached 96.6% in 2019, while in Africa today, this rate is less than 50%. Additionally, Southeast Asia is on track to reach universal electricity access by 2030. While looking at the current pace of electrification in Africa, without a collective intervention, by 2030, as many as 545 million people will still be without electricity. Excellencies, in order to overcome hurdles impeding energy access, we need to take bold actions by increasing investment and financing for infrastructure development, from power generation to the last mile connectivity. And we must have an agreed roadmap among African states, our partners and private sector, keeping in mind that we have just 5 years to meet the SDG target, as ensuring access to affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy for all. This gathering is a platform to consolidate commitments, announce new partnerships, and drive momentum towards the 2030 goal. Together with the private sector, development partners, financial institutions, and civil society, we can bridge the energy gap through actionable energy compacts. At this summit, we also hope to get endorsement for the Dar es Salaam Energy Declaration to guide our efforts. It is for this reason that I salute Presidents Adesina of the African Development Bank and Ajay Banga of the World Bank, the Rockefeller Foundation, and the allied partners for ensuring the successful convening of this important and historical summit. I also wish to thank the honorable ministers responsible for energy, finance, and foreign affairs for diligent preparations. Excellencies, I'm aware that simultaneous interpretation is available in Swahili as well, and so allow me to proceed in my local language. Waheshimiwa wakuu wa nchi na serikali, wakuu wa mashirika ya kimataifa, waheshimiwa mawaziri, wageni waalikwa, mabibi na mabwana, Tanzania ni moja kati ya nchi 12 zitakazozindua mpango mahsusi wa kitaifa kuhusu nishati, National Energy Compact. Kupitia mpango wetu tunatarajia kuongeza kasi ya kuunganisha umeme nchini hadi kufikia 72% ifikapo mwaka 2030. Ili kufanikisha azma hiyo, ndani ya muda wa miaka 5 ijayo, tutahitaji uwekezaji wenye thamani ya dola za Kimarekani bilioni 13, ambapo dola bilioni 5 zitapatikana kutoka sekta binafsi hapa nchini. Kupitia mpango huu, tumepanga kutekeleza mambo makubwa 4. La kwanza ni kuongeza uzalishaji wa umeme kutokana na nishati mchanganyiko, yani energy mix. Hadi sasa, Tanzania ina uwezo wa kuzalisha megawatts 3431, ambapo 58% ya hizo inatokana na vyanzo vya maji, 35% inatokana na gesi, na 7% inatokana na vyanzo vingine. Shabaha yetu ni kuongeza megawatts 2463 za nishati kutokana na nishati ya jua, gesi asilia, upepo, joto ardhi na vyanzo vingine ifikapo 2030. Jambo la pili, kijiografia Tanzania ni kiungo muhimu katika kuunganisha mtandao wa umeme kwa nchi za Mashariki na Kusini mwa Afrika, Eastern African Power Pool na Southern African Power Pool, na hivyo kuwezesha biashara ya umeme kutoka Afrika Kusini hadi Misri. Tayari tumekushaunganisha miundombinu ya umeme na nchi za Burundi, Kenya na Rwanda, na sasa tunaendelea kuunganisha miundombinu ya umeme na nchi ya Zambia na Uganda. Kuwepo kwa miundombinu hiyo itawezesha biashara ya nishati kati ya nchi za Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki na nchi za SADC. Tanzania inayo nafasi ya kuuza umeme ikizingatiwa kuwa hadi mwezi Novemba 2024 mahitaji ya umeme nchini Tanzania yalikuwa megawatts 1888, wakati uzalishaji wetu ni megawatts 3431. Jambo la tatu ni kufikisha umeme kwenye vitongoji baada ya kufanikiwa kusambaza umeme katika vijiji vyote vya Tanzania. Mwelekeo wetu ni kuvifikia vitongoji vyote 64359. Hadi sasa tumeshavifikia vitongoji 32827 na kazi inaendelea katika vitongoji 20,000. Hivyo kupitia mpango huu tutaweza kukamilisha vitongoji 11,532 vilivyobakia. Jambo la 4 ambalo mpango huu utafanya ni kusaidia usambazaji wa nishati safi ya kupikia. Inakadiriwa watu 950 barani Afrika wanakosa nishati safi ya kupikia. Hali hii inaligharimu sana bara letu na inahusishwa na kuongezeka kwa umaskini, vitishio vya kiafya, uharibifu wa mazingira, kuongezeka kwa uzalishaji wa kaboni, kupotea kwa bioanuwai na kukosekana kwa usawa wa kijinsia. Nchini Tanzania, utegemezi wa kuni na mkaa kwa ajili ya kupikia ni zaidi ya 90%. Hatuwezi kupuuza madhara na gharama kubwa ya kutumia kuni na mkaa, hasa kwa afya na ustawi wa wanawake na wasichana. Katika kukabiliana na hili, Tanzania tumeweka mkakati wa kitaifa wa nishati safi ya kupikia unaolenga kupandisha kiwango cha matumizi ya nishati safi ya kupikia toka 10% ya sasa hadi 80% ifikapo mwaka 2034. Mpango mahsusi tunaozindua leo utasogeza karibu kufikia lengo hilo. Excellencies, to achieve the ambitious targets outlined in our National Energy Compacts, which will be soon presented, we African leaders need to commit our governments to address critical bottlenecks across the energy value chain as outlined in the Compact's action plans. As we welcome the commitments by the African Development Bank and the World Bank and other financial institutions to scale up financing and technical assistance for active participation of the private sector, we African leaders commit to create favorable investment environment through policy reforms, transparent procurement, and innovative financing mechanisms. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our gathering here in Dar es Salaam, with Mission 300 as our agenda, sets us on right track to realize the goal of universal access to energy for all. Together, we can light up Africa, transform Africa's energy landscape, and empower generations. Thank you all for your kind attention, and I wish you all fruitful deliberation. Asanteni sana.
Ladies and gentlemen, another big round of applause to our host, Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Kindly be seated. Before I extend the request to Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan back to the stage to present the award, Your Excellency, allow me first and foremost to recognize the ministers that are present here who have represented their heads of state. To begin with South Africa, let's give them a round of applause. Tunisia, Rwanda, Morocco, Zimbabwe, but we also have Norway, UAE, Senegal, Cameroon, Azerbaijan, Zimbabwe, infrastructure, G. Women, and category number 3 will be the general category. I now have the honor and take singular honor to request Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan back onto the stage, as well as Dr. Doto Mashaka Biteko to present the awards to the winners. As they come, can we give them a big round of applause? May I request the winners to kindly move forward. Under the youth category, the first winner is Neema Walter, and she will be presented by a dummy check of Tanzanian shillings, 50 million shillings, for coming up with Nishati Mix Technologies. Neema Walter. So what is this Nishati Mix Technologies? Nishati Mix Technologies aims to provide a sustainable solution to expand clean cooking access in Tanzania by manufacturing efficient gas burners and recycling waste plastics into clean cooking gas. The system offers both environmental and economic benefits by converting plastic waste into fuel, supporting undeserved communities. Your Excellency, I would like to request you to present the second award to Joshua Joasi of a dummy check of 40 million Tanzanian shillings for coming up with an innovation called Click Gas System. Let's give him a round of applause. The Click Gas System is a planted LPG delivery solution designed to improve the clean cooking supply chain in Tanzania. Your Excellency, can I please request you to present a third award to Samson Mwakapoma of 30 million shillings, coming up with an innovation of clean and effective biogas production with fuel gas filtering. This combines biogas generation with unique method of using flue gases. A round of applause. On to the women category, Your Excellency, may I request you to present an award to Ms. Agnes Mashoko, Smart Picker Limited. As she comes, let's give her a round of applause. This innovation addresses the affordability gap by introducing the world's first pay-as-you-go model. Your Excellency, we have two winners under women category. The first of the second winner is Mercy Chilumba, coming with Ben Paul, the artist in East Africa. Together they have sung a cooking song and a TV awareness program. Let's give them a big round of applause. The second winner, Your Excellency, is none other but Ms. Sabra Muhammad of the Mwanamke Initiative, coming all the way from Zanzibar. A round of applause. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, allow me now to bring to the stage Doris Male, who came with an innovation, iLink Limited, TA Mamma Mia Soko. This platform is designed to increase the purchasing power of its members by offering them a commission-based income for referring others to join the platform. Asante sana. Your Excellency, the final category is none other but the general category, and I would like to request you to present the first award to Mr. Bernard Makachia, who came up with Chabri Energy Company innovation, that is clean and effective biogas production with flue gas filtering. A round of applause to him. Excellency, may I request you to present the second award to Mr. Andron Mendes, who came up with an innovation called M-Picker. This is proprietary refillable 400 gas canisters with LPG. And finally, Your Excellency, may I request you to present the final award to none other but Atukuzwe Nkia for his innovation on institutional induction stove. I would like to thank you very much, Your Excellency. Kindly take back your seat. As they go to take their seats, let's give them a big round of applause. Naomba tuwapigie makofi pamoja na washindi wetu. Your Excellency, we are now going on to the plenary session, and I would like you to request me to bring to the podium none other but Ms. Nozifo Shabalala, the CEO, the conversation strategist, to take us up onto the next program. As she is already here, ladies and gentlemen, kindly extend a warm welcome to her. Karibu.
Asante sana kaka. Ladies and gentlemen, what an absolute privilege it is to be back on stage with you again. At this moment, we're going to be proceeding with the official MOU signing ceremony. And now to oversee the signing ceremony, it gives me great pleasure to welcome Professor Vincent Nyerere, the Secretary General of the African Development Group, who will facilitate the special moment of an MOU signing between the African Development Bank Group and the World Bank Group. Can we give our professor a big round of applause as he comes up? Thank you so very much.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the World Bank Group and the African Development Bank Group wish to enter into a new memorandum of understanding to deepen their partnership and provide the basis on which they may explore opportunities for cooperation and collaboration on matters of common interest, and to render their respective activities more effective and beneficial. These include promoting programs and activities that foster closer cooperation between the two institutions, with a sectoral focus on A, energy, including energy efficiency, energy security, clean cooking, energy transition, and B, agriculture and food security. As a result, may I use this opportunity to invite Mr. Ajay Banga, President of the World Bank, and Dr. Akinwumi A. Adesina, President and the Chairperson of the Board of Directors of the African Development Bank Group, to the podium for the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding. Sign the MOU. Mr. President, could you please stand and exchange the MOU? Thank you very much, Mr. President. This ends the signing ceremony of the MOU. Over to you, MC.
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for a very efficient signing ceremony. Thank you very much. Let's give our Secretary General of the African Development Bank Group a good round of applause, please. Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, it's my pleasure to introduce to the podium a conversation on the role of a private investment in Africa's energy sector. It's my pleasure to welcome my sister Linda Mabena Ologanju, the CEO and founder of DLO, who is going to moderate this conversation. And joining Linda on stage is Patrick Puyane, the CEO of Total, Hussein Alunowe, the chairman of Amir Power, Aminu Umar Sadiq, the Managing Director and CEO of the Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority, Mr. Makta Diop, the Managing Director of the IFC, and ladies and gentlemen, as they come to the podium, can we welcome them? Can we give them a warm African round of applause just to give them some energy? Thank you very much. I'm seeing some steps onto the stage. Madam Mabena, if I can invite you to take this seat, please. Fantastic. If I can invite everyone to have a look at their name tags so that we are correctly identified for the session. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before I hand over to our moderator, we do have a special guest who's going to extend some opening remarks for the session. Please help me welcome to the podium Her Excellency Dr. Leila Benali, the Minister of the Energy Transition and Sustainable Development from the Kingdom of Morocco. Might I please ask you to give her a warm round of applause?
Your Excellency, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, and may I say, our gracious host, and also a model for many, many, many female politicians in the world. Thank you very much. Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, esteemed Presidents, Honorable Prime Ministers and Ministers, Mr. President of the African Development Bank, Mr. President of the World Bank Group, and Mr. the President of the Rockefeller Foundation, partners from the private sector and from philanthropies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We are gathered here not only because we want to electrify Africa, not only because we believe in the future Africa, not only because we believe that is the last reservoir of productive capacity for the world, but also because we believe that we are reaching a milestone in our journey. And this milestone is very much related to capacity building. We want to engage relevant stakeholders and get the backing of financial partners. And for that, we need to get beyond the traditional way of financing projects. We need to get actionable projects and finance them in 2030 and 2035. And for that, we need to pitch them. We need to finance them in 2025. There's no secret. For all these projects, power plants, grids, green shipping fuels, pipelines, connectivity to materialize, we should be drafting offtake agreements and financing them today. Adapting and scaling all these business models are key to successful and fast-track energy access and electrification programs with a focus on local and distributed generation and technology flexibility. In Morocco, as you know, we have reached 99.8% of rural electrification. And I would call on the quote of the chairman of the African Union, and Mr. President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania when he quoted the difficulty of the last mile and the difficulty to finance and access the last mile. And in parallel, of course, we need to put together a supportive regulatory environment with a focus on facilitating multiple small-scale projects and setting clear pricing expectations. Because investors need visibility, and our role as governments is to provide them that transparency and that visibility to provide long-term financing for projects. And we also need to push for a new vision of multilateralism and reform of multilateral financial institutions. And again, I'll be quoting here His Majesty King Mohammed VI at the annual World Bank IMF meetings in Marrakesh, when he said that these meetings of the IMF and the World Bank annual gathering concluded that there was a pressing need to reform multilateralism and development financing. Two levers humanity came up with to meet the challenges of the 20th century. Two levers in which we believe today. So multilateral banks, international financial organizations serve as catalysts, but they need to do more, and we're happy to see the signing of the MOU by providing guarantees and risk-sharing mechanisms to reduce the perceived risks. These are perceived risks most of the time associated with investments in utilities and energy, particularly in Africa. As you know, in Morocco, we have also had that experience, 30 years of experience of attracting financial private capital in the energy systems. Because we've been an infrastructure space as well. We had our first independent power producer back in 1992. So we've had that long experience of attracting and putting together and structuring bankable projects, so we can capitalize on those experiences and we can capitalize on those lessons. And today we need win-win partnerships and an adequate risk allocation for our projects. In renewables, we've launched massive investments, again, with a focus on multiplying investments in our grids by 5 annually, multiplying investments in power generation, including renewable, by 3 annually. And of course, a minimum local industrial content of 30% in all renewable projects. And I would like to say a few words, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on the political vision that we have for the energy sector in Morocco and in Africa. It's connectivity. We've invested heavily and massively in our grid and our connectivity with our neighbors. And I'm pleased to say that we signed last week in Rabat an MOU, an agreement with our friends and our brothers in the Republic of Mauritania to develop an electricity interconnection. But that's not the first step, because we know we cannot succeed alone, and we need to work together, and we need to ensure that our markets are connected, not from an energy perspective, not from an economic perspective, but from a social and stability and peace perspective. If our markets are not connected, we will never be able to counter terrorism in our region. We will never be able to get politics to transcend our economic transformation, and we will never aims to unlock Africa's growth potential, aims to ensure that countries of the Sahel have access to the Atlantic Ocean, aims to ensure that more than 400 million people in Africa have access to modern forms of energy, including, of course, gas connectivity. Morocco is one of the 5 global connectors of the global value chains. It's also a land of reconciliation. We are facilitating cooperation between major geopolitical blocs in areas like knowledge, intelligence, research and development, and we need that for the development of batteries, of storage, of grid management. So we really want to be a facilitator and a driver economic and social transition unfolding before us. We are continuing our active role in accelerating the integration of energy markets, connecting with our partners in the integration of energy markets, connecting with our partners in Europe and Africa and the Atlantic Basin. And our ambition, what we call an OTC corridor. OTC does not mean over the counter here. It means originate, transit, and certify. And it means that every molecule, every product, every electron originating, transiting, and being certified in Morocco is being certified as not only green, but in the wider environmental, social, and government sense, because we believe in peace, prosperity, and sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll get straight into our panel discussion. I think we've had a lot of delays today. As mentioned, my name is Linda Mabena-Olagunju, and I am the founder and CEO of DLO, which I'm proud to say is a 100% black female-owned independent power producer operating in South Africa, and we own one of the largest wind farms in that country. Starting with you, Makta, I want to get a sense from you. I mean, we've seen a number of renewable energy programs being rolled out on the African continent, but even at that, we haven't seen the uptake that we would like to see. Even in my home country, renewables currently account for less than 10% of the supply on our national grid. How do you see the private sector playing a more active role in terms of investment, and what do you see as some of the challenges that have prevented a bigger uptake in renewable energy investments on the continent?
No, thank you very much, and I would like to thank all the head of states and for their presence and leadership on this issue. If you allow me, I will step out of renewable energy and talk about electricity in general, because renewable energy is part of the story, but part of the story is not linked to renewable energy. I think that we are currently working towards accelerating. I think that we are in a historical moment, and I think that this meeting will be certainly having a declaration will be as important as the Yamoussoukro declarations that you have in air transport, or the Bamako declaration that was held by the head of state on the health sector. We are looking at the three components of electricity production in Africa. We have generation, you have transmission, and you have distribution. And I think that if we want to reach our targets, we need to work on these three segments. On generation, I think that we have turned the corner, and I think that countries like Nigeria and other countries have shown that generation is now mainly done by the private sector. So if we are old enough to remember that there were a time where people were saying generation should be done only by the public sector, is a strategic sector. It's a country that has the lowest kilometer of transmission, but the private sector is not yet involved as it should be and it could be in financing this very expensive asset, which is transmission. So I think the number one question for me, and the number one challenge that we need to address if we want to reach this target, is to bring the private sector in financing transmission. It means that in a lot of countries, we need to unbundle the system so that we can bring the local savings, the pension funds, the private investors locally, internationally, to finance this important, critical, essential asset, which is transmission. The second one is distribution. A lot of the distribution companies are undercapitalized, are not in a good financial situation, and are therefore not able to invest in operation and maintenance, which is so important. That's why actually a lot of the power outage you have in Africa are not linked often to production. They often linked to distribution. The network is not robust enough to be able to distribute it. So what can we do to improve the quality of the distribution companies? I would like to say that we have a time where we can change the paradigm. We need to have more investment equity. I will suggest that we open the capital of the distribution companies and we make it public. In effect, we need to think about a way to take the distribution company and take them to stock exchange. For me, that will be having many effects. First, it will allow the domestic saving not to fly out of the country, but to be invested in productive assets. Secondly, it will allow the pension fund and institutional investors to invest in it. And the government can decide, depending on the decision of the head of state and the country, to keep the majority or not to keep the majority. But what is important is that we need to inject more capital in these distribution companies so that they can do what is needed. So these are the three elements, and I think that we are seeing some movement in South Africa. They're currently discussing now the regulatory framework on how to bring transport, private sector investment in transport. Nigeria has been working also on this question, but a lot of other African countries. So I think that if we can take some of the discussion and try to see practically what we can do to be able to bring more private capital in transmission and more private capital in distribution, I think that we will be able to build on what has been done on generation and accelerating. On generation, you have two components. The second component is to continue helping the country to clean their matrix. For that, for the most polluting part of the matrix, they can use transition resources like gas to power to substitute for coal, to substitute for heavy fuel, and all these very polluting sources of electricity, while accelerating the production of renewable. And I think that we have a very good example, and I'm leaving to some of our colleagues and clients we are working with here, who have been investing heavily in renewable, are showing opportunities which are before us, and we are ready. Lastly, I would like to say an announcement, Zafiri, which is a new fund that we put in place to finance the decentralized renewable energy. And I would like to thank Raj Shah and President Adesina, because we are working together, and it's a very new approach. All these companies that we met need equity. They don't have enough equity to invest in that sector. So we are putting together a fund of $1 billion to be able to finance this equity, where we will be taking a big part of the risk on the balance sheet of DFIs by taking the junior tranche, and we are receiving grant money from the foundation like Rockefeller or the foundation, the money from IDA and AFDB, and that we allow to get capital from those who are. And I would like to say, and President Tinubu, I would like to announce that yesterday you signed the first project in using this facility for Nigeria, where yesterday we signed for 70 million of mandate to support this decentralized renewable energy. So this is the journey for us, which goes beyond renewable, but includes largely renewable. And I will let some of my colleagues here to talk about it, because they are the ones who have been making this huge investment in this sector. Thank you.
No, thank you for that. And that dovetails, that's an excellent announcement, because one of the big things we struggle with as entrepreneurs in the space, whether you're dealing with transmission, distribution, or generation, is the issue of equity. And if we look at what was said by the World Bank earlier on, we're going to have to create jobs in the African economy. And in order to do that, you are going to have to create local developers and local players. And the missing piece is usually the equity check, especially for early stage development, for developers that are African, that retain the capital on this continent and that employ the Africans on this continent. But dovetailing to what you've already done as the IFC, I'd like to come to you, Aminu. I mean, if you could tell us a bit about the 500 million investment and partnership with the IFC on the distribution side. Could you tell us a bit more about that transaction and what it means?
Thank you very much. I'll just take a step back to perhaps offer a perspective, and then I can deep dive into that. I think following on from President Tinubu's energy transition agenda, at the start of 2024, the NSIA and our coordinating Minister of the Economy actually conceptualized, developed, and operationalized a renewable energy platform called Ripple. And what that platform does is essentially address the value dislocations in the energy access sector. And it does so by essentially being a developer, an investor, and an operator of a plethora of different kinds of projects, particularly around PV manufacturing, around franchising, which is essentially being a disco within a disco, and of course diesel displacements. In the last 12 months, we have actually closed on 2 transactions, the first being a co-located solar PV farm alongside one of our hydro plants, as well as a PV manufacturing outfit in Lagos. As Mr. Diop mentioned, I think equity is the key in this regard, and I think this is what we offer through Ripple. But I think importantly, it's also important to put the focus on local currency capital mobilization. And the NSIA has done that through a facility called InfraCredit. And essentially what this facility does is to mobilize local currency capital to domestic infrastructure with a particular focus on distributed renewable energy. I'm proud to say that working with the World Bank and our coordinating Minister of the Economy, we're also essentially establishing a financial guarantor not only for DRE projects, but for large-scale infrastructure projects, particularly on-grid projects, transmission projects, and so on and so forth. And I think finally, alongside Africa 50, as well as SE for All, around a DRE-specific platform. And the organizing principles around this platform are the following. The first is that it's important to have a local manager tied in with a continental manager, NSI being the local manager and Africa 50 being the continental manager, to ensure that whatever key learnings are undertaken, whatever key learnings that we essentially undertake in the course of implementing this DRE platform in Nigeria, we're able to have the benefits of that as we proliferate across the continent. I think the second is around the capitalization structure. Equity is key, and I think that's where NSIA and Africa 50 are going to come in on the hard currency equity side. But also it's important to attract equity on the local currency side, particularly for pension funds. And we've been having discussions with the IFC around how to provide the requisite guarantees to actually mobilize local currency on the equity side for that platform. And then, of course, at the project level, you would have local currency debt. So I think that capitalization structure is also extremely key. And then the third and final component of that platform is to make sure we take a whole of ecosystem approach. This platform in and of itself, investing directly, will not move the needle. But if we collaborate with financial sponsors like Chapel Hill Denham, like InfraCredit, who have a first loss capital in place, who have a deep pipeline of DRE projects in place, who are able to mobilize pension funds, but they lack the equity. This platform is able to finance that equity. Similarly, for financial partners, for operating partners who have bankable projects, who are able to access the debt but lack the equity, this platform would also execute upon that. So I think a combination of these 3 organizing principles makes ourselves, Africa 50 and SE for All, with support from the IFC, excited that we can make a difference to this space. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to dig deeper, though. Let's unpack that a bit. At what stage is your equity coming in? Is it coming in when the projects are at 80% of development? Is it coming in at an early stage development? Because once you reach 80%, you've already de-risked your project, and you can easily raise a check. And what Africa is lacking right now is people who are ready to come in before we've actually achieved the early stage permitting. If you're going to unlock the potential of the projects that exist on this continent, we almost need an answer to the risk capital question mark at that early stage.
Very good question. And I think, of course, there is a place for project preparatory facilities, and I think it is those facilities that actually address that. But equity fundamentally is in place to take exactly that risk. And so I think the focus of our platform would be not only brownfield, cash-producing propositions, but also the very, very early stage, at-risk development propositions. I think it's only if we engage within that portion of the value chain that we will begin to make a difference.
Agreed. Patrick, you have had great success on the continent as Total Energies in terms of the renewable energy projects, as well as other types of technologies, gas to power, etc. In South Africa, I think you've got a pipeline of 700 megawatts. So someone like you who has led this organization that has perceived success, what are some of the challenges you have faced developing projects on this continent?
Thank you. First, it's an honor to be invited today. I'm happy to be with all of you at the Head of State Summit for Energy for Africa. For us, obviously, for Total, which became Total Energies, it's, I would say, our homeland, Africa. You know, for oil and gas, we should not forget that oil and gas is today bread and butter for many of these countries, but also for renewables. We embark in a strategy where we want to do both, and the renewable projects in Africa, I will be honest with you, yes, we have today 1.4 gigawatt already operated or being built, but it's not an easy journey. And I think there are two, I would say, main challenges. Already said that. The first one was mentioned by my friend of IFC, it's the transmission system. You know, when you want to build a renewable farm, you need to connect it to the grid. And it's a challenge in many countries, but especially in Africa. And then you need to transport this electricity. It's obvious that today, when you have a distribution company which is managing both transmission and distribution, it's difficult in terms of huge capital to attract. I was discussing the issue yesterday with one president of Mozambique, where we have a large hydro project. And I told him we cannot start a hydro because we don't see the transmission line behind it. And frankly, we can attract, you can attract financial, international investors, private investors on production like us on hydro, but you could also attract international and private investors on infrastructure. A transmission line is an infrastructure, but it has to be managed, as you said, by attracting more capital. Otherwise, I'm afraid this bottleneck will remain. The second one, which is, I would tell you, even more important, is to be able to have a bankable PPA. Mm. What does that mean? But even my friend of IFC, you know, they like to make profits like us. If you want to establish, when you are a renewable developer, you want to go to financing, to banks, commercial banks, which all have a lot of commitments to develop renewables, green energy, plenty of hundreds of millions of dollars. What they want to be sure is that you need to secure the revenues of the project. It seems obvious, but you know, we know that in this continent, they might have some difficulties of payments, you know, local payments. So we are asking for some form of guarantees. Guarantees, in fact, when you look to the project, there are not a lot of defaults. It's just that the financial institution, they want some guarantees. Of course, we turn to the states, but the states, quite often, the IMF tell them, don't give guarantees, you know. The IMF is a brother of some cousin from IFC. And I think so if it's not the state which can give this guarantee, we need to have, and I think the World Bank CEO was there, but his representative IFC is there, we absolutely need to have in place an instrument of guarantee for being able to develop all these PPA. And the international financial institutions are discussing it for years. Each time I'm participating in a conference, it's now time to action. And I hope that this M300 that you launched today will be the opportunity to really have instruments. The World Bank, the MEGA, etc., but we need to have it. Because otherwise, honestly, I'm afraid we cannot put it at scale. And the potential in the continent, not only on solar, but also on hydro, is huge. So this question of guarantee and financial institution, or whoever it is, we should not be afraid. We don't face many defaults. It's just a question of comfort. On Total Energies, we have done in some countries, in Iraq, but also in Libya, in Angola, try to make some links between I would say, oil business and this renewable business by using, I would say, the proceeds which got from oil as guarantee to renewable. So it's a solution which can work for us because we produce oil and gas, but it's not only, it could not work for everybody. So they could have some initiatives, and this is really a major point if we want to accelerate. I would say as well that, of course, and I would Jacques, in Africa is very important, and in 2024 we took 2 initiatives. The first one is about clean cooking, and I praise President Samia of Tanzania. I think it's very important. But you know, when you speak about clean cooking, fundamentally the easiest way to deploy clean cooking is LPGs. And it's back to gas. I know that there are some new methodology of cooking, of cook stove, but LPG is available in Africa. We committed the company to invest $400 million to reach 85 million Africans with LPGs. If you combine these LPGs which are available, for example, in our projects in Uganda, we'll have a huge source of LPG, and we can use the LPG to deploy bottles, LPG bottles, into Uganda, into all the neighboring Tanzania and other countries. This is a very pragmatic way to bring this reliable energy and clean energy, because it's much better than charcoal or wood. For women in Africa, it's a huge progress. We are combining it, by the way, because one of the main topics is to make it affordable with some pay-as-you-use tools, with digital tools, in order for a customer not to be obliged to pay upfront the full bottle of LPG, but to pay when he's using the LPG bottle, which is one of the challenges as well. So this is the first initiative we took, $400 million, to deploy these LPGs, clean cooking, invest into standard storages and distribution of LPGs in the continent. The second initiative we took is that we observe with other large corporations like mine, my European colleagues of BP, Equinor and Shell, that we speak about a lot in Africa about microgrids, home solar, you know. It's quite difficult. There is plenty of SMEs we try to deploy, and we honestly feel that we are not really progressing well. So we decided to put all our efforts together in a new fund, which will be dotted by $500 million, which will be managed by a private equity fund, in order to invest here and to really have a sort of capacity to really bring more to these developments of home solar system, microgrids, etc. It's not easy, but we think that all what we can do to develop access to energy to African population is important. Last part, again, is gas. I know you've asked me a question about renewable, but if you want and you need in Africa electricity, but you want a 24/7 reliable electricity, when you have intermittent sources like solar and wind, of course you have some hydro. You need to combine it with gas-fired power plant. And so I know there is a debate, but I'm fully supportive of all of you here. And you need to speak up in all the international arena, including with my European friends, that yes, it's true that climate change is fundamental. But gas will allow you to make some progress. It will allow you to develop Africa. It will allow you, in fact, to give economic development, social development. It's the best way. So gas to power has to be developed in the country. Again, I was in Mozambique. We have a huge LNG project to develop in Mozambique, but somewhere, of course, very legitimately, the authorities of Mozambique are asking us, what can you do for domestic gas? Domestic gas means, in fact, power. And so gas to power, and I think it's a good argument. I think with the other countries, in European countries, tell them, look, you want us to export our LNG to Europe because you don't have Russian gas anymore. We should be allowed to develop our gas also for our own economy. So I'm a big advocate, and I think we are aligned with IFC, gas to power, transmission, and again, finding a way to guarantee renewable PPAs are the three, I would say, topics on which I think if we want to make this Mission 300 really a reality, we need to work together.
No, thank you, Patrick. I think you really touched on key issues, especially around the turnaround time for whenever there's a lack of a government-backed program, so for example, where there isn't a government-backed or government-guaranteed program like we had in South Africa, when you are pursuing PPAs, it is a very long and arduous road, and that doesn't build a market. I remember when Hussein, your company, started its track in South Africa, your business development lady, Babo, used to come and knock on doors and say, I'm from this company, Amir Power, and I was really happy to see finally you guys won a project. And no one talks about how long it takes to actually get to the point of being a successful bidder in these programs, but also the fact that we need to de-risk these projects significantly, whether you're doing power, whether you're looking at the, the infrastructure side, which is your transmission. Could you tell me a bit about your journey as well in terms of what you see as a challenge as an investor in Africa in the power sector, and in particular the role you feel guarantees play in de-risking these projects for you as an investor?
Thanks, Linda. I think my three friends on this panel have covered a lot of the points related to this, but let me share my personal experience. My company, Amir Power, has been around for 8 years. We are today present in 20 different countries in Africa. We believe in Africa. We were an early believer in Africa. We believe in this great continent. We believe in the people of Africa. And therefore, we have committed fully to this continent. We are in about 6,000 megawatt today in these 20 countries. The challenges we saw are the same challenges raised. The first big challenge is the grid. My brother Mukhtar highlighted that. I think it's about time for the IPP developer to start investing in the grid. My company, Amir Power, have decided to pursue this route. And we want to discuss it with potential clients in Africa because they are unable to do the grid. We see generation is easy, but you need to evacuate that generation. How can you evacuate it if there is no grid or there is poor grid? Some countries like Morocco have done a great job by investing in the grid. Egypt have done a great job in investing in the grid. And that have eased developer to start building generation. Friends in different countries, I see many great presidents of Africa here. One need to start opening that grid for the private sector. It will help them. It will create another avenue for generation. The second challenge we see in some countries is the convertibility of the currencies. In our principle, we always need to be paid in a currency of convertibility, dollar or euro. Some countries, like South Africa, because you are able to borrow in rand, you hedge your risk on the currency. Morocco, you borrow in dirham because you hedge yourself in currency. Other countries, we cannot accept it. It has to be convertible currency. And it has to come with a bankable documentation for the project, like was raised by our friend. The bankability of these documents are important because we all go to the lenders, and the lenders want to take minimum risk and pass the risk on you as a developer. From our experience, we believe the challenge as well is the permitting and dealing with the different local organizations. Therefore, one of the suggestions I've made to some of the friends in the government in African countries is to have a one-stop shop where we as a developer deal with all the required permits, be it land, be it taxes, be it whatever permits or dealing you need to have with government agencies, a one-stop shop. So the investor doesn't waste time running around. It's there. You go and deal with all these issues. We've seen this, for example, in Togo, a small country where they have done it remarkably very well. You go to one-stop shop, all the issues are solved, and you move on. And we delivered in Togo, for example, in 14 months from A to Z. In a challenging time. Why? Because we committed, and B, because the system allowed us to do so. We also believe, which makes life easy for us in the community we work on. We work on communities which are normally remote, is to partner with that community. By that I mean we invest in their needs. We build clinics, we build school, we hire their young men and women, we train them, we developed to become part of the team who operates this plant. And that community partnership have eased life for us. Some of these countries, the rural area, have challenge of security, have challenge of all kinds of challenges. And what we did in a particular country, I don't need to mention, we had challenges there. So what we did, we went to the community and offered them all the services they need to make their life better in their community. It's part of the cost we took on our shoulder, but it made life so easy and so successful, we were able to finish on time, in some cases ahead of schedule. So these are lessons we learned in this journey of developing power in Africa. Obviously, some countries more advanced than others. Some countries have more capacity than others. And by the way, speaking of capacity, that's another important thing. Sometimes you sit across the table from a client. That client is not familiar with the rules and the regulation which are needed for investments. We as an investor, we need to have bankable documents, we need to have currency protection, we need to have sovereign guarantee, because I need to go to my friend in IFC and say, can you lend me money, or my friend in AFDB, can you lend money on this project? They will say, okay, what are the guarantees you have? These are very, very important. Otherwise, you don't have a bankable project. Otherwise, there is no project. Now, my friend in Total is lucky if there is oil, he has the security of that oil and can do it. But others, we don't have that privilege. So I'm a strong believer in the potential of this continent. I'm a great believer in the people of this continent. But we all need to work to provide coaching, for capacity building, for the resources on the other side of the table.
No, thank you. That's very, very well said. I think just to wrap up from the deliberations from this past 2 days, as the private sector, we're being called upon to invest. And I think it's also very important because this is one of the first conferences I've attended where you actually have the presidents and the decision makers sitting and listening to private sector. And I think this provides a unique opportunity for us as private sector to say what needs to be done, which you've touched on about accelerating the rate at which permits are being given out in order for us to be able to develop these projects faster. Patrick, you've also touched on issues around financial guarantees that need to be in place in order for us to be able to lend the money in order to get these projects off the ground. The one thing I think that was not really touched on throughout the 2 days of the summit is there was a lot of mention on jobs and that we're going to create these jobs. To create jobs, you need to have scale. To create scale, you need to have volumes of orders, as we know. Like, if we're only rolling out a megawatt here, that's not enough to sustain manufacturing on a sustainable level. So if we are really going to be serious about this target of 300 million in the next 5 years, what are we thinking around building the local manufacturing or assembly capacity on this continent to create those jobs? Because those jobs don't come from generation alone. I remember Total had an assembly plant in South Africa, which unfortunately didn't have enough volumes due to our stop and start approach at the time. So I think it's important to be clear to the leaders in this room today that the jobs will not come from generation alone, and we need volumes in order for us to be able to produce the scale that can sustain a manufacturing base. I don't know if you have any other comments around that as we wrap up on your observations over the last 2 days.
I mean, if I can just say one thing on the scale. I totally agree with you, by the way, on the scale. I was having a discussion with one of our friends today from the government of in North Africa on the tariff. Now, I cannot provide a low tariff on a 30 megawatt project. You cannot compare a tariff I made for a project of 1,000 megawatt with that of 30 megawatt. Economy of scale and procurement and construction makes all the difference. Now, the challenge some countries have on allowing an investor like us to build. We'd like to build big projects. I built today in Egypt, I'm building the largest single power project in African continents, 1,000 megawatt in one site. In one site. So the challenge is that the grid, because these are remote areas, they need to build in that village and this village and that area, near this mine, near that industrial zone, but there is no grid, and therefore you only have 30 or 40 or 50 megawatt, and you connect accordingly.
You know, at the end, we face a situation, it's an industry which is dominated largely by one or two countries, you know. And all of you, at the end, the objective for head of states, Europe, Africa, is the cost of electricity for the customer. And so you have to be efficient. So I think in the solar industry today, almost 90% is produced in China. The question we have is, can we convince the Chinese company to come and to manufacture? For that, we need to have enough. The size is fundamental, you know. We are managing today to develop an alternative to China in India, but we have engaged there, Total Energies, in a 30 gigawatt project of solar and wind, 500 square kilometers. It's huge, but it gives, of course, this manufacturing industry a way to take off. So the question, as you said, is, do we have enough scale? And honestly, I perfectly understand the very legitimate request, but then at the end it's the arbitration between a local manufacturing, which might be more expensive, and the cost of electricity for customers. And we are not yet there, I think. There is one country where we think we could have a scale. It's your country, South Africa. The other one is Egypt, because these are the two countries, and Morocco, the three countries, I would say, where we've seen, and you know, recently we signed a MOU to develop a very large farm in Morocco to produce hydrogen or electricity. We'll see what it is. But it is, the scale is fundamental if we want to reach your objective. And that's, to be honest, even Europeans do not manage to make manufacturing. I don't encourage you to make tariff to get local jobs, you know. Be careful. It's not a solution to the planet and to develop more electricity, in particular in this continent. By the way, I just touched upon one point. I think there is a way for all the countries in North Africa, Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, Libya, and Egypt, to look to Europe, which has a Green Deal, has a huge market for electricity. We will never manage, I can tell you, because of lack of space in Europe. We have a problem of access to land. We will never manage because, and the weather, by the way, it's more sun in Africa than there. We will never manage to reach the objectives of the Green Deal without finding a way to develop large and efficient renewable farms in these countries and to link them by subsea cables to Italy, to Spain, to France. And it could be a source of revenues for Africa. So if really we are serious there, this is something on which we are working today with different countries. We have engaged a company in something which is a little landing on the moon project, which is called X-Links, but this is the idea. We need to develop that, and this could be a resource. The other comment I would say, don't forget hydro in Africa. Hydro is not intermittent. You have still a potential. We acquired this last year in 24. We are just closing it. All the developers of hydro projects of Scatec, a Norwegian company, in Uganda, Rwanda, Malawi. There is Gabon, I could say, there is a good potential, which is maybe easier to access because less intermittent, so giving you more pragmatic solution, but you have a big potential in hydro in the continent.
Well, thank you very much. I've been told and threatened that our time is up. So go ahead.
Just I want to come back to what we started with, because I think we have the head of states who are here and who are expecting us to give us some ideas of what they can work on and bring their government to work around. I think that things are happening. For instance, in Mauritania, on the mining side, there are huge investment needed in electricity. We are working with the Mauritanian authorities. I want to come back to say that for me, the main bottleneck right now will be transmission and distribution. What Patrick just have said about connecting submarine cable to Europe is transport and transmission. But you can go further, because Morocco and North Africa will be connected to Mauritania, will be connected to the Sahel, and also can export the huge capacity of production that existed in renewable. So if we don't address this bottleneck of transport, I think we are missing a big opportunity of growth, a big opportunity to increase access. So I think that one of the takeaways here will be, can we have an agreement, a commitment that we will be unbundling transmission and accept to have investment from the private sector on transmission. This is a political decision that needs to be. Secondly, we cannot do M300 if the utilities are in the current financial situation that we have in a lot of African countries. I spent personally a lot of time in my career working on this. And I think that if we don't address the financial sustainability of distribution companies, will be and their governance. The financial situation is often linked to the governance. So to address issue of governance, we need to make the capital open to the public. We are talking about capital flight in Africa. I don't believe that African people want to put their money abroad for the sake of doing it. If they had opportunity to invest in assets which are tangible, interesting assets where they can make money, the middle class in Africa will invest in shares in the utility, if the utility functions well. And there we'll be able to take the saving of African people and transfer it in productive sectors. So I think there is an agenda, short-term, that we can work on, address, to be able to accelerate what we are doing right now, and on the DRE, to be able, on renewable, to do. Lastly, guarantee is well heard. We are tripling, quadrupling the guarantee of the World Bank Group. That's part of the big reform of the World Bank Group. And we are doing 30% of our lending in local currency right now at IFC, and we are aiming at doing much more in the future. I know that the time of the head of state is very precious, and I will stop here. But thank you very much for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much to the panel and the moderators. If I may invite you for a photo opportunity in the middle of the stage. Please, ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for an important conversation as they take their photo opportunity. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, while that photo opportunity is taking place, we have arrived at an important point in our program. This moment, ladies and gentlemen, signals the presidential endorsement of the Dar es Salaam Energy Declaration. And so, ladies and gentlemen, once again, it's my pleasure to welcome the Secretary General of the African Development Bank Group to kindly please come and facilitate the presidential endorsement of the Dar es Salaam Energy Declaration. Let's put our hands together for Professor Vincent Mihele once again. Thank you very much to the professor. Let's give him a round of applause.
Your Excellency, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Your Majesty, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, present and represented, on behalf of the co-organizers and partners, it is my privilege to present to you the Dar es Salaam Declaration by the Africa Heads of State Energy Summit on providing access to electricity for 30 million people in Africa by 2030. Upon the reading of the declaration, the Excellencies will be invited to sign the declaration that you would have adopted. And of course, following the signature, the other components of the commitment will happen. So I read, we, the heads of state and government of the underlisted African countries, meeting in Dar es Salaam for the Africa Heads of State Energy Summit under the theme, Powering Africa for Reliable, Affordable, Inclusive, Sustainable, and Clean Energy for All, to discuss and agree on the overall objectives and targets, policy, priorities, challenges, and commitments to invest in our energy sector. And we, 1, commend Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, for hosting this important summit and for her leadership in championing clean cooking in Africa. 2, recognize the leadership and commitment of President Akinwumi Adesina of the African Development Bank Group and President Ajay Banga of the World Bank Group for their historic and transformative initiative. 3, acknowledge the leadership and support of the chairperson of the African Union, His Excellency President Mohamed Ould Ghazouani of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, as well as the chairperson of the African Union Commission, His Excellency Mr. Musa Faki Mahamat. 4, acknowledge the urgent need to address the stark reality that nearly 600 million Africans lack access to electricity, and almost 1 billion lack access to clean cooking solutions, despite significant progress. 5, recognize that achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 7 for affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all by 2030 requires concerted efforts and unprecedented investment across the energy value chain. Country platforms such as the National Energy Compacts provide the framework for coordinated actions and shall be in place by the end of 2025. 6, appreciate the critical role of partnerships in mobilizing resources for energy access initiatives such as Mission 300, with the World Bank Group and the African Development Bank Group targeting electrification for 250 million and 50 million people, respectively. 7, commend the African Development Bank Group and the World Bank Group for the planned allocation of $48 billion in financing through 2030, and complementing this with increasing private sector financing, as well as technical assistance for advancing energy sector reform and access across Africa. We understand that this allocation will evolve to fit implementation needs. 8, commend the co-financing commitments announced by Agence Française de Développement of $1 billion, the Islamic Development Bank of $2.65 billion, Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank of between $1 billion to $1.5 billion, and the OPEC Fund for International Development, $1 billion in support of energy access activities on the continent. 9, acknowledge the contributions of our partners towards the recent generous replenishment of IDA 21 and call for a similarly generous replenishment of the ADF, Africa Development Fund 17, to increase concessional resources at long-term maturity available for our countries to accelerate access to electricity and clean cooking. 10, acknowledge the efforts of the African Union under the AU Agenda 2063 towards energy access, energy security, and regional integration, and the strategic roles of the AU flagship energy initiatives, including the African Single Electricity Market, the Continental Power System Master Plan, and the Program of Infrastructure Development in Africa toward achieving the goals of Mission 300. 11, recognize that the private sector needs to play a central and determinant role in the entire energy value chain towards meeting the continent's energy access goals, including both on-grid as well as in distributed renewable energy and clean cooking solutions, and therefore, creating an enabling environment for private sector investment is critical. 12, agree to a united vision of delivering energy to Africans, recognizing its transformative role in ending poverty, improving health, and driving industrialization to foster economic development across sectors. 13, and here is the commitment. Hereby resolved to undertake the following. 1, pursue ambitious yet achievable goals for access to electricity and clean cooking solutions. Increase the shares of renewable energy in the energy mix, and increase private capital mobilization, and take control and time-bound actions to A, efficiently rehabilitate and expand power generation, transmission and distribution network infrastructure at competitive costs based on least cost power systems planning principles that consider not only national resources, but also tap into cost-effective generation options regionally, and through competitive and transparent procurement processes that attract qualified bidders and secure best prices. B, leverage the benefits of increased regional integration by investing in interconnections, harmonizing transmission planning, pricing, standards, and grid codes with the power pools, and fostering cooperation among countries to unlock Africa's full energy potential, including gas, as well as hydropower, solar, wind, geothermal, and other clean energy sources. C, embrace distributed renewable energy and clean cooking solutions as critical elements of the energy access agenda by adopting the multi-tier framework for energy access definition, least cost electrification strategies and plans with an emphasis on energy efficiency, as well as national clean cooking strategies with realistic targets. D, incentivize private sector participation to unlock resources by creating an enabling environment through supportive regulations, effective fiscal policies with appropriate incentives and innovative financing mechanisms grounded in cost-benefit analysis. Further, incentivize African investors and support the development of an African electricity industry. E, ensure financially viable utilities that prioritize energy security and provision of reliable, affordable, and sustainable electricity services through appropriate reforms and actions, including tariff adjustments and efficiency improvement measures to ensure utilities achieve at least 100% operational cost recovery at the earliest possible time, and timely publication of audited financial statements. 2, take adequate measures for institutional strengthening and capacity building with an emphasis on timely and successful implementation and greater synergies with existing partnerships. 3, commit to prioritize gender equality by accelerating access to energy for women and implementing actions that catalyze access to opportunities in employment and entrepreneurship in the energy sector. 4, prioritize our national budgetary resources to complement resources from development partners, philanthropies, and the private sector for the implementation of Mission 300 objectives. Number 14, with the aim of providing access for modern energy for 300 million people in Africa, we commit to bold action and political support by adopting this declaration. And finally, 15, request the African Union Commission to facilitate the submission of this Dar es Salaam Declaration by the Africa Heads of State Energy Summit on providing access to electricity for 300 million Africans to the African Union Assembly for its consideration and adoption. Adopted by the Heads of State and Government at the Africa Heads of State Energy Summit in Dar es Salaam, United Republic of Tanzania, this 28th day of January 2025. May I call on protocol officers to please provide the folders for the heads of state to sign against the names of their countries. Excellencies, haven't signed, may I please invite you? Please make sure that excellencies have their folders. We seek your indulgence just to wait for the ceremonial of the declaration, which will happen in a few seconds as excellencies finish the signature. please make way for the brass band?
Yes, that's right. Sorry. It's okay.
Thank you very much, brass band. Thank you very much. Can someone please provide the folder for South Africa to sign?
Next to them.
Please put your hand one more time for the brass band. Excellencies, haven't signed the declaration, just one more request. Just one more request. If you could please come closer to the podium and hold your declaration for a photo opportunity so that we can mark this historic day in Dar es Salaam. Excellencies, please come with your declaration. With your declaration to be able to show. show Africa the commitment and the bold statement that you've made. Can you please clap for the Excellencies? Thank you. Thank you, Excellencies. Thank you for this bold commitment. Thank you for this bold statement towards Mission 300. M3 300. M300. Thank you very much. Thank you. We'll move to the next session, which will be handled by the Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Yeah. To all my colleagues from the media and the press, may we please allow our heads of state the opportunity to kindly please take their seats. Thank you very much to my colleagues from the media and the press. May we please give our heads of state an opportunity to kindly please take their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, can I also ask all of us to kindly please take our seats? We are transitioning into a very, very important final part of our program. If you are still upstanding, ladies and gentlemen, kindly please take our seats. And to the media, may we please allow our excellencies to kindly please take their seats. To my left-hand side, this part of the room, might I kindly all ask you to take your seats? To my media colleagues in this corner, may I kindly ask you to take your seats? Ladies and gentlemen, once again, might I ask us to allow our excellencies to please take their seats? And can I please ask our security colleagues to please assist in getting everyone to kindly please take their seats? All right, fantastic. We are ready to proceed in the next minute or so, as soon as everybody has taken their seats. Join you. Yeah. To my media colleagues in the middle of the room, please, might I ask you to please allow our heads of state to please take their seats and allow us to all get settled again. Thank you.
Excuse me, media, can you please?
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We are moving ahead with our program, and I am going to be handing you over at this moment into the capable hands of my sister Marie-Angèle Touré and Dr. Victor Oledukun, who is a senior advisor to the President for Communications and Stakeholder Engagement at the African Development Bank. Their job this afternoon is to facilitate for us the commitments from our various heads of state. I'd like to give them a floor that is settled and has a respectable tone in the room, and so kindly requesting for all of us to take our seats. Can I ask you to give them a big round of applause as they make their way to the podium? Thank you so much.
Yes.
So she's speaking in French. She wants to tell people to wear their earphones.
Yeah. I don't know.
Okay. It's okay. It's okay.
I've got a picture.
I have a picture.
and gentlemen, as we get started, might I invite us to please locate our headsets. We are going to be listening in a variety of languages. And so allow me to please remind ourselves that the various channels are as follows. If you'd like to follow in English, it is channel 1. French is channel 2. Arabic is channel 3. Portuguese is channel 4. And Kiswahili is channel 5. Let me repeat that one more time. Channel 1 is English. Channel 2 is French. Channel 3 is Arabic. Channel 4 is Portuguese. And channel 5 is Kiswahili. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Jambo, I don't know for you, but these are words that make me smile, and there is a reason to have a smile today here in Dar es Salaam, given the robust commitments that we have been made, given the number of heads of states and governments that have come to Tanzania, given the quality of the panelists that we have had here yesterday and today on the podium. When you're talking about summits, oftentimes we meet people who tell us that summits come and go and nothing much comes out of them. But I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that that is not the case today. The Mission 300 is far from being a chimera. It is the mission of possibilities, and that's what we're going to be talking about with our speakers. We're going to be joining us on stage, the heads of states and governments that have come here. They will be coming forward, and the representatives. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to welcome Dr. Victor Oladikum, the co-presenter, who is going to make some statements.
Thank you very much.
I assume that all of you understood French.
All right. Sorry, just a little bit of housekeeping here before we begin. We just want to make sure that everybody's seated as we await the arrival of the remaining excellencies in the room. What an astounding 2 days it has been for us here. We are going to continue the program right now in a little bit more detail. Kindly bear with me. We had a few technical hitches in the back, so we will be commencing shortly. Thank you very much. Maria-Angèle, over to you. Again, Your Excellencies, kind apologies here. We just had a few technical issues. But Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it really has been an amazing 2 days here at this historic Africa Energy Summit, sub-themed Mission 300, right here in the beautiful city of Dar es Salaam, the House of Peace. We're truly honored to be hosted by our gracious host, President Samia Suluhu Hassan, a truly visionary African leader who in a very short span of time has accelerated economic growth and created a vision for a new and transformed Tanzania. We're also honored greatly by the presence of Your Excellencies here today. Your presence says many things. It speaks to visionary leadership, political commitment, synergistic cooperation, as well as a vision for an alternative future for us in Africa. Yesterday we heard from Ajay Banga as he talked about electricity being a human right and one that confers dignity. And we also heard from Dr. Akinwumi Adesina as he talked about the need for not megawatts of talk, but megawatts of delivered action. We also heard again from Rajiv Shah, who said this summit will succeed for 3 reasons. 1, because it's Africa-led. 2, because of the significant presence of you, our excellencies. And number 3, because of the visionary commitments and compacts that you have put together. So once again, Your Excellencies, thank you for prioritizing this summit and for being here with us this week. Marie-Angèle, over to you for now.
Thank you very much, Victor. Nous allons...
So right now, we're going to call forward the personalities that are going to be joining us on stage.
So first of all, I would like to call on stage Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan from Tanzania. With your warm welcome, please, ladies and gentlemen.
So we will keep her for the end. So we'll be calling to stage the heads of states and governments who will be making their statements. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly welcome Mohamed Ould-Ghazine, the President of Mauritania, on stage. We're also going to be welcoming Her Majesty, King of Lesotho. We are going to be calling upon Denis Sassou Nguesso, the President of the Republic of Congo, to come to the stage. Your Excellencies, heads of states. I also call upon Ismail Omar Guelleh, the President of the Republic of Djibouti, to come forward. Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye, President of Burundi. With your warm applause, please, His Excellency Mr. Chakwera, the President of Malawi.
Well, we had previously planned to fire the first shot at Her Excellency Samia Suluhu, but since she will not be with us on the panel, I'll defer to you, Marie-Angèle, to go with our first question to our Excellencies.
So we will be starting with you, President Excellency Sassou Nguesso. You know that there's a regional dimension to this project, and you have a certain number of declarations, aspects to share with us, some words to share with the meeting after having been part of this Africa Energy Summit. Your Excellency, sir. Thank you very much. First and foremost, I would like to thank my sister, Her Excellency Madam Suluhu, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, for the invitation that was extended to me to be part of this august meeting. I would also like to thank her for the warm welcome that was afforded to my delegation and to myself, and for the successful organization of this historic meeting. I congratulate and thank my brother, Mr. Adeshina. He knows the discussions that we had together on this subject matter in my village and elsewhere. And of course, naturally, I would like to thank the President of the African Development Bank and our friend from the Rockefeller. We are indeed at a historic moment, and I would like to say some words in my capacity as the President of the climate entity of the Congo Basin River, and to say that the Congo Basin is awash with a potential of 200,000, I say 200,000 megawatts of solar power energy between 5 and 7.5 kilowatt hour per meter square per day. And the Congo Basin countries have already identified a raft of projects, hydropower projects, 200,000 megawatts of power. And when I say that, I'm thinking about Hinga and many others. So in the Congo Basin, we are able, by dint of this project that we are launching today, we are able to provide electricity to Africa. And with a distribution and connection program, we, the Congo Basin, we are able to provide electricity to Africa. I would also like to say that within the framework of the Congo Basin, we already have an energy pool. All the countries have already organized themselves in an energy pool with the possibility of doing not only production but also distribution and interconnectivity of the whole region. So what we have been waiting for is here today. It is about implementing such a potential. So I'd like to say that the Congo Basin countries are ready, and they will be working with the FDB, the World Bank Group, and other partners, all the contacts necessary for this enormous project of the Congo Basin to see the light of day, which also goes beyond hydro power, but also solar power. I'm talking about more than 200,000 megawatts of power that will be given to Africa. So I welcome this day for Africa, which is a historic day. And if in 5 years we manage to bring power to 300 million Africans, I'm looking at my brother, President Adesina. This is also a commitment that he's solemnly making before Africa. There's also the World Bank. 5 years is not a long time. It could even be a very short period of time. And to me, this is a challenge that we commit ourselves to overcome. And Africa can actually count on the countries of the Congo Basin for us to achieve this feat. Thank you very much.
President Sassou Nguesso, again for reaffirming that universal access is possible within the span of 5 years. And again, we'll say we all agree with that. Our next commitment is going to come from His Majesty King Letsie III. Just like the Congo, your country has tremendous hydropower potential. What is it that you're committing to today as part of this vision to transform the lives of millions of Africans through further access to electricity? Your Majesty.
First of all, am I audible? May I have the opportunity also to convey my greetings and respects to Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Chairperson of the African Union, Your Excellency, the President of the World Bank, Your Excellency, the President of the African Development Bank, the leadership of the Rockefeller Foundation, and the leadership of other development partners here present, ladies and gentlemen. I would also like to thank the organizers of this event, the host government, the African Development Bank, the World Bank, for giving us an opportunity as a country to be here, listen, and share our experiences in this very important subject, on this very important and transformative issue. I believe that this gathering is a demonstration or a testament to the continent's collective determination to tackle one of the most pressing needs and priorities of our time, which is universal access to sustainable energy. Excellencies, today as we are gathered here to launch Mission 300, we renew our pledge to transform the lives of 300 million people in sub-Saharan Africa by 2030. This mission is not just another initiative, but a clarion call to illuminate the path to improved livelihoods, enhanced resilience, and sustainable development. By closing the energy access gap, Mission 300 will power homes, schools, businesses, and healthcare facilities, while enabling technological advancements, fostering innovation, and broad-based, inclusive, and sustainable growth across our nations. Africa, Lesotho, is endowed with abundant resources and immense potential. Yet, over 600 million Africans account for over 80% of the global energy deficit. This energy poverty stifles economic growth, limits educational opportunities, and hampers healthcare delivery. However, amidst these challenges lies a unique opportunity to redefine Africa's narrative, energy narrative, by embracing innovation, sustainability, equity, and resilience. Lesotho's efforts towards universal electrification are guided by innovation and inclusivity. We are leveraging our abundant renewable energy resources, including solar, wind, and water, to deploy innovative energy solutions. Your Excellencies, for us as Lesotho, to realize this transformative goals of Mission 300, we envision several critical pathways. One, scaling renewable energy. Through our Renewable Energy Lesotho initiative, we are fostering an environment conducive to investments in clean energy that meet domestic demand while positioning Lesotho as a net exporter of renewable energy. Two, strengthening regional integration. We are prioritizing the enhancement of interconnector and transmission networks to facilitate efficient cross-border energy trade within SADC and beyond. Three, accelerating last-mile electrification. By leveraging national resources and with the support from development partners and the private sector, we are deploying mini-grids and standalone solar systems to power underserved rural communities. Four, attracting private investment. Transparent, transformative, and catalytic legal and regulatory frameworks have been established to unlock the potential of private sector participation in the energy sector. And lastly, five, empowering local communities. Engaging communities and civil society organizations ensures ownership and sustainability of all our energy initiatives. Your Excellencies, I would like to conclude by extending my heartfelt gratitude to all stakeholders for their dedication to this noble cause. Together, let us light up Africa, one community at a time, and unlock the boundless potential of our great continent. Thank you.
Un grand merci.
A big thanks, His Majesty, for sharing those commitments that are very strong. Would like to turn to His Excellency Assoumani. We know that Comoros is facing challenges, more blackouts than we need. We have limited access to electricity. What strong commitments do you make today to try to improve the situation, to build partnerships, to draw in partners and investors that would enable you to come out of this darkness and get into more light? Thank you very much, dear moderator. To my dear sister, Dr. Suluhu, Excellency Mr. Ghazouani, President of Mauritania, His Highness Heads of States and Governments, dear participants, Assalamu alaikum. As usual, I would like to start my remarks by addressing my sincere thanks to Madam Dr. Samia Suluhu, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, her people, for the fraternal welcome and the generous hospitality that has always been accorded to us on Tanzanian soil in this beautiful city of Dar es Salaam, and for the measures taken to make our stay as fruitful, as comfortable as it is. I would like to laud the smooth organization of our summit, and this prefigures the pertinent conclusions and results that are equal to our expectations. My presence here today, indeed, during this African Union Summit and that of our partners, and also Tanzania, that is a sister country, a friendly country, a neighboring country with which we share a lot of heritage. So for me, it is the moment to consolidate this relationship. I'd also like to thank my friend, Mr. Ghazouani, President Adesina of African Development Bank, and also Ajay Banga, the President of the World Bank Group, who, in partnership with Tanzania, have organized this Heads of States and Governments Summit in Africa on this important issue of energy. Ladies and gentlemen, like it has been said, we are meeting here to see how to provide a solution to the 300 million people who are deprived of electricity by 2030, and to improve the lives of families, communities, and particularly African businesses by enabling them to access electricity that they need. Allow me to laud the presence during this summit of key partners, government actors, private enterprises, donors, communities that are contributing to the development of this energy sector on the African continent. This objective of providing electricity to 300 million people by 2030 is ambitious indeed, but it is attainable. It depends on our commitment and how we are going to be working hand in glove to get results and to create, innovate sustainable development in this sector. And to achieve this challenge, Africa is moving ahead with the Agenda 2030. Banks, governments, private enterprises are supposed to work together within a framework of partnership, positive partnerships, and an effective one at that. The Union of the Comoros, we have a vision in this area to fast-track the energy transition of the country by creating a framework that will facilitate private and public investments for a better performance of the sector. Recently, we have reviewed our investment code through a law that will foster investments from investors, and for that, we are going to be using innovative financing mechanisms that will provide clean energy, renewable, and at an affordable cost. In my country, indeed, we have, like many other countries in sub-Saharan Africa, the sun, but we also have geothermal capacity whose exploitation gives us a lot of hope, not only in our country, but also by collaborating with neighboring countries. And I talked to my sister. I need also the experience from my friend and brother, President Ruto, because in geothermal energy, they have the necessary experience that we can tap into to achieve our results. We have already come up with an electricity development plan in the short term that is going to meet 80% of the population's need by including works of rehabilitation and investment of electricity distribution. The cost estimations of implementation of this plan is estimated at 100 million euros by 2030. We have feasibility studies from the UN, from the World Bank, but we also have built a solid partnership with the AFDB, and I would like to thank my friend President Adesina, who is supporting us in development, and in particular the energy sector and also infrastructure. So this summit is for us an important moment to consolidate even further this partnership. In this regard, the Dar es Salaam Declaration on Energy that we are going to adopt to accelerate access to energy, to promote adoption of renewable energy, and to attract private sector investment is an important step towards universal access to energy. Thank you very much, and I wish our project success.
President Assoumani, again, for your commitment, increased private sector engagement, innovative financing models for renewable energy projects, as well as a review of your legal frameworks for a total of 100 million by 2030. We're going to come next to President Ndayishimiye, President of the Republic of Burundi. Now, in your country, your economy seems to be outstripping growth in electricity access. So as you talk about your commitment here, what are your plans for meeting present and future needs in terms of increased energy access, as well as reforms and renewable energy?
Merci.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I would like to join my voice to the previous speakers. I would like to thank my sister, the President of Tanzania, and her government and the people of Tanzania for the very warm welcome that was accorded to my delegation since our arrival here in Tanzania. It is also a pleasure for me to make a contribution of my country, Burundi, to our collective vision, which aims to have, for all to have a clean, sustainable, and affordable access to energy. As you have already mentioned, and Burundi espouses universal electricity coverage, and in order to implement its vision, we are also in line with the SDG 7. This vision of Burundi foresees the establishment of new industries and the mining wealth, and also the construction of health facilities, schools, and transport infrastructure, so that all citizens can blossom in this environment. And as you know, this program cannot be optimally operational if it is not based on a source of optimal energy. In order to achieve this, Burundi has embarked upon a vast project to cover the rates of energy coverage, which represents 22.6% today. So, as you can see, we have a rather huge deficit in this area. But our ambition is to construct hydroelectric structures, as well as wind and solar energy, as well as biomass, with the concern of promoting green energy and safeguard and protect the environment. Without entering into all the details of our 2040 vision, we hope to be able to construct hydroelectric plants on 30 sites with a capacity of 396 megawatts, and also the construction of solar plants on 13 sites, which provide approximately 460 megawatts. Additionally, we have a project that we have just worked on, and we already have this project which going to provide Burundi with 27 megawatts. We have also a plant that we have just inaugurated in Burundi of 20 megawatts. And these two plants are already operational in Burundi. And equally, we also have another plant that provides 49 megawatts, which is in the process of being completed. And by the same token, the interconnection on a plant linked with Ethiopia, and this line is going to link Rwanda and Burundi through Ngozi and Dizigege, which are in Burundi. They're in the process of being constructed. This is going to provide us with 200 megawatts, and Burundi also would like to connect to the Tanzanian network in order to capitalize and obtain 200 megawatts from the hydroelectric central plant. And I would like to seize this opportunity to express our gratitude to the government of Tanzania and to the government of Ethiopia for their excellent cooperation, which testifies of the excellent bilateral relations and the cooperation which link our respective countries since many years. Burundi does not only count on these problems, because if Burundi is a small country and it has a large population, God has blessed us with water which has its sources in the mountains. So we are in a position to build other dams, so the potential exists. The implementation of this vision is also supported by strengthening a regulatory framework. Burundi has just adopted the strategy of universal access to energy by 2030, which complies with the objectives of the M300 program. Our strategy also aims at strongly involving the private sector, and it is in this context that a company, Weza Power, works closely with the government in order to increase access to electricity to more than 70% of the Burundian population. This project is financially supported by partners of M300 like the World Bank, the IFC, MEGA, the American government, the British government, the European Union, just to mention but a few, to whom we reiterate our deepest gratitude. Our initiative is also accompanied by significant investments in the transport and distribution networks. The state of Burundi has adopted an innovative approach which will open the doors to the private sector so that they may participate in electricity distribution. Moreover, it is with this insight that the revision of the electricity law was initiated in 2024, and our vision will leave nobody behind. Each citizen has to have access to clean, reliable and affordable source of energy. And for the rural population, we intend to introduce mini projects and with the priority of connecting the network to schools, to hospitals, so that we can also bring about the possibility of clean cooking by the year 2030, thereby being a major contributor to Mission 300. In this concert, 336 mini solar projects have been aligned to the program, and over 1,000 solar kits will have to be deployed in partnership with the private sector by 2030 and our development partners. Therefore, what I have just announced, you will understand. Our ambition is great, but we are convinced that it is achievable. And since we are so convinced, because working together we feel that everything is possible, I commend the holding of this summit, and I would also like to contribute to the voice of my country by committing Burundi to be part of this mission and to abide and comply with the various compacts. You can be reassured that from that we are convinced that we have to pursue our agenda by adopting the application rules for the setting up our new project, and we would also like to present our roadmap in the context of the compact in the month of June. And it's for this reason that I also adhered to the Salaam Declaration and also be involved in the collective initiatives, especially with regard to clean cooking and other details, and involving very strongly and closely the private sector. Thank you, Mr. President, for having shared this ambitious program. And I would like to back to a sentence that said that God has blessed us with water. So I would like to now request the representative of Mauritania, and if anybody has gone to Mauritania, they will know that Mauritania has been blessed with the sun. Perhaps in your project you have also thought of developing solar energy, but could you say a few more words on the commitments that you have made and what you foresee to be done in Mauritania? Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you. During the opening remarks of my president, he did insist on the fact that the chances in order to rise to the various challenges is required to have the support of our technical partners and others, strengthen production capacities, the distribution networks, innovate and stimulate the sector, and put in place necessary reforms to attract a stable investment and also ensure the financial viability of electricity companies and utilities, and to implement compacts that can also absorb and do away with some of the deficit gaps and deficits in our objective. We would like to attain 100% electrification by the year 2030, and we're working in various areas. We would like to double the rate of access to electricity country in the field of electricity and electrification. Thank you.
Very much to the representative of President Mohamed Ghazouani, the President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. Thank you very much for your contribution. And we're going to come last but certainly not the least to President Chakwera, President of the Republic of Malawi.
We must prioritize regional integration. In Malawi, interconnectors with Mozambique, Zambia, and Tanzania are trading and tap the cost-effective energy sources across the region. This is a prime example of how partnerships within the Southern African and Eastern African power pool can unlock the continent's full energy potential. That means when we who lead these nations plan our energy solutions, we must have the vision to make regional considerations and configurations, not just national ones. Second of all, we must create an enabling environment for the private sector. Malawi has demonstrated the power of public-private partnerships with independent power producers, contributing significantly to our renewable energy capacity. Yet, we must go further by adopting competitive procurement processes, offering fiscal incentives, and ensuring predictable policies. And thirdly, our power utilities must become financially viable. In Malawi, we are reforming our power utility. The Electricity Supply Corporation of Malawi Limited, ESCOM, to ensure cost recovery, operational efficiency, and transparency. This is not just about balancing books, it is about building trust and delivering value to the people we serve. So, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, as we engage each other here in Dar es Salaam, I urge all of us to align our energy agenda with the declaration we have adopted today and our climate commitments under the Nairobi Leaders Declaration. Reliable and sustainable energy is not just only critical for ending or to end energy poverty, but also to building resilience against climate change. So let me close by stating that we need to remember that universal energy access is not just an aspiration, it is an obligation to our people and future generations. And together, through unity, ambition, and innovation, we should transform Africa into a continent where every citizen has the power to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Shakira. Very, very much appreciated. We couldn't have ended this panel on a better note. You've talked about the need for ambitions to be matched with transparency and trust, and that the challenges that we grapple with must be matched with the urgency of now. One of the things that is so obvious during this panel session is not just that you're passionate about creating change in your different countries or your respective countries, but also the fact that here in this room, and for those joining us from different parts of the world, as chief marketing officers of your country, you're doing a fantastic job laying out a tour de force of what it is that you're embarking upon, as well as the tremendous investment opportunities available. On that note, distinguished Excellency, we just want to thank you for your contributions and for your commitments. And to our audience, we'd like to say, kindly give our Excellencies a very, very warm round of applause. And before you leave the stage, Marion Gel will give us our next lead. I believe that we do have a group photograph of your Excellencies on the podium. Well, thank you very much once again, Your Excellencies. Very, very much appreciated.
Une photo de groupe.
A group photo.
Partiality. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. We will now transition into our next group of 7 presidential panelists, and we're going to try and move at the speed of light. I gather that our Excellencies have been provided with 3 to 4 minutes for their commitments, so we'd like to kindly ask that each one of Your Excellencies kindly adhere to the timeline. It gives us great pleasure at this point to invite to the platform His Excellency Mr. Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone. As he comes forward, kindly give him a very, very warm Tanzania welcome. Now, before we proceed further, please, let's honor our Excellencies. They've come from far and wide. I know many of you have not had lunch, but we certainly can do a whole lot better as they come on the platform. Thank you very much. And let's sustain that as we go along. Also joining us on the platform will be His Excellency Mr. Andry Nirina Rogelina, President of the Republic of Madagascar. And he will be followed by His Excellency Mohamed El Menfi, President of the Presidential Council of the State of Libya. Please give him a warm welcome. His Excellency will be followed by His Excellency Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia. Looks like we're warming up. We're getting better with each president who comes on the platform. Kindly work with us. I know we can do better. Up next will be His Excellency Mr. Hassan Sheikh Mohammed, President of the Federal Republic of Somalia. You're really a very tough audience. Most of the applause is coming from right up front here. Guys, this is Africa. We're usually very hospitable. I know we can do a whole lot better. So with that being said, we're going to invite His Excellency Mr. Brice Clotaire Ogi Nguema, President of the Transition Gabonese Republic. And as he makes his way to the platform, he will be followed by His Excellency Mr. Joseph Nyuma Boakai, Senior President of the Republic of Liberia. What an impressive group of panels we have today. Thank you very much. Marie-Angèle, over to you. Actually, let me run with it.
Mr. President, thank you very much.
We did some choreography before we came on the platform, so I think we will continue with that, and we would like to use this opportunity to extend the first commitment to His Excellency President Julius Maada Bio of Sierra Leone. Your country offers tremendous opportunities in several ways, in wind energy, solar, hydro, and bioenergy. What is it that you intend to do differently in the next 5 years to ensure that no Sierra Leonean child has to study by candlelight and that access is increased tremendously?
Victor, before the beginning of the answer, I would like to say just one thing. So I talked about earlier Mission Impossible, and you have a mission, Your Excellencies. We only, unfortunately, have 3 to 5 minutes per head of state to say a few words. So I would like you to try this challenge and try to remain within those 5 minutes. Je vous invite, messieurs.
Distinguished heads of state, we are requesting you to please rise to this challenge and to respond between 3 and 5 minutes so that we can continue with the flow of energy.
With that charge from you, we hand over to His Excellency President Maada Bio.
Thank you very much. I extend my gratitude to our sister, the host, for the hospitality and the warmth with which we have been greeted since we came here. For us, all protocols observed, This is an opportunity to push the continental energy agenda forward with concrete actions that are critical to every nation and also for the whole of sub-Saharan Africa. Of course, as you can see, the urgency is palpable. The urgency of our goal is palpable, and within 5 years, Mission 300 aims to provide energy access to 300 million African citizens. For us, our economic growth vision is anchored in strategic investments and partnerships across 4 sectors: agriculture, mining, infrastructure, and industrial development. These sectors, drivers of economic transformation, require significant investment in energy infrastructure and supply. And to realize our development vision, the new Sierra Leone story. Our government launched a just energy transition and green growth plan in November last year, which calls for investment in 1 gigawatt of power within the next 10 years. That is our target. By 2030, the mining sector alone in our country will require 500 megawatts. For mining, of course, energy security is no longer just a matter of cost. It is critical to the stability and growth of the sector and the economy in general. This is why we are prioritizing the transition to sustainable energy solutions that can meet the growing demands in the sector while assuring us of responsible environmental impact. We have also set targets to add additional mini-grids, 200, under our rural electrification drive. All of these targets are consistent with the vision and ambition of Mission 300. Sierra Leone hosted a high-level ministerial workshop on the distributed access through renewable energy scale-up. As a government, we stand ready to work jointly with private sector and development agencies in order to solve Sierra Leone's immediate energy needs. The demand for more power is there, and the anchor off-takers in the mining sector are ready to pay for the power. We also have put policies in place to incentivize the private sector participation and deepen reforms in the energy sector. Private sector participation is encouraged. Energy transition, we have a plan for that. Transparent regulatory frameworks, we are working on that. Incentives for renewable energy investment, tax breaks, exemptions, we have worked on that. And we have even gone ahead to establish a mineral wealth fund, which is a sustainable resource management that channels mining revenues into strategic infrastructure investments. So quite a lot is being done in order to open up the space and to make our energy space inviting to our private sector partners. Energy is not just a sectoral challenge in Sierra Leone. It is actually the cornerstone of our reform agenda, a holistic approach to economic transformation. My government places a strong emphasis on attracting investment in renewable energy, including solar, hydro, and wind power. This will not only address energy deficit, but also contribute to our commitment to a green and sustainable economy. We are looking for private partner investors along the entire energy chain, value chain, because there is strong business case while also meeting our development objectives. To achieve this participation, to achieve this, that is why we are here. Participation in Mission 300 is on the critical path. So I just want to say that our vision, our mission is totally aligned with Mission 300. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your very enthusiastic remarks. I would like to now request the President of Madagascar. Madagascar is meeting many challenges, especially in the rural areas where there is a very low access to electricity. And I'm sure this is one of the reasons that you're here and you have signed the Arusha Declaration. And we would like you to say a few more words about what motivated you to be part of those who have changed the future of 300 million Africans. First of all, I would like to point out that it is with a great degree of conviction and optimism that I am participating in this African Energy Summit, the theme of which is to give inclusive, sustainable and clean energy to all. It is a subject which is close to my heart. The theme and the central theme for the future of our continent is important, but it is also there to respond to some of the concerns of Madagascar. First of all, I would like to thank Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, for her leadership and for her warm hospitality. I was able to note during the various discussions and also what was said by various heads of state is that the United Republic of Tanzania is a model in regarding all the energy and environmental initiatives that have been taken in Africa. Madam President, you were able to develop renewable energy projects, and all that you have done is a source of aspiration on the African continent. I would also like to add that the presence of many African heads of state participating at this summit testifies of our common wish to rise to the energy challenges to which our respective countries and our continent is confronted today. In a global context where energy is the main driver of economic and social development, we need to accelerate the energy transition. Africa is blessed by God with abundant natural resources, but paradoxically, the continent is the less electrified in the world. We have water, we have sun, and we have the wind in large quantities. And through these abundant resources, we can provide clean, accessible, and affordable and accessible energy to all. As you know, our waterways, we can produce thousands of megawatts and also construct hydroelectric dams. And in Africa, the solar energy is exceptional, and we have the highest level of solar energy in the world, and we can use this in order to be able to support the enterprises and even households thanks to photovoltaic energy. We have everything in our hands to be able to transform our countries and to recreate the energy history of Africa. But despite this immense potential, more than 600 million Africans do not have access to electricity. This situation, of course, jeopardizes development and industrialization of our continent, because without having access to affordable, reliable energy, we cannot achieve all the expectations that our countries expect to receive. Without electricity, we will not be able to create any jobs or attract investments. But currently, we are facing great difficulties because several countries on the African continent, Madagascar is also suffering from climate change, which affects critically the situation, which triggers off a lowering in the level and amount of water. This has an impact on the production of our major hydroelectric plant, which only produces 20% of its capacity, optimal capacity, during a period when we have to plant crops. That means that we have to use plants which use fuels, and the cost of thermal plants, as you know, is extremely expensive. This varies between 25 and 45 US cents, but the sell price to the population is 15, which means once you switch on electricity, each second, each minute, each day, each month, the Malagasy state has to make up for the difference between the energy production price and the selling price. So each year, the state, the Malagasy state, subsidizes the national electrical company to the tune of 150 to 200 million dollars to the detriment of economic development projects. And this shows how we are dependent on fossil fuels, and this is a huge economic burden which jeopardizes the welfare of our population, and it shows also that we have to quickly modify and change this choice. But we have made this choice in making out of this challenge opportunities and to accelerate energy transition. Our vision is clear. We are determined to achieve ambitious goals by investing massively in renewable energies. And of course, this complies perfectly with the prospects of the declaration that we have just signed today here in Dar es Salaam and the Agenda 2063 of the African Union. In fact, what are we going to do? In fact, it is a commitment on my part, and President Asadina is totally aware and is familiar with the efforts that we're making in Madagascar. We have started by installing 50 megawatt solar parks. This is just a beginning, and we're not going to stop there. But as of this year, we are even going to invest up to 250 megawatt additional ones for solar energy in order to reach 1,000 megawatts, and this we will do with the participation of the private sector. Having said this, we'll be able to save between $130 $150 million on a yearly basis by investing in the 250 megawatts of solar energy. And in 5 years' time, we also wish to install and make available hydroelectric projects that will be able to provide 280 megawatts on the national network. This energy transition, however, has to be conducted with a lot of support because it requires massive investments. The projects are there, they're not lacking. And as you're aware, dear friends, President Asadina, you know that in Madagascar we have more than 4 projects, but we need funding. But above all, the true obstacle resides in the access to financing at a concessional rate. And it is here and now that I am launching an appeal to our technical and financial partners, requesting them to accompany our projects by accelerating the availability of funds, because energy is not only to produce electricity, but also it brings light and to take our populations out of the obscurity and to be able to develop, and above all, to fight and eradicate poverty, not only Madagascar, but throughout our respective countries, and especially throughout the entire African continent. With agriculture and infrastructure, energy is the way towards growth. This fight cannot be done alone. We need African and world solidarity. I encourage all institutions like the African Development Bank, the World Bank, and all the technical and financial partners to invest further in initiatives that are linked to energy. Today, by signing the Dar es Salaam Declaration, we recommit ourselves to contribute to its development. These commitments are not just sheer promises, but they're concrete actions to better be part of a clear vision, namely provide Africa with clean, affordable and durable energy without anybody being left behind, to provide reliable energy to our people. It is a possible mission. It's a promise that we owe to our people, to the future generations, and to the youth that is full of hope, which expects of us concrete actions. Let us implement the solution. Let us mobilize the necessary resources, and let us act with faith and determination, and we will attain our wish together. We will build the Africa that we want. Thank you.
Excellency, President Rajoelina, your optimism and your passion for what is the most critical issue of our time, access to electricity, is palpable, and we want to thank you for your contributions. You've talked about the paradox of abundance, which again is a continental issue, turning resources into engines of development and transformation, and your commitment to invest heavily in renewable energy, given the availability of affordable finance. I believe that both yourself and your colleagues are well on your way to success. I'm going to come next to President Hichilema of Zambia. Your country is one of 12 here in Dar es Salaam that has a compact. At home, you've committed to reversing energy shortages and increasing energy to meet both domestic, commercial, industrial needs in your country, of which there are many, not to talk of mining. As you talk about your compact this afternoon, as an accomplished entrepreneur yourself, what role and what visibility do you see for the younger generation, the young entrepreneurs of your country, to be a part of your very ambitious plan? Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I believe, I'm audible enough. Let me just follow in the footsteps of others that have come before us, this panel, myself to thank President Samia Suluhu Hassan for hosting this summit and also for her hospitality. Thank you very much. I must also acknowledge my fellow heads of state and government that are here, and obviously Akin, IJ, who's, I think, moved on, my good friend there, Jay. Let me just also acknowledge other senior, very important cooperating partners, representatives that are here, business community, the business community that have been engaged since yesterday, together with our ministers and other people that have been at this very important summit. We acknowledge all of you. Let me start by emphasizing the importance of this summit. Our sister, you've done a great job to host this important summit, working with World Bank, AFDB, obviously our colleague from the Rockefeller Foundation and others that have not been mentioned prominently here. We say that water is life. I think we all agree, isn't it? I'm here to add to that, saying that energy is life. I'm here to say so. Yes, water is life, but how will you extract that water for human consumption, for agriculture, irrigation, for example, for industrial use, if you have no energy? Yes, those that live close to the water bodies, natural water bodies, perennial water bodies, will access some water. But they will not even be able to access it in a manner that will keep them safe in terms of health. Energy again, to process, to purify our water. So let's go away with an additional minimums that we should be saying that energy is life, as is water, I would like to argue. From the outset, Zambia is committed to universal energy access to all our people in the country, in our regions, on our continent, as it is for our global community. Very, very important. And affordable energy, affordable, if you like, food will only come when we've increased our productivity. And to increase our productivity, we need to irrigate. To irrigate, we need energy. Simple. So I am connecting the two. I think, having said all of that, there is no issue about, I think, individual countries' commitments. We are committed. We've already signed anyway. I think the issue is really how do we progress from here. Let me put a bit of context in terms of Zambia. We all talk about green energy because of climate change and other challenges that we faced. True, very true. Zambia, just 24 months ago, was sitting in a pretty position of having an energy surplus, electricity. 85% of it green. Tick the box. Never anticipated the worst drought in living memory. Bang. It took out probably 2 gigawatts of green energy, hydro. Took out. We already had the capacity. We were exporting in the region through the Southern African Power Pool. But one shot basically decapitated us in terms of the energy that was available to our households, to industry, mining in particular, included in there, and agriculture. What's the lesson? Diversification. This summit, Mission 300, Africa Energy Summit, I believe, and I'm listening to the conversations here, includes a critical element of having the right energy mix. Green, yes, but the right energy mix, so that we can be more resilient when we are shocked with one situation such as the climate-induced, if you like, climate change-induced droughts. Tomorrow, there will be a flood-induced loss of energy. Very possible, if we have excessive floods that may damage our generating capacity. I think it is very important that we therefore focus on the energy mix, the solars of this world. We have the sun. Africa has the sun. I'm very happy to hear some conversation on this panel that we could actually export electricity into Europe, underground transmission cables. I heard the story of transportation, transmission, generation, yes, increase the generating capacity with a mix, solar, hydro, geothermal, wind, anything. But we need to evacuate that energy. We need to take it where it's needed, transmission. We also need to distribute it in the areas, local area, wide area, whatever you want to call it. It's very, very important that this summit, and I know that I think the initiators, Akin and others, World Bank, you've looked into these issues. So I'm stating the obvious, maybe beating the skin of a dead cow so that the neighbor can hear that there used to be a cow in this skin. Very important. So I am saying, as a country, from a surplus situation to a deficit situation within 12 months, meant that the mission 300 million, for us in Zambia started because of this imperative of the drought. So before this summit, we had already commenced doing work that I think aligns with Mission 300 Africa Energy Summit. Such as what? Again, I was listening. I'm a good listener. I listened. There was a panel member here who talked about the issue of inviting the private sector into this sector. We cannot avoid the private sector. You made a comment, moderate. We cannot avoid the private sector. Our national balance sheets are insufficient. I'm talking of government taxpayers' money and other sources are insufficient to achieve the Mission 300 Energy Africa objectives of universal energy to all our people. Therefore, the private sector cardinal partners to reform the energy sector, including key components such as bringing on board independent power producers. The debate was going on before we took office for years and years, 30, 40 years. We decided to deal with that issue. Independent power producers or generators, call them what you want. Independent private power traders. I heard an argument here about the issues of evacuation. There is no one more efficient than the private sector to generate and to evacuate the power to where the demand is. Very important. We also put in place open access. The utility, which was almost a monopoly, which had the generation and transmission assets, had to be obligated to wheel the power from whoever is producing it at point B to where it's demanded at point C, in this case, the mine, for example. So now the utility is obligated to transmit the power by law, changes we made, but it's a business. They have to be paid a willing charge. Tariffs were too low in our country. I'm saying things about our reforms, and I think that's the most important message I want to deliver today as part of our commitment to the Mission 300 Africa Energy Summit. The tariffs were too low, could not attract the private sector. So we had to gradually work out a program to accelerate, to increase the tariffs so that it's commercially viable for the private sector to come in. What else? Truly, net metering, so that even small producers, households, can come into the fray. Rooftop solar, for example. If a fellow, ordinary Zambian citizen is able to invest in 100 kilowatts of power, they only need 50 kilowatts. Right now, they can be considered as independent power producers. And so they generate 100, they consume 50, they put 50 on the grid for value, for commercial value. You asked me a question as a business person. It's very important. And I now sit in this position, which I never sat before, and we want to utilize the both sides of the coin, private business and public sector management. And that's what we're doing in the country. And I think it's important for us on the continent to take the reforms in the energy sector seriously if we are to deliver the vision of Mission of 300 Africa Energy Summit. Simple and straight. There's no debate there. If we debate, we'll be wasting time. We'll be postponing things we should have done yesterday to tomorrow. And we don't have the time because we need to use energy to grow our economies faster. It's one of our agendas as a government. We inherited a debt burden. We worked very hard through that process. Now we've opened up the balance sheet and we're able to leverage on some of the things that I've heard being talked about here. So now, there's another aspect that we had to bring in ourselves called power blending. They are expensive sources. When you're in short supply, they're expensive sources, they're cheaper sources. In order to make it commercially sensible, you have to do the blending. So I want to end here by saying Zambia is committed, the reforms are in place. I want to encourage other heads of state to run on with the reforms in the energy sector, as you need reforms in other sectors to accelerate economic growth for our country's jobs, for our young people, business opportunities, and to look after the sick, the old, the weak in society. We have to generate value. Let me conclude by saying that it is important that we, as Africans, take commitments we make serious and not expect somebody to whip us. We must really drive ourselves. There's an imperative to drive ourselves. Partners are there to work with us, as we've seen here on this platform, but we basically must say charity begins at home. And it's good for our people, it's good for businesses, good for growth, it's good for commercial viability. With growing economies, it's easier to do things. But one little thing also, as I close, just one, cost of capital. I think I've heard it mentioned very mildly, very important. Africa has been discriminated against on the pricing of capital. Akin, you know this conversation from way back. I'm sure you didn't expect me to be seated here and not mention this. Equity is okay, but debt is necessary. At what price? We need you colleagues to help us mobilize this 45 billion. Yes, grant if any, philanthropy, yes, Raj, but debt which is at an affordable price to make this agenda achievable. And I want to close by saying Africa is ready. Our individual countries are ready. Africa is ready to provide a business environment that will make it easier to achieve this agenda in this space, in the general business side, economies, to support the social side. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here myself. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I take advantage of this to say something that we had said 3 to 5 minutes talking time, because there are other people who are supposed to be taking the floor. I know the issues are passionate and you'd like to say a lot more, but unfortunately we are running out of time, so I will ask the other panelists to try to achieve this feat of 3 to 5 minute time slot. So Mohamed Al-Menfi, the representative of the council in Libya. Libya, we know, is being rebuilt. When you say rebuilding the country, you're talking about energy needs, electricity needs. It is certainly one of the reasons that makes you to be here and to sign this declaration of Dar es Salaam. But beyond this first step, what do you want to share with us regarding your needs, but also your ambitions for Libya? I would like to thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Could someone help His Excellency with his microphone? Your Excellency, my sister, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Your Excellencies, dear ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, I would like to address you today as a politician and also as an African citizen who has the ambition to see prosperity right across the continent. And here we are talking about something that our people have been deprived of for many years, that is the right to access clean energy and at an affordable cost. For decades, the promise of taking electricity to the millions of Africans has been out of reach, and many villages are in darkness. Children cannot enjoy lighting to read and write. We are deprived of energy, and this is a major stumbling block to development, and this is a threat to our future. So it is time now to put in place this ambitious project to provide electricity both to towns and the most far-flung villages, and we know that we are awash with renewable energy sources that we can tap into if we can use innovations like solar, wind, and hydropower sources. We also need to develop research. We should retool our legacy networks and also to bolster transmission and distribution means. We need to deepen renewable energy sources and plug them into a unified energy network. In Libya, we have already started on this journey, and we hope that the neighboring countries would avail themselves to these resources, and this will profit other countries. Will be giving a pride of place to some of these objectives to plug the deficit that we can see in the cost of production. We need to overcome the problems of know how to attract local and foreign investments so that we can bolster infrastructure, so that we can light up the whole of Africa, and to create a favorable business environment. We need to meet the objectives of the AFDB and other African entities so that we can get the necessary financing to reduce the debt burden, which is a major problem to access to credit. We would like to reach the far-flung areas through decentralized solutions such as mini grids and other technologies, and we hope that this summit will catalyze regional, sub-regional cooperation so that we can be able to exchange information, something that will enable us to achieve economies of scale to foster the change that we hope for. And we hope that the declaration of this summit is going to help build capacities of the different institutions that are working with Africa to accelerate the energy integration between African countries. As spelled out in Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063, we need to double our efforts to provide energy to Africa to build a prosperous future in all the nooks and crannies of Africa, so that in every school, every hospital, every dispensary, every industrial park, there will be energy, clean energy. This is not a pipe dream. This is a plan to develop our countries. By way of conclusion, I laud all the efforts that have been expended to bring this declaration, the efforts that have been expended by countries to mobilize resources to get electricity. Libya, for Libya, this is an important sector in the last couple of years, and we've been investing considerably to generate supply. We need to retool the networks and also use new and renewable energy sources to address the consequences of climate change. And we have given the national utility with a budget of $8 billion in 2024. In 2023, we've adopted a national energy strategy that will take us all the way to 2035, and we hope that we are going to provide 4,000 megawatts of renewable energy by 2030. This means that we're going to be increasing our supply by 20%, all while joining private and public sector efforts through the Union of Maghreb Arab. We're going to interconnect that region so we can create a single energy market, and we pay tribute to AFDB and the international partners for giving us the necessary finances to meet our needs. And with that, I thank you.
President Menfi, for those kind words of affirmation, commitment, and cooperation, as well as the indication that you've committed as much as $8 billion in 2024 to your national energy program. We're going to transition very quickly right now to His Excellency President Hassan Sheikh Mohammed, President of the Federal Republic of Somalia. Approximately 50% of your population has access to electricity, particularly in the urban areas. Much more still needs to be done in the rural areas. But much of that is generated through generators. But you do have a plan to scale that up and invest heavily in renewables, as well as a commitment to solar grids and clean energy projects. Unpack for us your commitment here and your compact here in Dar es Salaam.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank and pass my appreciation Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan for her leadership in hosting this August summit and for her hospitality to all of us. This is a great opportunity for Africa. Regarding the question that you asked, Somalia's energy situation is progressing as we work to create an enabling environment. We are transitioning from a past energy system in the country that was completely public and owned by the government to a private-driven system of energy where the public plays a major role as well. We have implemented a national energy policy, new one, enacted the Electricity Act. We review and make a new act and established a regulatory authority since it was not existing before the Civil War. However, challenges remain significant. As you rightly said, less than 50% of our population has access to electricity, with rural and pre-urban areas being the most underserved. Over 90% of the households still rely traditional biomass for cooking and lighting, contributing to deforestation and health risks due to indoor air pollution. Diesel generators dominate electricity production in Somalia, leading to extremely high tariffs. The combination of the limited access, high costs, and reliance on outdated infrastructure hinders economic growth and disproportionately impacts vulnerable communities. The energy sector is pivotal to Somalia's economy. That's a well understood concept. Economic growth without appropriate energy cannot happen, and that will also affect the revenue generation of the government. How to improve that is a very serious challenge and question. To address these challenges and improve energy access, Somalia has introduced the Somali Power Master Plan in the next 20 years and the Somali Energy Transition Plan to 2030, aligning with the SDG 7 and the country's NDC in line with the Mission 300. Key initiatives include prioritizing rural electrification as an off-grid electrical system, expanding energy access to underserved communities in the rural area, particularly in the recently liberated areas from the grip of the terrorists, increasing renewable energy as well, developing distributed renewable energy with plans to integrate 140 megawatts of solar capacity into the energy mix by 2026, at least covering 6 major cities in Somalia and the surrounding rural area. Scaling up also the clean cooking solution is another challenge that exists since we use the biomass electric system. Promoting and improving stoves and exploring electric cooking to reduce reliance on firewood and charcoal, which is creating a havoc to our environment, is a priority area. Mitigating environmental degradation is the aim of this approach. In Somalia, we are re-establishing and strengthening the institutions that handle and manage this thing, enhancing governance and regulatory frameworks to attract global investors is another major track among the policy that we developed recently. Regarding the seeking international support and partnership and collaboration, to achieve our ambitious energy goals, Somalia is seeking diverse forms of assistance and investment, including technical, which is supporting grid infrastructure investment and renewable energy deployment. In partnership and knowledge transfer as well, collaborating with global expertise to develop capacity in energy sector is what we are striving for. Our energy creation is at a rudimentary stage, but we have a very clear plans and national transformation agenda in terms of energy. Human capital is also fundamental to every success, as we all know. As our country progresses and the economy grows, public funding alone cannot achieve universal energy access. Therefore, we seek private investment, public-private partnership, and grants from international development partners as well. Somalia is committed to allocating resources to supporting these initiatives, working with the partners to maximize impact and ensure sustainability. However, our fiscal system and budget is very limited. We are prioritizing the energy in order to achieve economic development for the Somali people. While the public funding remains a priority, it's clear that universal access requires collaborative effort. As many of speakers of my colleagues said earlier, that collaborative effort has to come from public and private, emphasizing utilizing the private resources that are available more than the public resources. These efforts and contributions from all stakeholders will be our major target for improving access of the electricity. I thank you.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for sharing with us your needs, but also your ambitions for your country. Monsieur, Your Excellency Brice Oligui Nguema, we know that Gabon is in a transition period. That doesn't prevent you from addressing the problems in your country. If not, you are not going to be here in Dar es Salaam. In Gabon, we are seeing limited access to electricity, frequent blackouts. You found this situation when you ascended to power. Infrastructure that is supposed to be improved upon. Could you please share with this meeting your ambitions for Gabon when it comes to sustainable access to energy for all? Thank you, Madam. Before I start, I would like to express my deep gratitude to Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, for the warm welcome that has been accorded to me and my delegation since we arrived in Dar es Salaam. I would also like to thank the President of African Development Bank and the World Bank Group for the success of this summit. I would also like to recall that from Nile to the Congo, Zambezi to Congo, Africa has inestimable energy resource potential, more than Europe, where even compared to Latin America, the potential is there for us to see. And we need to bring this to fruition together. So why can't we get there? Why can't we exploit such a potential when we know that without energy, nothing is possible? Without energy, there is no development. Without energy, there is no education. Without energy, there is no effective health. Without energy, there is no industry. And I say that together we can be equal to these tasks with the projects that target our region, looking at interconnectivity of our country and the African continent. To the business people here present who are willing to work with us in this energy project and who are coming to invest in Africa, we need to think big. We need to take risks. That is it. Stop giving us small projects that we need to renew in 20 years, and that is what has been happening in Gabon. When it comes to Gabon, my country, there are many opportunities in this regard. That is why I would like to avail myself of this opportunity to invite all the partners, business people here present, to support us in our Bui hydropower project, which could provide to Gabon a capacity of 650 megawatts of power to plug our national deficit and even beyond. I also call upon the building of electricity lines to distribute the existing capacity. We have 80 megawatts of power that is not being used, so we need power lines to transport this electricity to other Gabonese towns. We have invested in solar. We have managed to get 10 megawatts, and I think that is insufficient, and we can do more. We also have wind power that we have not experimented with in Gabon, and this could be an asset for many villages that are in our country. I'm also delighted to note that we are in a partnership with our friends from Equatorial Guinea, who are going to give us their excess production in the northern province, about 20 megawatts to power the northern regions, but the needs are still huge. A lot remains to be done. That is why I'm asking all these business people to come. You are talking about blackouts. Yes, there are recurrent blackouts. And I think that if we are here together to achieve this Buwe hydropower plant, we can resolve our issues of power. Ladies and gentlemen, I take advantage of my opportunity here to inform my friends and peers of the African continent that the Gabonese transition is going to come to an end with an election. From there, energy issues will be well addressed when we will come back to a constitutional order. Gabon supports all the actions of the African Union and the United Nations, African Development Bank, the World Bank Group, when it comes to sustainable development, in particular in the energy sector. That is why I am delighted to bring forth Gabonese support in this momentous declaration of Dar es Salaam. With that, I thank you.
Thank you very much, President Oligui Nguema, for your charge to think big, take risks, and invest in major high-impact projects to reverse a prevailing trend. And thank you again for announcing on this platform that there will be a transition to democracy following an election, and following which there will be an accelerated effort to enhance electricity access in your country. And in that regard, we wish you all the very best. We're going to come to our very last panelist on this panel, but certainly not the least, His Excellency, Mr. Joseph Nyuma Bukai, Senior President of the Republic of Liberia. We've talked about numbers in terms of access, and for Liberia, it is 32% of the population that has access to electricity. Again, the vast majority of them being in the capital city of Monrovia, and very little in the rural areas. And with regards to clean cooking, we're talking about 1%. But your government does have huge ambitions of reversing that. What are the major pillars of your national compact? And what innovative financing and investment models are you looking at to reverse this trend and put your country on a forward trajectory? Your Excellency, over to you.
Let me thank my sister, the President, Dr. Smash Hassan, for inviting us to come here. I think it's also an opportunity because the last time I was over here was about 30 years ago, and I don't see any other thing that would have brought me here easily. I want to thank you for this opportunity, and I want to also quickly thank you for what I saw here today. Your rewarding innovation, people who are doing small things. It's not just encouraging them, it's also making the younger ones aware that energy is important. We are honored to be here today, and we want to thank you for all that you've done to make us comfortable. Achieving universal energy access is essential. It drives prosperity, inclusion, and sustainable livable condition. We in Liberia, and I want to thank my friend and brother, Edison, for also working with partners like the World Bank, the Rockefeller Foundation,
and also all of those who are contributing to helping us bring solution to our energy problem. I think also it's also a good management in terms of the African Development Bank taking that bold step to make itself available to be able to work with partners. We are excited to be here today, to be among those that have been considered to listen to our energy problems and be able to contribute. We are doing a lot. In fact, we are very blessed in terms of availability of means by which we can improve our energy problem. The country is well watered. Liberia has one of the highest rainfall in the region, and we think that hydropower is, and I would think that the Senator knows about it more than myself because he was the first who was suggesting this morning about how many megawatts we can get from our St. Paul River. And under the arrest agenda, power is very critical. We believe that we can bring a lot to achieving prosperity. We have 46% of the West African forest still intact in Liberia. So we have the advantage of being able to improve our electricity without affecting the carbon. Transforming our energy sector is the cornerstone of our national development. The plan arrests agenda for inclusive development. We have been working with the private partners. As a matter of fact, we have launched a lot of solar power projects. One of the last was at 20 megawatts. But we believe that this partnership will be able to help us to bring about speedy development of our electricity need and help to improve agriculture, education, the health situation in the country. I don't see anything else that will matter most than electricity. When I was landing here last night, I looked at the lights and I was wondering what would they have been without electricity. Yes, it is true that only 33% of our population is connected, and we want to make good on that by making use of our water system to hydro, the solar, and also the meeting here today will enable us to connect us with potential partners. We've been receiving partners, but we believe that a forum such as this will expose us to people who are investors, and I would like to invite them to work with us to develop our energy system. We believe also that women will be helped a lot because they bear the burden of looking for wood to cook and do many things. We believe that it takes a lot of their time. It will allow them to pursue education, work in the workforce, and help them to take care of other chores. That is why through our National Energy Compact, we aim to electrify 100,000 households annually, leveraging both the grid expansion and distributed renewable energy solutions.
Mr. President, I'm truly sorry. I would just like to remind you that we have to conclude, unfortunately, because we are running out of time. Sorry about that.
That's always the disadvantage of being the last. So we are fully committed. We believe that this commitment that we have made today is a commitment that we're going to adhere to. We are very much interested in it. We do not put our signatures on anything that we don't believe. And we can assure you that Liberia is going to be moving towards sufficiency in energy production because we believe energy is crucial to development. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, President Nyuma Bukai Sr., again for laying out for us your country's ambitions, the desire to leverage your country's immense natural resources and attracting regional and global investors with the goal of providing 100,000 households with electricity in a year. Again, we want to thank you, Your Excellency, as well as all of our excellencies. Again, I say this one more time, and I've seen a number of you on different panels over the years, but I can tell from all that you've articulated and from all that you've showcased that this is no longer business as usual. This is the most critical issue of our time, and it shows in your presentation, in your preparedness, in your plans, and on behalf of the organizing teams of the World Bank, the African Development Bank, and Her Excellency President Samia Suluhu, we thank you immensely for your contributions, for your presence, and for your time. Thank you once again. We'll have a quick platform photograph and transition to our final panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure we can do a whole lot better. I know the evening is far gone, but let's show even greater appreciation for our excellencies. Thank you very much.
Will you please gather? Group photo, family photo. To come closer. She's inviting you to come closer.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we've had the pleasure of having on the stage His Excellency Dr. Hassan Sheikh Mahmoud, President of the Federal Republic of Somalia. He joined in slightly late. I did not recognize his presence when I did earlier on, so we are delighted and honored to have had him. But I also would like to recognize the presence of Honorable Karim Badawi.
Thank you very much.
Minister of Petroleum and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Egypt. We also have with us Honorable Teddy Luamba Muba, Minister in charge of Hydraulic Resources and Electricity from the Democratic Republic of Congo, as well as Honorable Tahir Hamid Nkwilin, Minister of Finance and Budget of the Republic of Chad. All the ones I've mentioned, Your Excellency, are representing the heads of state. Over to you for the final round of the heads of state.
All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, we are fast coming to the close of what really has been very, very robust panel discussions this afternoon, really critical for where we are going as a nation. We do have with us probably our largest panel of heads of state, presidents and heads of state coming up in just a few moments. So as some of our excellencies either take their seats or as they depart, the room, we will begin our very next session. It gives us great pleasure to invite to the podium His Excellency, Mr. John Dramani Mahama, the President of the Republic of Ghana. Please give him a warm welcome. As the newest excellency on the continent, it is understandable that he's not able to make his way out of the ring, but we will allow him to come onto the podium in a few moments. He will be followed by His Excellency, Mr. Tai Atseke Selassie MD, President of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia. Please give him a warm welcome, as well as President Mahama as he approaches the platform.
Finding you. First seat. Yes, please. Thank you.
Up next, we will have the Honorable Mrs. Miriam Chabi Talata, the Vice President, representing His Excellency, Mr. Patrice Talon, President of the Republic of Benin. Please give her a warm, warm welcome. Okay, here she comes. Again, please give her a warm welcome. And up next, we will have the Honorable Mohammed B.S. Jallo, the Vice President representing His Excellency, Mr. Adama Barrow, President of the Republic of Gambia. We also have with us the Right Honorable Robina Nabanja, the Prime Minister representing His Excellency Mr. Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda. And His Excellency will be followed by His Excellency Ali Lamin Zain, Prime Minister representing His Excellency Abdurrahman Chiani, President of the Republic of Niger. And His Excellency will be followed by His Excellency Robert Mambe, the Prime Minister representing His Excellency Mr. Alassane Ouattara, President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire. We also have with us His Excellency Dr. Patrice Emery Trovoada, the Prime Minister and Chief of Government representing His Excellency Carlos Villanova, President of the Democratic Republic of Sao Tome and Principe. With that being said, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm not sure if this is the complete list. Once I see a show of hands, we will proceed immediately. It looks like that is the case. There are a few excellencies who are not in the room right now, and they are represented by prime ministers or vice presidents, and those are the ones that we see on the platform. I believe that is the case. So with that being said, I will hand over to my dear colleague, Marie-Angèle Touré, to kickstart our first session, okay. Or rather our first question.
Should we both end or be seated?
Okay. I think that might help. We can bookend each of our panelists. So which side do you want to be on?
Anyway, here.
I'll let you take the shorter distance. Excellency. Excellency.
Thank you very much.
Excellency.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Alors.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you once again a huge favor. This time, I'm going to make sure that you comply with this favor, and I'm going to say it in French and English to make sure that it has been properly conveyed. What we're going to do in this panel is to simply, and I know it's going to be a challenge for some of you, but I'm sure you will rise to this challenge. Let us leave anything that you have in writing. You don't read. Let's just talk to the audience.
That's what we want. We want a connection with the audience. We want you to share with us what you experience here in Dar es Salaam within 3 minutes. En 3 minutes, chacun.
3 minutes will be granted to each delegate. Please try and summarize what you have experienced and to share your ambitions, your objectives with the audience for your country. And I'm going to be there to remind you every time that the clock is ticking. I'm going to start off with Ghana, if you will allow me. We know, sir, that Ghana has a relatively developed energy sector. We know that additional supplements are required to go further and to aim higher. Is this the main objective which has brought you here to Dar es Salaam, or other reasons that have encouraged you to come here to sign this declaration? I accord you 3 minutes, sir.
I came here to share our experience with everybody else, because Ghana represents what to do and what not to do. We've had our positives and we have our negatives. In our rush to achieve universal access, we made many mistakes, but we're correcting them. Currently, Ghana has about 5,400 megawatts installed capacity. Our current consumption is about 4,400 megawatts, 4,000 domestic consumption at peak, and 400 megawatts we export in the West African power pool. We had hydro, and I'm sure everybody has heard about the famous Akosombo Dam. It was one of the first hydro power plants in Africa, and it provides us with about 1,020 megawatts of power. We lived in a fool's paradise because we thought Akosombo would never would never run out. Unfortunately, because of the expanding economy and the rate of growth of consumption, at a certain point in time, Akosombo was no longer enough, and then we started to have what was a power deficit, and in Ghana they call it Dumso. Dumso in our local language means on and off. It means power outages. And so we started having rolling power outages. And so we decided to go into thermal, and of course we have a state-owned company that does both hydro and thermal, but government could not leverage enough investment to roll out thermal. And so we had to rely on independent power producers. And so we have independent power producers and a state-owned generating company that does both hydro and thermal. So there's a bit of competition there. Now, we also came out with our renewable power policy, which says that renewables must account for 10% of total generation. Currently, renewables account for about 132 megawatts, and so that is far less than 10%. 10% should be about 500 megawatts and above, and so we're ramping up on solar. Most of our generation is gas-fired. About 80% is gas-fired because we have upstream gas, and so we're using it for gas to power. We supplement with fuel oils. That's about 20%, and so our intention is to increase to 100% gas to power. We have some oil fields that are still being explored, and there's indication that there's more gas there. And so we're sure that in the next couple of years, we should be able to generate all our thermal electricity from gas. If that happens, then it means that we'll be able to increase how much power is available to our people. Ghana implemented the National Electrification Program, and because of that, we've been able to cover almost the whole country. Currently, we have 89% access to electricity. We have just about 10% left, and by the end of the year, we should be at 90%. The bulk of what is left are communities that are isolated and far from the grid, and extending the power to those communities is going to be difficult. And so we're looking for an off-grid solution where we get private partnership to be able to reach those communities. We're establishing a renewable energy fund which will help to speed up availability of solar solutions, both for households, for public buildings, and for remote rural communities. And so we're going to set up that fund, and we're going to raise funding both from domestic sources and from international sources. We hope that when we're able to ramp up the gas, we should be able to provide enough LPG to eliminate use of fuel wood, and be able to have we have a cylinder circulation system that would exchange cylinders for rural communities and rural women.
1 minute remaining, Mr. President.
Yeah, the things not to do, and the World Bank is helping us with that, is one, to have a uniform standard for IPPs when you invite them. And you should have a standard where you sign an agreement to eventually own the plant. We have a plant that we call Ameri. It was a 5-year program. We finished paying for it. Today it belongs to us 100%. And so we have that plant for free. There are some other agreements we did that are going to last 10 years, 15 years. And so for 15 years, you have to keep paying capacity charges and all that. And so the World Bank is going to help us to be able to review those agreements and see how we can make them standardized for anybody who wants to come in and produce power. But the final thing is you must get your last mile right and get the governance, especially if it's a state-owned utility, you must get it right. Currently, our state-owned utility is doing 42% technical and commercial losses. I don't see any enterprise in this world that can survive with 42% technical and commercial losses. And so we're being helped by the World Bank to introduce private sector in billing and collection so that we can improve efficiency, but also improve the governance in the state-owned utility, because all they do is procurement. We have items in the stockyard that the utility is not going to need for the next 10 years, but somebody is interested in procuring them anyway because he knows what he gets from it. And so we have an experience that we're willing to share. And so even though we are a major player in terms of electricity access and in the West African power pool, we think that our experience should be shared with other countries so that they don't make the same mistakes that we made. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Mahama, and congratulations on your recent inauguration and your second coming as President of the Republic of Ghana. You're certainly moving at the speed of light, obviously, and your plans are very, very well laid out, and we wish you good success. Emphasizing here for us a renewable energy fund, which is a fantastic idea, getting the last mile right and reducing inefficiencies and losses, as well, again, as engaging with the private sector. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We're going to come next to Honorable Mohammed B.S. Jallow, the Vice President, representing His Excellency, Mr. Adama Barrow, President of the Republic of Gambia. Gambia actually possesses humongous, huge resources, particularly in the renewable space. But for the most part, your country depends on imported fossil fuels. To address this challenge and to create economic opportunities, what is it that your country is going to do? What is it that you're committing to here in Dar es Salaam during this Africa Energy Summit? Your take.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. Let me take this opportunity to thank Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan and other for hosting us on behalf of His Excellency President Adama Barrow and all the partners, the ADB, World Bank. In the Gambia, our leadership remains steadfast in its commitment to transforming the energy sector. Our target is ambitious yet achievable. Universal access to electricity by the end of 2025 is our target. Coupled with uninterrupted power supply and a diversified energy mix, with 60% of electricity generated from clean and renewable energy sources by 2030. With the support of our development partners, particularly the European Union, the World Bank, and the African Development Bank, the Gambia has made remarkable strides. Upon completion of ongoing projects, we expect electricity access to reach 90% by June of 2025. However, significant work remains. To electrify the remaining 10% of the country encompasses 300,000 people across 18,000 households and with 65 communities. We need to mobilize an additional $70 million. Moreover, to enhance our power supply system, we must expand and upgrade the 200-kilometer high-voltage transmission line to establish a national grid, which is estimated at $75 million. With a total investment of $145 million, the Gambia is well positioned to achieve universal electrification ahead of schedule, provided we secure the required resources. As we align our efforts with the commitments made at COP28, we must prioritize the adoption of renewable energy solutions. In this regard, the Gambia has already taken a significant step by commissioning its first 23-megawatt utility-scale solar plant in 2023. Moving forward, we plan to implement an additional 150-megawatt solar capacity, with 50 megawatts already tendered on an independent power producer basis. To realize the remaining 100 megawatts, we seek support through financing and guarantees. Finally, I wish to express the Gambia's profound gratitude to the development partners for their unwavering support and commitment to Africa's growth. This summit represents an opportunity for meaningful dialogue and strengthened engagement between the continent and its partners. Let us seize this moment to turn aspirations into actionable solutions. So I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, merci. Et je me tourne vers le président de l'Éthiopie. L'Éthiopie qui est un pays leader.
I am turning to the President of Ethiopia. You're a leader in energy projects, but your country has many challenges to be able to exploit its full energy potential. Mr. President, what can you tell us? How do you intend in expanding the energy potential by using solar energy and thermal energy as well?
Thank you very much, Madam. I wouldn't resist your challenge to speak in 3 minutes. Rarely leaders appreciate challenges.
No, please go ahead.
But in any case, I will stick to your suggestion and as well as...
Actually, we do have a presidential dispensation from the floor overriding the earlier call. So please take your time, Your Excellency.
No problem. Well, thank you very much, Madam President, and the World Bank, and as well as Africa Development Bank and Rockefeller Foundation for organizing this very important and significant summit. There could be no better time for such critical endeavor to deliberate on the prospects and challenges of meaningfully addressing Africa's energy challenges. Let me share Ethiopia's experience along the question posed earlier. It's partly experience and as well as a commitment, since it is an ongoing process. Ethiopia possesses, as mentioned earlier, a vast and largely untapped potential clean energy. Recognizing the abundance, our energy policy embraces a thoughtful combination of hydroelectric, geothermal, and as well as wind power, and also a solar power. It is a deliberate policy choice not to put everything in one basket. We have made noteworthy steps in both power generation and transmission infrastructures. Our current installed capacity now surpasses 6,000 megawatts, and we are targeting 13,000 megawatts by 2028. When I was young, I was an electromechanic. Before I joined a university, I served in one of the huge substation back then. It was maximum capacity was 100 megawatts. This is some 40 years ago. And back then, this is indeed a huge power that is presumed to suffice a country of back then probably about 35 or 40 million. But over the years, and as I mentioned earlier, with the deliberate policies, we were able to put in place over 6,000 and just looking to have about 13,000 in about 4 or 5 years' time. Currently, we export also clean energy to Djibouti, Kenya, Sudan, and now set to export to Tanzania with the humble provisions of Her Excellency, the President. We're just eyeing also to export to South Sudan and planning to complete the preparation phase. Hopefully, I'm looking at Brother Adesani. That is something that we are considering when we look into this project, your generous support along this line. We have devised a Pan-African roadmap eyeing to connect certain countries in our regional energy connectivity schemes. One takeaway is that the cornerstone of our approach is active engagement of the entire citizenry. Ethiopia's experience proves that in as much as international finance is critical, mobilizing domestic resources, including the use of innovative financing, is very crucial, but the experience of the Grand Renaissance Dam, one of the largest dams in Africa, is a landmark achievement in African hydro development, exemplifies the principles of a whole of society approach. It is a $5 billion project. It's up and running. And out of the $5 billion, $1 billion is a public contribution. $1 billion. It is indeed very, very critical. As long as we galvanizing the society, they will definitely support in our energy improvement programs. So while acknowledging the strides that we have made in expanding access to electricity, we have still serious challenges to be addressed. Despite achieving an overall access rate of 54%, nearly half of our population, a staggering 60 million citizens, still lack access to electricity. I was fortunate enough to be a part of the Energy Access Coalition within the UN system. I saw earlier my sister Damilelo and our mentor Rachel Kate, wherever they are. We thought back then in 2018 that access to cleaner energy was just simply a pipe dream for many of our emerging economies. But now we have reached to this level, and with the support of the international financing institutions and the philanthropy organization, that I see that it is feasible and it is doable. That's indeed one of the lessons that I can mention. However, to address this critical gap, we have set a national program achieving universal electricity access by 2028, which requires electrification of an average 3.4 million households annually. This ambitious endeavor requires substantial investment, demanding annual investment of $1.8 billion, amounting a total of close to $10 billion over the 4 or 5 years period. Furthermore, we face significant challenge of high transmission and distribution loss due to aging infrastructure. Enhancing the efficiency of our grid is paramount to ensure a sustainable and efficient delivery of electricity to all citizens. 3 key commitments. First, we have not only developed a robust policy framework, but also established a strong foundation for institutional reform to ensure efficient and effective implementation of energy infrastructure projects. Second, we have put in place a significantly improved environment for private sector engagement in the energy sector. As part of creating an increasingly attractive environment for private sector investment, we fostered conducive policies for public-private partnership and independent power producers. Our approach will be, isn't it, always be guided by the imperative of balancing between accessibility with affordability. Those who contributed over $1 billion to generate hydroelectricity would not expect to pay a high price. So this is a challenge, kind of a conundrum, where that accessibility should go along with affordability. Third, we pursue these endeavors in close collaboration, of course, as I mentioned earlier, with development partners, including the World Bank, the African Development Bank, and other leading financial institutions and philanthropic organizations. This strategic approach is clearly with a proven track record of success. We have done it with Africa Development Bank, not only on electricity, but also on other projects. Who would expect that, you know, heat-resistant wheat farm, which we have never introduced in Ethiopia for many years, would end up taking to the highest level crop production in Ethiopia. Annually, about 170 million quintals of wheat, with the support of and with some creativity, innovative approach with the African Development Bank. So, finally, initiatives such as Mission 300 are not only important, but also indispensable to the successful realization of our national development energy. We'll do our part, and we will count on you. My sincere appreciation and thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Tai Made, President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. There's absolutely no doubt that your country will increase your energy capacity from 6,000 to 13,000 megawatts in 4 to 5 years, as you have said. What you have done in the last 4 or 5 years, in conjunction with the African Development Bank and others, in the area of wheat, leaves absolutely no doubt that you will succeed in that endeavor, and we wish you all the very best. Well, you've talked about taking advantage of regional cooperation, becoming a clean energy exporter, and enhancing regional connectivity along with 13 other countries. Again, as we move forward, I want to say that yes, there have been so many energy endeavors on the continent, but there has never been anything like this, pulling together all of the players and providing significant resources to make this dream possible. Excellencies who have been on the panel and those of you who are here, again, we say very thank you for your contributions. We're going to go next to the Honorable Robina Nabanja, Prime Minister representing His Excellency Mr. Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda. Well, Uganda has tremendous renewable resources, but energy poverty is still a challenge. It's still a significant issue. What remedies, what creative solutions, and what projects is Uganda working on to address this energy gap and improve the livelihoods of Ugandans?
Thank you so much. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you greetings and best wishes from His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda. He gave me his written speech. Allow me to read it so that everybody here can benefit from this old man. I request. It reads, Your Excellency, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, I send you greetings on behalf of the government and the people of Uganda. It is an honor for me to address you on accelerating energy access in Africa while ensuring a just energy transition. In Uganda, there is a Runyankole word known as Omushokoro, meaning bone marrow in English, and Mfupa Uboho in Swahili. When you get a disease of the bone marrow known as leukemia, the chances of survival are limited. Therefore, the bone marrow of an economy is the cost of electricity, railway and water transport, the cost of labor and money in addition to peace and security. When the unit cost of electricity, transport, labor and money is low, the cost of production automatically lowers, hence the increase in the profit margin. It is subversive for leaders to neglect investment in key sectors of energy, railway and water transport. No investor can be attracted to any economy to make losses. The cure to Africa's underdevelopment is value addition to the raw materials for industrialization. Therefore, there is a need for increased access to affordable power to support industries and protect our environment. Uganda has been on a journey to lowering the cost of electricity for industrial use to $5 per kilowatt. To some extent, this has stimulated industrialization, attracted investors, and created jobs for our people. Uganda's energy policy is to increase access and consumption of clean energy through 1, increase the access and utilization of electricity. 2, increased generation and transmission capacity of electricity from the current 2,051 megawatts to 52,000 megawatts by the year 2040 through the energy mix policy, hydropower, solar, nuclear, and wind, to mention but a few. Increased adoption, that's number 3, and use of clean energy, and promoting utilization of energy efficient practices and technology. For social and economic transformation, I am happy that development partners have prioritized providing concessional financing or even grants in these crucial sectors to lower the cost of production. Then Africa is going to be competitive on the global market. Financing remains one of the greatest challenges that undermine efforts of developing countries to fully implement their development agenda. The reason why most African countries are attracted to China is because China is ready to fund these crucial or critical sectors. I thank World Bank, African Development Bank and other financiers for the support given to Uganda and African economies so far. I am happier that with your commitment to support African countries to achieve electricity access mission. In order to make sure that electricity is cheap, to accelerate development, the private sector, especially those who are looking for exorbitant profits, should not be allowed in the development and the management of the railway and electricity. This should be done by government through private-public arrangement. Finally, the government of Uganda is committed to providing $1 billion to accelerate electricity access according to our National Development Plan 4, in alignment to the Mission 300 Agenda for Africa. This is an area where we need urgent financial support from you, our development partners. I thank you all. Asante sana. For God and my country, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President.
Merci, merci infiniment.
Thank you very much for sharing that information. Honorable Madam Mariam Chabi Talata, who's the Vice President of Benin, and we are happy to have you in Dar es Salaam.
Des défis énergétiques, des défis structurels.
Your country is facing challenges, infrastructural challenges, electricity supply challenges. What reforms is the government of Benin envisaging to resolve these problems? And why did Benin decide to come here to sign the Dar es Salaam Declaration and be part of the Mission 300? Thank you. Despite the short time that I've been given, I'd like to thank the President of the United Republic of Tanzania for her warm welcome and for ensuring the smooth running of this meeting. In Benin, we have a challenge of visibility. We are a really small country next to Nigeria and not very far from Ghana. When we attend
Ils font les soucis. Le Bénin, c'est où? Et nous disons,
people ask us, where is Benin?
Area. Le deuxième pays à l'ouest, à partir du Ghana. Ça veut dire quoi?
What does this mean? That in order to make us visible, we do get in contact with these countries, but it's not just physical visibility, but also for decades and decades regarding energy. We approached Ghana and Nigeria, which are countries to come to our assistance.
We were unable to produce our own electricity, and 50% of our supply came from Ghana and Nigeria. However, since 2016, since our greatest ambition is to reveal ourselves to the world and become increase our visibility, we have undertaken to produce electricity so that we get out of this dependence. We haven't yet reached our target. We are not yet out of the woods, but we no longer have power interruptions. Sometimes we would have power interruptions for days and weeks on end. But today, thanks to the cooperation between Ghana and Nigeria and ourselves, we are producing 50% of our own electricity supply, and we are getting the 50% from our neighbors. We are able to cover our needs in the urban areas, at least at 70% and 30% in rural areas. We are producing solar energy, thermal energy, as well as hydroelectricity, but the quantities are insufficient. To bring in investors, because we do not have the requisite financial autonomy, we have put in place a number of measures to facilitate access to markets. We have a national renewable energy development policy. We have an electricity code. We have an electrification strategy, as well as a regulatory framework, an on-grid regulatory framework to facilitate supply in rural areas. And we are also looking at affordable electricity so that populations have access to electricity beyond these national projects. We are working with sub-regional countries so that we have regional interconnectivity projects. We facilitated the energy market framework by reviewing our investment code. We've looked at the SMEs law and other laws so that investors are motivated to come and support us. We have a favorable climate and we are a safe destination. There are great changes in the country, and increasingly we are becoming more visible. We are now trying to get out of the dependence culture. I know there are investors here in this hall, and I'd like to say that the business climate is really good. The reforms are ongoing, and for investments, we are a good destination. We have an economic operator leading the country. He understands the markets, he understands the challenges facing investors, and he's ready to support you, and he will give you safeguards. In 1 or 2 days, you can create a company in Benin. We have a labor code that allows you to employ people. And if the person does not meet your requirements, you can dismiss the person. This is a destination to go to. Benin is the place to go to. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Vice President Miriam Chabi Talon. You said when you started that when the name Benin is mentioned, a lot of people say, Benin where? But I can assure you, Excellency, that for many good reasons, under the able leadership of President Talon, Benin is being noticed on the global business landscape. So congratulations to Your Excellency and to yourself for the great work that you're doing in this regard and for the attention that you indeed are attracting. We're going to come next to His Excellency Manuel Osa Nsua, Prime Minister representing His Excellency Teodoro Obiang Nguema, Basogo, President of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea. At 66% energy access in Equatorial Guinea, that's pretty high for most African countries, but it is dependent primarily on oil and national gas reserves. Oh, he's not in the, I can't see all the way to the end. I do apologize. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Sorry, it's quite a distance over here, but I do apologize. That's a mistake of the head and certainly not the heart. We will transition to Côte d'Ivoire and to Niger. So at that point, I'll hand over to Marie-Angèle to take the lead on that. I believe that you have both questions, Niger and Côte d'Ivoire.
Monsieur le Honorable Prime Minister Robert Begré Mambe, I'd like to ask you a question. I come from Côte d'Ivoire, and therefore I'm really interested in what's happening in my country. Côte d'Ivoire, in terms of energy, has embarked on a number of initiatives. There's a very high demand, particularly in Abidjan. When you took the decision to come to Dar es Salaam and participate at this Africa Energy Summit, and this is at a larger scale than Abidjan, we're talking about reaching 300 million people. What is what drove you to come here? What was the reason? I came here for 3 reasons. The first is to share experiences in the energy sector with other African countries and other countries in the world. My second objective for being here is to ensure that people know me and understand the potential in Côte d'Ivoire. And the third objective is to come up with proposals. To meet the 3 objectives, I'd like to say that the President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, Alassane Ouattara, has been working on 2 pillars for electricity. The first is covering the national territory, and we are at 94%. The second is the access rate or the connectivity rate, and to succeed we've been using this mechanism known as the electricity connection policy, affordable electricity connection policy. With $1.5, the population can access electricity, and we've been able to do this with the support of the AFDB and the World Bank, that I would like to sincerely thank. Under those 2 pillars, we've been able to achieve a higher number of megawatts, and we have gotten 30% of investment from the government and 70% from the private sector. For private operators, Côte d'Ivoire is a land of opportunities in the area of electricity. To understand why it's a land of opportunities, I'd like to say that there are various segments that you should consider. The first is water, and second is gas, and then hydrocarbons. Fourthly, you have solar energy, and then you also have wind energy. So you have a lot of potential in Côte d'Ivoire. I'd like to add that you have biomass, and you have agricultural wealth that constitutes a good source for electricity. So we have 5 or 6 potential sources of electricity. The proposal that we would like to make to the AFDB and the World Bank is as follows. And the President asked me to thank his sister, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, the World Bank, the African Development Bank, and the Rockefeller Foundation for the opportunity made for us to meet here. We need to have windows with concessional interest rates, as well as long maturity periods. The impact of no electricity is very, very severe. Second proposal is that when we look at the potential of hydropower and biomass, we need a good technical expertise for research and development, and that would be done in the realm of international cooperation. In Côte d'Ivoire, we've been launching tenders, and we'll be launching tenders next month to have 200 megawatts of connectivity at an affordable price, a competitive price. And the third proposal is that we wish to facilitate self-production, so we can connect populations to electricity. We are here to share our experience, Madam Moderator, and to tell investors that Côte d'Ivoire is a land of opportunities. It's a country of hospitality. We are an electric hub. We are supplying some of our sister countries that are neighbors, and we want to continue doing so at an affordable price. and we want to ensure that electricity drives the socio-economic development of our region. So that is the message from President Alassane Ouattara. Thank you, Madam President of Tanzania. Thank you, AFDB, the World Bank, and Rockefeller Foundation. You're most welcome to Côte d'Ivoire, which is a beautiful country. Thank you, Prime Minister, for that structured presentation. You had point 1, 2, 3, and so on and so forth. You came here to introduce yourself, make yourself known. Our panelists from Benin came to enhance the visibility of Benin, and now I'll move on to the Prime Minister of Niger, who's representing President Abdourahmane Tiani. What is your objective for being here? We know that Niger has a wealth of electricity sources, but I'd like to find out why you have made commitments here in Dar es Salaam. Thank you, Madam Toure. You prohibited us from reading the paper, so I'll try to summarize. President Adesina said that you can take your time, so you can go ahead. Niger is visible because it is living in contrasting times. It's a country that was exporting uranium in huge quantities and was feeding Africa. It is a country that has discovered lithium, and all these are products for producing electricity. However, today we are not able to cover all our needs. What we consume comes from outside, and you are aware that there was a change in the regime on the 26th of July 2023. And there was a socio-economic and political situation that arose, and now you have President Abdourahmane Tiani at the helm. We've decided to take our destiny in our hands. We cannot produce so much uranium and be dependent on a country that cuts our energy supply. We'd like to say two things to you today. The President of the United Republic of Tanzania needs to receive the message from the President of Niger, Dr. Adesina, and his wife, the President of the World Bank and the President of the Rockefeller Foundation need to listen to this message too. Niger has materials for energy, and these institutions are funding countries in the energy sectors. So we have a lot of potential beyond the resources required. We have electricity over 200 days in a year. We have the Niger River that is extremely long, and we are a desert country with wind. We have a mix of things and are attractive to members. We would have at least technical and financial partners coming in, and we have portions for the various investors, institutions, private sector, etc. So we need to promote Niger. We really appreciate you. We're happy to be here, and we appreciate green energy. You said that I should be brief, and I'd like to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, again for the excellent ideas that you've brought to the table
individually and collectively during this final high-level presidential panel. We're going to make a short transition in the program in just a moment, but we'd just like to say a very big thank you to your excellencies here and also in the audience for the very strong passion that you brought to this most important discussion. It's heartfelt, it's palpable, and thank you for speaking on behalf of the 300 million people who are not here in this room, but whose lives are going to change because of your commitment. I usually describe visionary leadership as the ability to see the future long before it arrives and the capacity to bring the future into the present. Your presence here today is exactly what you're doing to create an alternative, a better future for millions of Africans. And we thank you, Your Excellencies, for all that you continue to do. We wish you good success, Godspeed, and God bless. Thank you very much.
Merci, Premier ministre.
As they take a group photo, Your Excellency, allow me to recognize the presence of Her Excellency Maria Manuel Lucas, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Cooperation from the Republic of Mozambique, representing the Head of State of Mozambique. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Madame la Présidente de la République unie de Tanzanie, cher Samir, cher Adjé, cher Adesina, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, chers amis, qui êtes toutes et tous engagés.
Committed to energy in Africa, I am happy to address you today during this Africa Energy Summit that brings you together in Dar es Salaam. Close to 600 million women and children do not have access to energy in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa in particular. This is a development challenge, but also a major injustice. And we all know that without reliable energy, clean energy, it is impossible to build sustainable growth, build jobs, and to sustain education. Energy is also going to ensure that a country is not choosing between fighting poverty and environmental sustainability, which is a major issue since what we've been having as since 2023. The mission 300 with Rockefeller Foundation, World Bank, and the Global Alliance for Pure Employment is actually addressing broadly this challenge, connecting 300 million people by 2030. France is working with resolve with you according to the path that you have defined yourselves to meet our collective commitments. 12 compacts have been presented today, 12 strategies, pathways to define the roadmap that our partners have chosen. And this also translates a strong political will to simplify administrative process and to facilitate access to energy. France is supporting this approach to mobilize $1 billion by 2030 through AFD. This will facilitate access to electricity, extending public network and also mini grids, and also off-grid networks. This 1 billion euros is in line with the commitment last April that we made in front of the President of Tanzania, and through the mobilization of 100 million euros extra. This will come, and we are able to act together institutionally, private sector, philanthropic organizations, NGOs. This initiative that I laud once again, taken by the United Republic of Tanzania, World Bank, AFDB, and African Union, is an initiative that is critical, that is bang in the middle of the philosophy that we sign up to. And this will enable every country to pursue this strategy to decarbonize and get growth, and also to meet the fundamental objectives. This is why France is going to invest 1 billion euros. I call upon all the countries to sign up to the Declaration of Salaam, which is in the right direction. This is action. We will be committed. Universal access to electricity is critical to get justice for Africa. This is a common fight, and we will win it with all the heads of states and governments of Africa who are here, and all our partners from the civil society, and also financial partners that are joining us. Thank you all, and see you soon.
Merci beaucoup, President Emmanuel Macron. Thank you for taking time to communicate your best wishes to us, as well as a strong message of solidarity and support. Again, could we give President Macron a warm round of applause, even in absentia? We are fast coming to a close. It's been a very long day, but it's been a very productive 2 days. It's been unprecedented. I make bold to say that there probably has never been a meeting of this significance on the continent in the last maybe 30 or 40 years or ever. We have with us one of the minds, one of the visionaries of this enterprise. With us, we've heard much from him, we've seen much from him. But over the years, I've never seen a challenge that he has been overcome by. And actually, he's a lot more resolute when you tell him that something is impossible or unachievable. That's when he really digs in his heels. He is passionate about agriculture and agro-processing, but he has always said that no nation can change what it is not ashamed of. He has pushed with great passion over the years for energy access on the continent, and it is no coincidence that both himself and Ajay Banga, as well as Rajiv Shah, came up with this ingenious idea alongside President Samia Suluhu that has brought all of us here today. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, kindly do the honor of welcoming one more time to the platform someone who, for very, very good reasons, is described affectionately and globally as Africa's optimist-in-chief, the President of the African Development Bank, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, as he comes forward to give a few remarks and then welcome later on President Samia Suluhu to the platform, following which we will have a digital access panel. Dr. Adesina, the platform is yours.
Thank you very much, Victor. Your Excellency, President Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government that are here, honorable ministers, prime ministers, vice presidents, and all dignitaries that are here today, and of course, Raj Shah, my dear brother and friend, President Rockefeller Foundation, Ajay Banga, and all of his team. It's good to be here towards the end like this. Now, when Victor was talking about me, you would think that I achieve all these things all by myself. But actually, no, because I have a renewable energy at home. And that renewable energy behind me is my wife, Grace. So I have so many megawatts of power, of wisdom, of grace, of prayers behind me, because it's been a very, very stressful thing, but I can't be who I am today without Grace. So please help me thank her, because she makes it possible. Thank you, Mr. President. It's been incredible 2 days that we've been here. And I simply did what I was asked to do. Ajay Banga, President of the World Bank, myself, and Raj Shah, with a great support group around us, launched off on the Mission 300. But the first mission I had was to figure out where we are going to hold the summit. And that was the first part of the mission. And it didn't take me, I didn't even think twice. I said I wanted us to have it right here in Tanzania. And there's a good reason for that. You have, well, at the time we are making that decision, the only female executive president on the continent, who is passionate, who is committed, who is dynamic. And I always tell her she is one president I know that actually leads with her heart. And I knew that if she helped us with this, we'll be able to get it done. And you can see all the heads of state and government that showed up here, 26, 27 heads of state and government, prime ministers and vice presidents, everybody came up here. Mama Samia, you are very special. Thank you very much, Mama. We're very grateful. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you for all the resources you made available to us. And thank you for everything that we've done. Now, of course, as we've been here, the issue is, what did we hear? We heard about the fact that we cannot have a continent without electricity. We heard about the need to make sure that we close that electricity access gap 100%. We heard about the need for us to develop, and you had all the great panels of our heads of state and majesty and so on, to have generation capacity, to use all of what we have, hydro, solar, wind, geothermal, gas, to use everything that we have to make sure that Africa can light up and power itself and therefore propel its economy forward. We heard that Africa cannot be in the dark. We heard that Africa is tired of being a poor continent, and you cannot be a rich continent unless you have electricity to power your economy. We heard that we need to invest in transmission infrastructure to make sure we can get power from where it is, stranded in most cases, to where it needs to go. We heard about the need for us to have new grids that are smart grids that can allow us to use renewable energy and actually get those into the grid. We heard from the heads of state and government here tonight about the importance of reforms of utilities, the need to have power purchase agreements that are very independent, transparent, and also competitive. We heard about the need to have independence of the utilities. We heard about the need to have tariff structures that make sure that those companies, the private sector, CEOs that are all here, can make those investments to make them work. We heard just right now about why we need to do the no one-size-fits-all, that we have grid, we have mini-grid, we have off-grid. We heard about the need for us to have distributed energy, renewable energy, independently procured, that works. And we heard about the last mile connectivity we must have. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what we do, we have to connect people to electricity. And we heard tonight about the most important thing for me is the political will for change. As Victor was saying, political, for me, I always say, my way of making decisions is a very simple one. I write down the things I hate, and I do the opposite. No econometric analysis, no very complication. The fact that we don't have electricity should make us really ashamed. because it took a long time for the light bulb to be developed. But now we are going to power ourselves and remove that shame. We can develop, and we must develop with pride. And that's what our heads of state have done today. I listened to what the president of Liberia said. He said, we don't put our signatures, and I'm sure he was talking to everybody. We don't put our signature into things we do not believe in. Our hearts of our heads of state are here. That's why they all came. And we want to thank you. Please help me in thanking them. Thank you for your commitment. Thank you for your passion. Thank you for your drive. Thank you for the way in which you have taken this as a matter of heart, not a matter of the head. And we know that with you we can succeed, because political will is the currency of development. And today we have all that political currency here with us today. What else did we do? Ajay Banga is not here. It's my friend Anna is here representing Ajay Banga somewhere there. We talked about how we are going to finance all of this. From the World Bank, from the African Development Bank, with support of the Rockefeller Foundation, mobilizing all the other foundations together in a tremendous way. The Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet. We had the work from the Sustainable Energy for All, and all the others that are all involved in this particular work, how we finance this. And to finance it, we need public, we need private capital, very, very important. And I want to use the opportunity to thank all the CEOs that came up here, because without the private sector, we cannot succeed. Please help me put your hands together and thank them very, very much. Now, as we were there on that panel, we heard from our heads of state the importance of concessional financing. At the end of the day, we must have low interest rate money, long-term money that allows our countries to do all these investments that are necessary. I want to thank you all for all of your support, Excellencies, heads of state and government, for Ajay Banga and his team at the World Bank in times of the IDA 21 replenishment. It was a great replenishment for him, and we want to thank you for that support. The African Development Bank has also the African Development Fund 17th replenishment that is coming up. And we set for ourselves, Your Excellencies, a very high target to raise $25 billion that will go to support 37 low-income countries. We need you to carry your passion, the drive, and commitment that you've shown here today to support us in our drive to get that done, and I know we can count on it. Please thank them in advance. As I close, I want to also say a few things about thanks. You know, life is such that when you have big things, I always tell myself, we don't eat flags. I don't care what the name of your institution is, but when we work together, we can do incredible things. And so, how to have Mission 300 work with 300 million people to electricity is like a baobab tree in an African village. Around a baobab tree, you put your hand around it once, you can't succeed. But when you join hands with so many people around a baobab tree, it always works. That's how it is. And you that have come from all over the world, from the public heights of state, from public sector, from ministers, from prime ministers, from vice presidents, to civil society, all of you that have come are the ones that have joined hands together for us to be able to do this. And I want to thank you very, very much. There's an incredible team that put this together. You wouldn't hear about them, but I'm going to ask them to stand wherever they are. The Tanzania Local Organizing Committee, please stand. The incredible team from the World Bank that have been working on this, please stand. The amazing team, my staff from the African Development Bank, please stand. The staff from the Rockefeller Foundation, from the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, and of course for our very, very dynamic DAMI from the Sustainable Energy Fund for All, please all stand and help me thank them. Madam President, you have very good people here in Tanzania. You have people working behind the scenes, security forces, drivers, policemen, people serving us water, people cleaning the floor, Madam President. Sorry, I got a bit emotional there, but it's the people we don't see that do the best work for us. Thank you very much. As I close, I would like to end with something that was off-grid, but I need to bring it into main grid. Yesterday, or before I go there, let me say, Madam President, as we go to the African Union Summit, I want to thank the African Union Commission, because this work is actually in response to what the African Union has been doing, the Agenda 2063, but also, and I don't know whether the Commissioner for Energy for the African Union Commission is here, but if she is, please transmit our appreciation to His Excellency Musa Faki, the chairperson of the African Union Commission. And as we go for the AU Summit, Madam President, we're now in your hands. Help us take all the things from all your colleague heads of state to make sure that this is reflected inside of the resolution of our heads of state and government just in February. And I know that we are in safe hands with you on that. Now, to close, yesterday was a big day. Not because of just the summit, but because yesterday was President Samia Suluhu Hassan's birthday. And because we didn't have the opportunity to celebrate her, we were all off-grid. Now I have to bring us back to on-grid. I would like you to please join me in standing, Your Excellencies, as we sing it both in English, in French, in Swahili, in Arabic. C'est la même chose. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, President Samia. Happy birthday to you. May the good Lord bless you. May the good Lord bless you. May the good Lord bless you, President Samia. May the good Lord bless you. Thank you. Congratulations, Madam President, very, very much. Please be seated. And just to say, as I leave this stage, we at the African Development Bank, World Bank, Rockefeller Foundation, all the partners that are here are invested in your country. And we are seeing the change in this country. And the reason we are investing here is because Tanzania is bankable. And if Tanzania is bankable, it means its president, Mama Samia, is also bankable. Congratulations, Mama. Thank you very much, and God bless, and thank you, everybody.
Let's give a big round of applause as she comes for the closing remarks. Karibu sana, Mama.
Colleagues, heads of state and government, presidents, Akin, Ajay is not here, Rajiv is here, heads of multilateral institutions, here present ministers, here present members of diplomatic corps, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I stand here to congratulate you. Congratulations to you for realizing a wonderful and historic Africa Heads of State Energy Summit. I commend and thank you for effective participation in the summit which brought together voices and ideas from policymakers and practitioners, from government, international organizations, academia, private sector, and civil society. It has successfully provided a platform to deliberate and commit to accelerate access, affordable, inclusive, sustainable, and clean energy to over 300 million people on our continent. The Dar es Salaam Declaration, which we have just adopted, moves us closer to the realization of a longer envisioned accord by the founders of our independent African states who yearned for Africa's second liberation, and that's economic liberation. You will agree with me that Africa cannot realize economic growth and development aspirations without ensuring access to energy for its people. So congratulations once again for making history here in Dar es Salaam. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it has been our honor to host this auspicious summit and to play our part in contributing to light up our continent. In addition to discussing how to ensure access, we also address the best approaches of achieving energy affordability and sustainability. Chiefly, we deliberated on the need to mobilize adequate resources from various sources for realizing our common energy access goal, with a significant role for the private sector. I'm confident that the compacts and commitments made here in Dar es Salaam will shape Africa's energy landscape up to 2030. Excellencies, as we depart Dar es Salaam, we carry with us rich roadmaps for actions to accelerate energy access. I wish to commend the 12 states that concluded the National Energy Compacts today. I understand that the 12 governments have only pioneered and many others will join us in the future. I also wish to thank all our partners for your meaningful participation over the past 2 days. As we take the necessary policy steps, the Energy Compacts avail us an opportunity to demonstrate our ability to work together to meet the aspirations of our people, as well as the global development targets. As we wrap up this summit, the real work commences on the ground. Significant challenges still lie ahead in addressing Africa's energy deficit. We are optimistic that the rallying call made at this summit to all stakeholders, governments, development partners, financiers, and innovators to work together to realize the mission 300 will be answered. With these brief remarks, I now have the honor to officially declare the African Heads of State Energy Summit now closed. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Omte brigado, shukran, and asante sana.
May I request that we all stand up and let's put our hands together for Our Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan. Distinguished delegates, we still have one final panel session, which is only 2 people that will speak for 5 minutes. But I would now like to request that the heads of state now will take leave while the rest of us stay back for 10 minutes. May I request the heads of delegation to also follow Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, all the heads of delegation and the heads of states. The rest of us will stay back for a brief 10-minute session before we follow suit. Kindly take note, after 10 minutes, there will be transport for those invited for lunch at the State House. There will be transport outside. The rest of us will have lunch at Kilimanjaro upstairs, Chinese and a Gymkhana. May I request all the heads of state to head to the holding room where the transport will be coordinated from there. The holding room, transport will be coordinated from there. May I request delegates to please now sit so we can take the final 10 minutes round. Can I invite to the stage Mr. Larry Madowo, correspondent from the CNN International. Larry. And one of the delegates has misplaced his mobile phone. It is with me. As long as you're able to open it up, then it is yours. Can I invite to the stage Larry? Is Angela Homsey with us? Angela? Angela, please, karibu. Lauren Dreyer? Lauren? Distinguished delegates, the final session for the summit is looking onto the digital access and energy services that create powerful synergies that drive socioeconomic transformation. These digital platforms not only provide affordable electricity, but also create economic opportunities through mobile banking, agricultural information services, and remote education, effectively bridging technological and energy gaps while empowering local populations with unprecedented connectivity and sustainable development pathways. To lead us through this discussion, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, is none other but Mr. Larry Madowo, correspondent, CNN International. You have the floor.
All right. Thank you, Asante Sana. This is the first. Speaking after the closing comments, so you know everybody's paying attention. We want to quickly talk about the intersection between digital connectivity and access to power, which are interlinked and deeply important. And so we want to go straight into it. A lot of people are waiting to hear this before you're sitting between them and lunch. So, Lauren, you had business operations for SpaceX. You've been expanding access to Starlink across the continent. Start us off.
Thank you so much. So I'm Lauren Dreyer. I'm a vice president at SpaceX, and I'm the head of our global subsidiaries leading the global expansion of Starlink's high-speed satellite internet around the world. When I started at SpaceX 18 years ago, I was a newly minted mechanical engineer. We were a small team with a big mission to make life multiplanetary. SpaceX is now over 15,000 brilliant, hardworking minds pushing the boundaries of space exploration and global connectivity. We're launching and landing Falcon 9 and Starship rockets. Starship is the world's most powerful launch vehicle ever developed. And with Starlink's high-speed internet, we are able to offer great connectivity anywhere on Earth. We have over 4.5 million points of connectivity on all 7 continents, land, air, and sea, in the most challenging, hardest to reach places on Earth. So, you know, I think one of the topics we wanted to talk about today was what LEO constellations, new technology like this, how it can benefit energy and digital access.
Right.
So traditionally, to get great internet to a location, it was massively expensive and took a very long time, things measured in years. And traditional satellite internet operated at geostationary orbits, 35,000 kilometers from Earth. So to get a signal back and forth, it had to go a very long way and then back, which made the experience worse than dial-up in many ways.
Right, it was excruciatingly slow.
Yes. So LEO constellations, low Earth orbit constellations like Starlink, operate much closer to Earth, 65 times closer in our case, and offer a paradigm shift to those challenges. Starlink is operational today as a constellation. It covers the entire globe, every square inch, every square kilometer of Africa and beyond. We are live in 120 countries, territories, and dependencies around the world. 19 of those are in Africa, and we'd like to make it all of them as quickly as possible.
So far, just 19 in Africa.
So far, just 19 in Africa that we're actually live where you can purchase Starlink. We are, in all of the other cases, what we need, the technology is there. With a Starlink terminal, if you can see the sky, you can connect to the world.
So in
anywhere.
principle, anybody in Africa should be able to connect. You're waiting for the regulators to say yes.
We're waiting for the government approvals. And so, as I think often is the case, new technology and government approvals are sometimes at odds. And so what we find time and time again is it requires leadership, vision, and swift action. And so, you know, connectivity, I think, has the opportunity to multiply human potential. Many technologies have that potential. So if you connect a school, you're not just enabling those students to access digital libraries, you're also allowing farmers to access market prices. You're enabling individuals and small businesses to participate in the global digital economy. You're enabling people to share their culture as content creators.
Right.
And doctors can connect with specialists outside of their communities. It takes points of connectivity and makes networks of opportunities. Specific to energy, and I'm by far not the expert here, I'm thankful to have some esteemed colleagues who are much better at it than I am. But as I think about connectivity and energy, and particular to LEO constellations, what does it offer? So the Mission 300 partners that are out there doing great work, I think first, to have great connectivity via LEO constellations today means you can move faster. We can truly accelerate, which was sort of the topic today, acceleration. Because if you have great connectivity, you can plan faster, you can build faster. It breaks down a lot of barriers that can delay things. But once operational, then LEO satellites also offer the opportunity for truly reliable, real-time operational connectivity that many of these projects will require.
Right.
And then finally, even for areas that have terrestrial connectivity already, what LEO constellations offer is resiliency and redundancy should there be man-made disasters like cable cuts and taking out communications, or should there be a natural disaster, which we see time and time again around the world disrupting communication.
All right. And Angela, this is a nice segue into your part of this energy conversation and a new partnership that you are about to announce.
Thank you so much, Larry. So Ignite Power is a distributed renewable infrastructure company. What we believe is that you can actually deal with energy access and internet access hand in hand across the continent, leverages like distributed infrastructure for a very vast majority of the people that are left unconnected today, which is what the Mission 300 is doing. Today, Ignite is operating in 16 countries across the continent. This group of companies is serving 17 million people on the continent. Actually, our name as of today is Ignite Energy Access, because we now have signed an agreement to acquire the assets in Africa of NG Energy Access, which is really supporting the growth through joint operations across the continent. What we really believe is this is the next gen infrastructure. Of course it is more affordable. Of course it is usually way greener and cleaner. But the most important part is it's building a much more resilient infrastructure, which we think is the next gen that we're also seeing even in the West being embraced to a very large extent. And at the nexus of connectivity and electricity, there's two parts of it. There's the operation part and there's the end user part. At the operation part, we couldn't do what we do, which is serving tens of millions of people in multiple countries across the continent, which most of the heads of states were in this room today, without entirely digitizing your operation, with leveraging AI, machine learning to do optimization of operation and building a visualization model, without having fully advanced data in order to deal with your client base and your payment base. You also need very much so to build very strong, which we've done, monitoring, reporting, and verification system so that you expand full transparency of your work through your stakeholder, being government stakeholder or being funding stakeholders and other investors out there. By doing that, you're really building a resilient, transparent infrastructure for the people. But then, where you have the biggest, I would say, impact is when you really bring to those people not just electricity, but electricity together with internet.
Okay.
And they cannot go one without another. Because
so there has to be a productive use of that electricity.
Productive use, so it's important for farmers, it's important, but as well for household. How do you want to educate your children in their home if you neither have one of those two components? Because if you don't have electricity, you cannot charge your devices. But if you don't have internet for operating your devices, you cannot load AI agent for education, healthcare portal for information, or economic, business model that you can operate with both internet and power. So what we've done already, and we're an Abu Dhabi-based company, with the support of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, the President of the UAE, and the Zayed Sustainability Prize that at COP28 a year ago, we already started powering schools across Africa with this bundle of solar energy to operate the routers and to operate the mobile payment splitters and everything around it, and putting them solar together with internet, and then to share with the community around them. Our goal here is to scale up that project, which has started last year, to 10,000 schools on the continent. We have the innovation technology at the product level. That's available. The second part of the equation is the distribution capabilities, and we build a Pan-African platform that is, again, cutting-edge technology, so we have that capabilities at Ignite. So by working together, these 10,000 schools being now rural schools being equipped for their students with electricity and internet is feasible today. There's nothing to wait for. All we need is to have our development and government partners to be on board, to prioritize the right schools in the right countries and move forward and just implement it. The key message of this conference, I think, for me, is that what M300 has done, which we've been big proponent of, we've been big believer of for many years, but what M300 now has been done at very large scale is really proving that both internet and power is not it's not like a discretionary need, it's not like a nice to have. It is foundational infrastructure that will unlock every single other SDG and every possible opportunity for Africa to build a brighter future.
Right.
And what M300 is doing, particularly I want to mention through its result-based finance element, is basically really showing that fact that this is infrastructure that has to be built with private-public partnership working hand in hand. We execute, we innovate, and we have the policy and right environment coming from our partners. And then we can do universal coverage in this way. And with our calculation, just to say that number here, we believe that with just a fraction of all the incredible announcements that have been made here, like all the the targets of the Mission 300 entire program, with just a fraction of that, we believe that we can, within the time frame, electrify 150 million people with distributed renewable energy solution.
Oh, wow. That's half the target. Thank you so much. I know you've got to run and head to the airport, so we will let you know. We'll let you leave as soon as you want to. Feel free. Thank you so much. And Tom, you build towers, but also you have an interesting partnership with a power utility company here in Tanzania, TANESCO, that I want to hear about.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm CEO of Helios Towers. We own and operate around 15,000 towers across multiple countries. And essentially, we're a real estate and a power company for our customers who are the mobile operators. We provide power as a service, which means that each individual one of these sites is effectively a micro power station. And of course, we need to find ways to keep the lights on 24/7 because the grid either doesn't exist there, or if it does, it might not be on all the time. But, you know, I think there's a huge crossover and symbiotic relationship between the telecoms and the power sector. That's for sure. And I think there's huge evidence is not even a question that if you can put power and connectivity in a location, that will massively benefit the lives, the economic well-being of the people who live there. And that can cover health, education, communication in general, social media, AI, whatever you want to use. And so we're very, passionate about proliferating that as far and as wide as possible. We focus on customer service excellence, which means we want to have world-class and enable world-class services and connectivity across the markets in which we operate. And actually, one of those markets is Tanzania. In fact, our largest market is Tanzania. We've operated here for almost 15 years. We've invested about $750 million here over that time in furthering the digital infrastructure of the market. One of the things we've done well here is collaborated well with TANESCO, the national grid operator. And I think it can be the flag bearer of, what could happen in other markets. We've had the most success with TANESCO, so thank you to TANESCO if you're in the room. And that's enabled us to connect around 800 telecom sites to the national grid over the last 5 years. And I think that's for me, that's number one on the list when I think about how the telecom sector and the power sector can collaborate. Number one is how can the telecom infrastructure owners collaborate with the national grid, planning new rollout, identifying sites which aren't connected today where they could run lines to. Because at the end of the day, we will be their anchor customer. We're a good credit, we'll pay every month, and we'll provide that base level of revenue for the national grid provider in order to underwrite their investment in the proliferation of the grid. So I'd love to see that more happening in more markets. I think the second area, and there's three basically, that we also do is more the local and micro grid partnerships. So in a number of markets, and in fact in DRC where we operate, we've had some success here. Companies will create small local power stations using different forms of energy generation, and if we can find 5 or 10 of our sites in the local vicinity within, say, a 10-kilometer radius, they will connect up, and we will again become their anchor tenant. We get a benefit because we get good quality grid power effectively, and they get a benefit. And then finally, on a micro site level, as I said before, we effectively run a micro power station on every single one of our sites. So there's opportunities to use the excess power that we generate to connect up local communities through prepaid meters and things like that. And in fact, we do provide a bunch of charging stations on some of our sites today. So I think there's a lot more that we, the industry, can do with the energy industry. And again, it's all down to having a clear strategy and clear communication.
All right. We don't want Angela to miss her flight. Please go.
Thank you, everyone. It was a pleasure being here.
Thank you. We're going to wrap up here. Thanks a lot. Thanks for staying back. Real quick, before we let you go, you have mentioned you have Starlink available right now live in 19 African countries. You're still waiting for approval for the rest of them. But Starlink has taken Africa by storm this past couple of, year or so, that you've had to stop any more signups in major capital cities like Nairobi and Lusaka and Kampala. Why is that?
So I think it's an example of what we say many, many times, which is Starlink is ideally suited for the rural areas. The satellite constellation doesn't care how many people live in a given place. It puts down the same amount of capacity, whether it's looking at Dar es Salaam or it's looking at the middle of the desert. And so in cities, because the price is on par with, in many countries, standard ISPs, it's been an alternative for people. I heard from somebody I met earlier today that in Nairobi, it's actually better than the connectivity that she has from terrestrial providers.
And it was cheaper.
And in some cases, cheaper. And so when it's a highly densely populated area, then there's just a lot more customers in that area. Those places should be more ideally suited for terrestrial, and we can complement fiber providers and have provide connectivity in the places they wouldn't normally be able to cover. We continue to launch Starlink satellites, often several times a week, to add capacity to the network. We continue to push for some technical and regulatory innovations as well that will add capacity. So I think you'll see that over time resolve itself, but it's really about population density and how the LEO constellation works.
So in layman's language, you saw too many signups in urban centers, which is not the traditional way you expect Starlink to be used.
If we just kept letting people sign up, it would degrade everybody's service in those areas. So you've got to have, a threshold.
Do you anticipate opening up in urban centers again, capital cities on the continent?
We continue to launch satellites to add capacity, so I think you'll see that happen.
Okay, final comments, because we've got to wrap this up before everybody goes. Tom, this has been an interesting conversation in terms of trying to get more people connected, and this angle we're talking about here, about marrying digital connectivity and access to power is so critical. Based on your experience, you said Tanzania is your biggest market, also a good example with TANESCO. Your final thoughts for these people who are still brave enough to stay with us.
Well, thanks for staying here. I think, look, I've mentioned the collaboration between the telecom companies and the grid companies. I think that's critical. And that can be national grid or private grid companies. The other thing I would add, which I think would be massively beneficial, is the ability to do net metering, and for companies who actually generate power to have their excess power go back into the grid. And we'd find that hugely beneficial. I think the national grid operator would as well. And, I know it's being talked about in a few countries at the moment, including Tanzania. So I would encourage that to accelerate, because I think that'll provide a lot more power resilience for any country that does.
Right. Lauren, anything to add?
I think I'll let everybody get on with their dinner at this point. I think it is not lunch.
Lauren and Tom, thank you so much. And Angela, who's had to leave, thanks so much for staying back. And we'll give it back to you, sir.
If it's more than one person, so it's a group photo. I have my camera from far distance take a picture. But ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the very final end of the Africa Energy Summit 2025. Mine is really to thank the Ministry of Energy of the United Republic of Tanzania, the World Bank, and the Africa Development Bank, the organizing committee, all our sponsors, exhibitors, entertainment, and all the technical team for having made Africa Energy Summit a great success. Up until we meet next time, let's just give each other a big round of applause. Thank you very much. I'm not sure if the Deputy Prime Minister would still wish me to recognize that we still have him with us in the room, but truly the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Energy is still with us. Thank you very much for staying up to the very last minute, ladies and gentlemen. I wish you all the very best as we go to the M300. Africa Energy Summit, M300. Africa Energy Summit, M300. Africa Energy Summit, M300. Thank you very much.
country, the United Republic of Tanzania, renowned for its peace, democracy, and stability, is home to about 62 million people. Out of these, 78% have access to electricity. Our energy transformation journey began in the late 1960s with only one hydropower plant producing 21 megawatts. To us, energy security and accessibility is a key driver to our development agenda, and our mission is to ensure strategic investment to clean, reliable, accessible, and affordable energy for all. It should also reflect my agenda, which is to ensure 300 million will also be using clean energy. Providing connection to 300 million people in Africa by 2030 is an ambitious mission, one that requires widespread support and collective action. I invite each of you to rise to this challenge, because together we can achieve it.
Kabla ya huu umeme wa leo, nilikuwa inabidi nitoke hapa niende Nyerere kwa ajili ya kutafuta stationery, kuingia kuweza kuchapa mitihani na kufanya printing. Nashukuru walivyotuletea umeme, kwa sasa tunaishi kesi za kutosha na kuna mabadiliko hata kitaaluma, wanafunzi wanazidi kuimprove.
Kabla kupata ile huduma ya umeme hapa, tulikuwa tunalima kidogo sana. Kwa nishika sana kupata ile huduma ya kupata mafuta. Baada ya kupata ile mashine, ndio maana wakulima wamezidi. Kuna wakulima wengi sasa hivi wanaendelea kulima.
By signing on to our energy compact, we commit to ensuring that every citizen has access to electricity by 2030. Today, as a president and a partner with this shared vision, I invite you to reflect on this message, to build a future of progress, prosperity, and sustainable development for all.
In the country, we have moved ahead to provide sustainable and affordable electricity to the general population by increasing the generation capacity. Again, the connectivity and the transmission also has been improved. We have increased the access of the electricity to the people. Now we have 12,318 villages. They are all connected to the national grid.
Tulianza kuendesha mitambo kwa kutumia umeme wa generator. Tulikuwa tunatumia mpaka 50% ya matumizi yetu ya kwa mwezi. Kwa hiyo ilikuwa ni inaongeza gharama. Mradi ulitufikia, gharama zilipungua kwa 1% kubwa sana.
Energy is one of our crucial sectors that we are trying to invite our friends from across the globe to come to Tanzania to invest in the energy sector, particularly the renewable energy. Tanzania has huge resources of renewable energy, and we hope that through this particular summit we'll be able to attract friends, colleagues from across the globe to come to Tanzania to invest not just in any other sector, but particularly in the energy sector, especially in the renewable energy sectors.
Leo imenifanya kuwa na stationary kwa sababu hapo awali nilikuwa sina uwezo wa kutumia hivyo vifaa, ila kulingana na umeme wa leo sasa hivi na stationary.
We have advanced to the electrified train. It means now we can participate in decarbonization, in cleaning the air. We have 445 kilometers from Dar es Salaam to Dodoma. We are consuming something like 3 million kilowatts of electricity every month.
Umeme umetusaidia kuboresha vitu vingi kituoni. Kwa wakati mimi nimefika hapa, kuna vipimo ambavyo vilikuwa vinatumia umeme tulikuwa tuwezi kuvioda kwa sababu si hamna umeme. Lakini mara tu baada ya kupata umeme tumeweza kuingia kwenye mfumo tukaomba dawa na ni vipimo MSD. Bahati nzuri tulivyoda tukaletewa. Kwa pia umeme umechangia hata mapato ya kituo yameongezeka.
Reliable energy is essential for advanced health services, from vaccine storage to virtual health databases. With dependable energy, Tanzania can better manage pandemics, epidemics, and provide universal health care.
The launch of Mission 300 reflects our commitment to ensuring reliable, affordable, sustainable, and clean energy for all. This is key for Africa. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, partners, and friends, it is my pleasure to warmly welcome you all to Tanzania for this landmark Africa Energy Summit 2025. Thank you all.